In this video, you're gonna watch 10 real sales calls where I closed over 1 million in deals for my AI agency. Every prospect came from ads, which means they did not know me, they did not trust me, and I had to deal with pretty much every single objection that you could imagine. The deals get bigger as the video goes on, and the final call ends in a $500,000 close that almost fell apart halfway through.
I know you want to close me on the spot. It's not something that I would do on the spot.
So let's start with the first call, which ended up being a $42,000 deal.
All right, can you hear me?
I can. What's going on?
Good, how you doing?
Good. Can you see me?
I can. Can you see me?
I can't.
You can't. Okay, I don't know, let's see here, my camera's.
Where are you located at?
Oh, I see this.
Okay. Nice. And what's that close to?
Big town, a couple hours south of me, kind of.
Okay.
If you're familiar with those.
Okay, so ultimately that's just the brief introduction of this initial call. And so now I am gonna jump forward a little bit to where I'm actually jumping into what his situation looks like and just getting him to recognize that he ultimately needs help with this.
Customers that you've accumulated over the years, what does that look like? How many are in them?
How many what?
How many leads are in your database?
Are you like you're saying how many clients I have basically?
Yeah, it could be ex clients, it could be people that submitted their information on a form on your website,
Right.
you know.
Oh shit. I couldn't give you a good answer. I average 20 some clients. And when I'm really busy and swamped, I have over 30 clients. That's when I'm working an awful lot.
Do you have a CRM?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Okay, so a CRM is just a software that tracks your leads and where they're at, right? So like, did they submit their information? Did they book an appointment? Did they show up to their appointment? Did you sign them up, or did you book a follow-up? You know what I mean? Like,
I could do that on my website. I had that kind of where you could. I think I could probably set that up. I should do that on my website, get more professional on what you're talking about, kind of.
Yeah, so we have one that we use, so we could help you set that up and connect it to your website so that whenever someone submits their information, they go in there.
Okay.
And it's organized for you so that it's super easy to track that stuff. But so I mean, what you're saying then is, like, all the people you've interacted with over the course of the years, you don't have their contact information in an organized place that you could export.
This is the ones I don't see right now.
Okay.
These are the ones I don't see, but I don't ever throw them away.
Good.
And so he's going to be blurred out, obviously, but what he just pulled up was a massive stack of folders to represent all of the customers he's ever worked with, because everyone that he's ever worked with, I don't know if you've ever seen Dodgeball, but if you remember, the main character, the hot attorney comes over to his place to like serve him, and he opens up his closet and just a stack of like folders comes falling out. And so, right, this is an example of that where nothing's digitized within his business. He is doing it completely old school. So he needs a lot of help. And this is a lot of business owners that exist right now.
Good. Well, it's something. Yeah.
This is the ones I don't see these people right now, but I haven't a file down here yet that has a bunch in there, and all the ones I'm working are downstairs that I'm working on a regular basis. This is just, these guys are on leave. They're not with me right now. They come and go. They haven't been with me for quite a while.
Yeah. So
But
these are people that were ex-customers.
Yeah. So I do have their contact information.
Good. How many do you think you have?
I don't know, over 100. I would say. I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, that would definitely be something we could help you out with, so that you have that. But yeah, that'll kind of take me to my next thing. So, is there anything else you could think of that that helped for sure, knowing that you don't have a CRM, but anything else you could think of that would help me just really understand your current situation?
Um, hmm. My troubles, yeah. I try to get most people to pay up front, get a better rate, buy more packages. Um, I can't, no, I don't, nothing I can, I'm sure there's a lot of things, man, and I just can't really come up with anything because I do need to learn a lot and learn how to progress my
Well,
business.
yeah, at least you realize that. I mean, it sounds like you're at that point now where you really want to do that, make a
Right,
change.
right. I do. I feel like I'm making good money. I look at I'm working through all this stuff right now, my finances and stuff because of the trip, next year's big trip and what I want to do here. I'm looking at spending 25 to $50,000 maybe. I don't know. All of 25,000 easy
Yeah.
on equipment and floor.
So I mean that is the situation. You're about to invest 25 to 50K and you want to go on this trip that you've been dreaming about, it sounds like. And with the current setup you have, you really don't know how to get people through the door. You don't know how to create a business that doesn't need you. And you're
Right.
looking for that guidance really, really quick so that that investment you make, you can recoup as soon as possible. And hopefully that way you can leave on this trip, not have to worry about things, right?
Right.
Okay, so ultimately, I'm just really digging into what his current situation looks like and getting him to admit that he's got a lot of problems in his current strategy right now with regards to how he organizes his business, with regards to how he follows up with old leads, right? He literally has folders of people's information, which means he's obviously not ever reaching out to these leads via text or leveraging AI to do anything like that. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to skip to the actual pitch where I actually pitch him on the system that makes sense for him.
Best thing to do for you, since you can only take on 10 customers and it is just you and your time's limited, is this. That stack of paper that you had next to you with all those customers, what we would need to do is this. Most marketing companies and most coaches, what they'll do to you is, what they would recommend you do is, hey, you need to start running paid ads. That's what you should do first. The issue with that is you got to spend money on ads, which is an expense, and you've never run paid ads. So the offer they're promoting on those paid ads, you probably haven't converted people into it. And because of that, the chances and probability of you making a return on investment are low, especially if that company doesn't actually show you how to sell before they run ads. Okay, so that's not what we do. What we do is a reactivation campaign. So we take your list of prospects and inactive customers and then reach out to them on your behalf with a text. Okay, so we run a challenge, a transformation challenge. We'll craft an offer with you that we know is proven to work. And then we reach out to these people via text. And then the people that say they're interested, we have our AI plugged into it to then nurture them to book in a consultation with you. So you don't have to do any of the follow-up, confirmations, qualifications. We do all that for you. All you have to do is take the appointment. Right?
Okay.
Where right now, getting people through the door is really the most difficult thing. Other thing when it comes to paid ads is this. You're a one-man show. If you're generating a lot of leads and you're responsible for following up with them, you're not going to get people through your door. And based off your situation right now with you training people and being a one-man show, you're not going to follow up with them properly.
Right.
Okay? So we handle the follow-up for you. So like I said, we plug it into our AI, but then I also have a team of people that call and confirm appointments. So once
Okay.
we book the appointment, we call and confirm it the day before and day of, because that's what gets the best result. Okay, so that would be the first thing we would do is work that low-hanging fruit without spending any money on ads, which is a big benefit to you because you don't have that expense. And then we run that offer to see how you do.
Okay, so ultimately, that's what I pitched this individual because he's a one-man show. He literally runs his business by himself, and he has a gym, and he trains customers. And he's never run paid ads before in his life. He's never re-engaged his old leads before because he doesn't even have them digitized. They're just on paper. And so what most people would do that are trying to help him grow his business is they would go to him and say, you need to run paid ads. But the reality is if somebody were to run paid ads for this individual, given the fact that he's a one-man show, it won't work because the type of business he has, you have to schedule in these leads. You have to follow up with them to get them to book an appointment to come in, or you then have to sell them and convert them. He doesn't have time to be on top of these leads to follow up with them right away because he's running his business and doing everything, and then he also has a family. And so if I were to go to him and say, hey, we should run paid ads, well, there's another caveat to that as well, right? Is that he's never run paid ads before. And when it comes to running paid ads, the thing with paid ads is it can be really difficult for people that have never run them before to convert customers that come from them. Because people that come from paid ads are always more difficult to convert just because they have way less information on the business. Where if somebody came from a referral or they kept driving by the business, right? Or they saw them on Google because they looked up Gym Near Me. It's a very, very different experience in becoming a customer. I'm sure you've maybe experienced it. If you've ever bought something or showed interest in something from a Facebook ad compared to a friend telling you about something, right? Like a referral. And so that's ultimately what makes the most sense for him given his unique situation. And so what we're going to do from here is we're going to go to the second part of the pitch and then go to the price pitch where I actually drop the price on him.
Right, it's not going to work. So that's why we do a 1-month engagement to mitigate risk for you and us. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So just in terms of our process, what do you think?
It sounds very interesting and tempting, and I'm interested.
Okay. Well, yeah, alignment for me and our company is super important because we're getting in it with you. We're going to be training you up on our processes and working with you until we're confident in that. So just want to make sure we're aligned on it. This is something you think would help you?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, where do you want to go from here?
So you said it'd be a month. How much is it going to cost me? How's the pay work for you guys?
Yeah, great question. So this is how it would work. If you're ready to move forward, I would collect the invoice, we'd sign the agreement over Zoom, and then I would book an onboarding call for you to hop on with Chad. What he's going to do on that onboarding call is do a deep dive into your current business and the way it's set up, and then outline the next steps to get you trained up so that we can run this reactivation. Then from there, we're going to run that reactivation and refine your process. And then, like I said, we'll know what the best next steps are from there because we can teach you how to run marketing on your own. We can teach you how to get a team on your own. We can do the marketing for you. There's really a lot of different things we can do. But after we work together, we'll be very aware of what we would recommend the next best step for you would be based off your situation, what you've got going on. $25,000 investment coming up, trying to really remove yourself. There's a lot that's going to need to happen for that to realistically occur.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Well, the investment to work with us for the 1-month engagement is $1,000.
1,000 for the first month. Okay. That's something I'd have to think about a little bit.
What do you need to think about specifically?
If right now I have the $1,000 to give you to do that right now, is one thing. Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
finances aside, totally get that. Finances aside, in terms of the process and it helping you realistically hit your goals, is this something you want to do and believe it will do that?
yeah, I would love help for sure and coaching. I would love to be I would love to learn on how to do this better for sure. I know I need to get educated in some certain areas for sure. And how and where else am I going to do that, right?
And who better than a Wisconsin native that's really
right.
crushed it? I mean, he's gone nationwide, and they're going to try and sell for $500 million in the next 3 years and get to over 300 gyms. So they're just gobbling up gyms all over.
So it's $1,000 for the first month, and then what after the first month?
So like I said, there's a lot of different things we could do. We could set your website up, set up some automations on your website, so whenever you get leads, we're following up with them for you. We can teach you how to run your marketing on your own. We can do the marketing for you on your own. or we can just really coach you on this process to make this actually happen where you've got people coming in that want training, you've got someone to convert them into training that's not you, and you've got someone to do the training that is not you. And it's a well-oiled machine. That's just something that, to be honest, takes some time.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. Like, yeah, how, like you just said, it's going to take some time, like, to find my trainers. Yeah. How am I going to find the trainers? You guys going to help me find trainers?
Yeah, so we can help you with that. We give you the exact Indeeds that we add, that we run, that Andy runs. So we show you how to do that. We show you how to pay them. We show you how to run the interview. That's all stuff that we provide you.
Okay. All right. And what do you think will happen in this first month? What's your what do you foresee?
This is exactly what's going to happen. We're going to get people through your door. The question is, are you going to be able to convert them? Are you going to actually take what we teach you to do and do it? We're not going to get you started until we're confident you can do it, but that's what's going to happen. We're going to get people through your door 100%, people sitting down with you that want training. If you can convert them, then we know this works because we know we'll be able to continue to get people through your door. Like I said, we can either teach you how to do it or we can keep doing it for you. But then at that point, it's just finding people for each stage.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You need to have that.
You're talking about teaching me basically how you're going to get them in my door. You're going to teach me then how to sell my business or get them.
So that's the first step. Exactly. Is right now you're relying on word of mouth and organic.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how you build a business. You need to be able to put money into a system that spits out more money than you put in. So that's paid marketing. So we're going to get people through your door and we're going to show you exactly how to sell them. That's step one. To keep this super simple, we're going to do all the work to get people through your door. What Jim Loss was trying to sell you was a $42,000 informational login. We're going to do all the work to get these people through the door for you, and we're going to teach you how to sell them before we do it. The only thing that happens next is, do you sell them? Because we're going to have you record on your phone every single consultation that we get you, and then if you don't convert them, we're going to hop on with you and break it down one-on-one and see where you went wrong and give you feedback and see if you implement it on the next one.
Okay.
That will tell us everything we need to know, just like with customers you have, right? Where you know it's like, this is not working. This person is just, they're not breaking old habits.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to put you in the highest probability of success. We're going to do the work for you. To get these people through the door, you just have to do what we teach you how to do. And this is the other piece about this, if I'm going to be honest with you. You do need a lot of help. No other company out there has the knowledge and experience that we have that's willing to do 1-month engagements. That's why we do it. $1,000 is very minimal.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah. So I would just like to put that out there just to let you know kind of what the market is offering right now. To be able to work with a team, a guy that's built a multi-million-dollar operation and sold it, and now is still scaling it for $1,000 is pretty insane. Mm-hmm. We know exactly what we need you to do. The question is, are you going to do it?
Right. I definitely feel like I need to do this, Jake. That's for sure. And the sooner the better.
Let's get it going. You've got fall coming around. We know what happens in fall. It's a good opportunity to capitalize.
True that.
Well, that would be the next step. We'd process the invoice. Send you the agreement. We can go over it. It's one page, very brief. If you have any questions on it, I'll answer them. We'll book that onboarding call for you to hop on with Chad, and then we'll go from there. He's in Baraboo. You know where Baraboo is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's where he is.
I'm going there next Friday, actually, to do a hike.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, he's in. It's beautiful. I've been there multiple times. I'm from Kentucky.
Okay.
You want to get started?
Say again?
You want to get started?
Yeah, when would you need the payment?
So we collect it now.
Okay. I would need about a week to get this started then, financially.
Okay.
I'm waiting for...
How much do you have right now that you could put in?
Probably maybe 500. I'd have to double check some things, maybe 500.
Because here's what we're going to have to do is I can get everything processed on my end so that my team can start setting up your stuff and we can book the onboarding call and get the agreement signed so that we can get you into a position as soon as possible to run this. Because it's going to take time before we can even turn anything on, right?
Right.
So if we can collect 500, if that's what you've got, I don't want to put you in a bad spot financially, but if you've got 500, we can collect that now. We can finish the paperwork and get all the information I need. And then we can schedule that onboarding call so you can hop on with Chad so we can start moving in the right direction so that we can actually take action on this and change things.
Right on. Can we reconnect tomorrow at about this time? And I might even have more than that 5.
You want to just knock this stuff out now? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 13 calls tomorrow, 30-minute periods. They're not all going to show up, but I've got a lot of calls. I've still got 10 minutes here. Like I said, we can knock the paperwork out. We can get the information we need. We can book the onboarding call. And if you have any hesitations, we can definitely talk about it. Like I said, I'm not here to push you to do anything. Like I said, it's a very fair offering, but we've got to be on the same page and completely committed to this for this to work.
Right.
Right.
I would need a few minutes to transfer some money around is what I need to do though. Like I said, right this minute is not, I'm waiting for a check to hit my account that I would definitely be able to do the whole thing from a company. So there's some companies I invoice out. Some clients pay me cash checks, but I invoice out a couple companies as well, and I'm waiting for that. And it's already coming through. It's just like it probably later today.
Okay. Well, then this is what we could do. We can get the information we need for the gym. Right now, it'll take about 5 minutes. And while I'm doing that, I can send you the agreement so you can read through it and see if you're comfortable with it. And then if you are, you can sign off on it and I can process this and we can schedule the onboarding and I can send you the invoice to get paid by the end of the day.
Okay. We can probably, the 500 now, and then I can do 500 in a week or so here.
Yeah, you can do that, right? The other 500 in a week or so?
Yeah, no
Okay.
problem. Yes.
Okay, well then let's just do that so we can knock this out. We can get moving in the right direction and I'm sure you're good for your work.
Okay.
Okay, so I was ultimately able to close him, and this was somebody that, right, it became a financial objection. He really wanted to do it. He just didn't really have the money. And this is a really cool customer just because he needed so much help that, this was a couple years ago when I signed him up. But since then, his business has completely turned around where he actually has team members in place, and we've been able to help him out a ton because we did a 1-month engagement with him where we took his database, we plugged it into AI, we brought a ton of people through his door, and then we helped him with his sales process and his overall business strategy. Since this was a couple years ago, things within my business have changed a lot as far as the services that we provide to gym owners. And so a lot of the things we do as far as sales coaching and even consulting is concerned is actually handled with AI now. We still have coaches that help with it, but we have an AI that role plays with our customers. We have an AI that grades our customers' calls. We have an AI that grades our customers' consultations to tell them exactly how they're doing and tell them exactly what they're missing and what they should be doing for every single one of their calls. And so that's something that even if you're a complete beginner now, you can do. And so what I'm going to show you guys now is just proof of what we actually charged him in terms of, what he paid my business in total. So if I go over here and scroll down, you can see here, obviously I'm going to have a ton of stuff blurred out here, but you can see right here, this is the total spend on him. I think I said that this was maybe like $42,000, but it actually ended up being more. Yeah, it actually ended up being more because we billed him recently. He's now worth even more than that. So a really, really good one. Okay, so this is number 2, and this customer ended up becoming worth almost $45,000. So we're gonna jump right into it.
Break down and reconstruct your current process as far as getting people through the door. With what you're doing right now, how many leads are you guys getting a month? Do you guys have your data?
Right now it's the worst it has been. Corporate has a single website, and then they have 40 babies for each location of all the franchises. It's changed probably since I've owned the gym 3 or 4 times, different web developers and all that. This current one is the worst at generating leads, the worst. I mean, I would say,
20.
yeah, 20 a month is leads that I get from the web. I get leads then through Facebook marketing, Google reviews, those kinds of things. If I'm stretching it, maybe 10 a week, 15 a week. But they're not, in my opinion, they're not high quality leads. Texas is a very affluent suburb of Houston. Traffic completely sucks. So if you're more than, I think, 3 miles away from this gym, it could be 25 or 30 minutes to get here. It's horrible on any freeway that you try to get to us. We're in a great spot, but it's just a huge bottleneck traffic wise. So my radius is like 2.5 to 3 miles.
Okay,
But
but marketing's been lower than it's ever been. You're getting about 20 leads through your website.
So you can see there, ultimately what they're saying is that their biggest issue right now has been getting people through the door, which ultimately comes down to how quickly are they following up with leads? What does it look like when they're following up with leads? What are they saying to these leads? There are a lot of variables that go into that. And so what I'm going to jump to now is just more discovery, talking about their situation, because between here, there's just honestly, the call kind of went off track quite a bit, which sometimes happens on calls. And that's what you need to be able to handle, is know when the call does go off track and how to get it back on track to get it back to being on point with what you should be actually going over and reviewing on the call.
She'd be handling 100% of them versus an employee.
Yep.
Is very, very good. So, I mean, given the
Yep.
fact that getting people through the door consistently, that's your Achilles heel, what's ultimately kept you guys from figuring this out on your own?
Time, and we weren't necessarily ready. We're putting out fires. I can go through it really easily. They shut you down during COVID. You lose 50% of your business. You ramp back up. You lose 2 coaches. You hire 2 coaches. You can't get them in the door. Price is too tight. Right now, it's I believe things are going down because our inflation is so bad. I believe our economy sucks. I believe our political environment sucks. And
religion, politics, off the board.
But what has prevented us from learning to do this or wanting to is she has worn every single hat a gym owner can wear, right? And she's learned and just she's done it all. And we're at that point now. Well, the only thing we haven't done is this. So it's kind of like, okay, good. We're profitable. We pay our bills. Now it's time to do this next project. And our next project is doing what we're going to talk to you about really, really well, and make a system out of it. And
not only that,
and she has the time.
Yeah, I've hired somebody to take on the admin responsibilities. So I've cleared my deck to be able to grow the gym.
Right, and to be able to handle a sales avalanche, not only on the front end, but on the back end as well, like you were saying, right? Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you guys think you'd want to share that would help?
Okay, so again, we have a really clear idea of what they're trying to do. They are pretty much stagnant. They are not losing money, they're making money, but they want to get to that next level. And they know that they're not able to get to the next level if they don't change their strategy. And so they recognize they have a problem now. We've run a good discovery to get them to realize that they need to make a change. And so now at this point, what I'm going to be going through is pitching them what makes sense based off their particular situation right now, which is being able to get people through the door consistently, which comes down to nurturing leads. And then in addition to that, running marketing consistently that's profitable, and getting leads through the door through that marketing is a big, big piece of that, because they've never done that. And they recognize if they want to be able to grow past the stagnation, because they're at a plateau, that they're going to have a system like this in place to ultimately make that happen. So I'm just going to jump to the pitch.
And Matt, my COO, is Orange Theories. He owns 7 Orange Theories, so not a, but kind of a similar concept, right? So does that all make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So the first thing for you guys, and let me preface by saying this, everything we do is based off where the customer is at and is tailored to that and where they're trying to get. For you guys,
we'd normally start with a reactivation, but you guys have hammered your list like crazy. It doesn't make sense to do something like that to start, right? So we have to start with marketing. So what we do is this, very, very different from what you've done before and what you guys have been currently doing. But like I said earlier, the way we run our marketing is what I call the Decagon matrix. So we advertise to 10 audiences all at once. Half of them are men and then half of them are women. What we will do before we start running ads is give you guys assets within each one of those 10 audience to recreate with your own customers. Pictures, videos that you guys can recreate verbatim within your own client base. Does that all make sense?
Yep.
Okay. And so the purpose of that is so that we can. Say it again.
But it does. We're in a very good position to do that. Like, that's not a problem. Like we got that part.
Yeah, yeah. So given the fact that you've got team, you've got assets that can pull that off, what we will then do is get those images, get those videos, those assets, and put them into those audiences, and then we'll write copy that we know is proven to work within each one of those 10 audiences. Okay? And so we're going to be running ads that we know are going to convert, which is going to position your gym as if it's a perfect fit for each one of those 10 different segments. Completely different from what your competition is doing. If you were to go on Facebook right now and look at what your competition is doing, they're running very generic ads and carpet bombing everyone with the same thing. That's the standard approach with marketing, right?
Do we have some, like, in general, I would say that we're not a 20-something gym, mostly because of the price point, and also because we're in a, so we just don't have a lot of single 20-something people living out here.
Absolutely. Good question. We have a lot of clients. We work with a ton of people that just work with women. We have people that just work with 60-plus-year-olds ageless programs. So if that's what you guys aren't looking for, and it just makes sense to go 27 to 60 plus, that's no issue at all. If that's what you're asking.
The other one is we just from experience, we would say that generally the 60-plus people, maybe even the 50-plus people, probably fit better in our semi-private training versus our large group fitness classes, right? Just from strength, mobility, history of exercise, et cetera. So, I mean, there's some exceptions, but just recognize we have two lanes of offerings at this gym. One is more of a private training option. One is more of a group general functional fitness option.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what comes down to the marketing again, is not only do we run ads to those different market segments, but the way and the angle that we use in the marketing, it's typically a challenge type offer or a transformation type offer, but the wording we use is very specific to the time of year and to the audience we're marketing to. So for right now, it's the fall. So like a fall slim down. We're not saying 6-week challenge. Everyone says 6-week challenge. That's, that's very saturated. Kind of like you guys said, the Hormozy play has kind of been exhausted. And so when it comes to marketing, all marketing is figuring out how to catch people's attention and get them to take action. So we just take the very tailored approach and do what other people aren't doing. Okay, so that's really the angle that we use. And then, like I said, we make it be specific to that market segment we're running into. So that's really, in my opinion, that's really what's keeping you guys from where you're at right now to getting where you want to be. Because if you're great at selling, it's just a matter of getting more leads for the same amount of money you're spending. And the right leads, right? So when you're writing ads that are speaking to losing weight with a coach, getting accountability, having a specific meal plan to eat, that brings in the type of customer you're looking for, not a discounted offer like, like a free month or something, right?
Right.
Okay, so just in terms of that, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, do you see how that would help you guys get more people through?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the next thing that we would do is this. So you guys said earlier the times you've worked with other companies, they kind of gave you like a list of you could spend $1,000, you could spend $2,000 or $3,000. That's not what we do. And like I said earlier, we don't do it that way because it doesn't make sense. So what we do is this. The first week, we take $500 to run a market test. With that $500, that doesn't mean we're going to spend it all, but the purpose of it is to see
how your market responds to our marketing, and then based off your availability, Kelly, to take appointments and consultations, what do we realistically need to spend to get you full? Because the last thing we want to do is waste your all's money and just leave the faucet on if it's not necessary. Okay, so after that first week, we'll be able to come back to you guys and say, based off this, we didn't spend the whole amount. We actually turned the ads off because we got so many appointments. We didn't need to keep them on, or actually we're going to need to spend more, right? So it's not a one size fits all thing. It's truly based off how your market responds and what availability you have. And that's just the truth. I think you said it early on the call, but every market's a little bit different. And to be able to tell you it's going to go one way or the other, it's just not true because we really don't know. All I do know is we're very effective at marketing and figuring out how to make marketing work very well in any given market. But it takes some testing, and we don't know right out the gate. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the last thing that we would do is this: is instead of having you guys handle the follow up on the leads we're generating, we would handle it for you guys. So you said that you follow up with leads within 24 hours, or that's really your goal. Harvard did a pretty interesting study back in 2018, and what they found was if you're not following up with leads within 5 minutes, your chances of getting them through the door drop by over 400%. So I know you guys have an automated text that goes out, but if someone follows up with a question and they're not getting a call or a text back, they're probably looking elsewhere, especially if you have a lot of competition. Does that make sense? Okay, so when it comes to spending a lot of money on marketing, and if you're getting a lot of leads, you've got to have that down, where the timing is right, you're jumping on them very quick, it's personalized, and you've got a lot of availability, like it sounds like you do, to take sales so that we can maximize the investment to generate the most profit. Okay, well, does that all make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so just in terms of the process, how do you guys feel?
I mean, I'm ready.
What about you?
I mean, we're ending this challenge at this was a transformation challenge. We use those words. It was a 6-week challenge. It ends at the end of October, right? And then, I mean, internally, my next sort of big play always is Black Friday, which hits, the week of Thanksgiving, right? So that's, it's not a member play. It's again, my inactives and leads that are currently.
Okay, and so that was ultimately the pitch after I just told them what they should do. Really what they need to do is they haven't been able to grow past the plateau that they're at because they don't know how to get people coming through the door that are qualified lead. And so what that really comes down to is marketing, lead nurturing, and then she's good at sales, right? So she literally just doesn't know how to get people through the door. And she probably doesn't do a good job of following up with leads either. And that's why this system works so well for them and why we're able to make so much money for them and help them make so much more money. And now from here, what I'm going to go to is the price pitch, where I actually drop the price and close the deal.
Knowing you know all that information, what's that going to cost us?
Yeah, so the investment to work with us for the 1 month engagement is $1,500.
Okay.
Okay, not including ad spend. And like I said, the $500 is a market test to be able to come back to you and say, this is what we need to spend to get her full.
Yep.
That's what that is. After the 30 days, we'll be able to determine what makes the most sense. What I was saying is the upsell or the conversion process for us is, do we keep doing that for you, or do we teach you how to do this all on your own?
Right.
How to run marketing like us? So those are the two options where we don't do anything at all.
Fine. That's what I want to hear. So expectation wise, we're paying you the $1,500 a month for the management or your services, and then on top of that, then we determine we need another $1,500 for ad spend to achieve your goals, and now we're back at our $3,000, what we're comfortable with, or it might be a $2,000 ad spend, but we're going to get there by doing the testing during.
Exactly. Yeah, you guys might not even spend $1,000. For example, I've got a client where we've spent a little over $2,000 in the last 13 weeks now. We've generated them 145 shows. So if you're saying she's closing at 80%, these people are closing at 40%. It's an employee taking the sales.
Yeah,
It's the same exact type of marketing. They've collected over 20 grand down and upfront payments, and they've converted over 70% of them into regular training agreements.
right. Okay, awesome. It sounds too good to be true, but we will see.
All right, you guys ready to get started?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, next step is me getting the information I need from you guys on the gym, processing payment, sending you guys the agreement, and then booking that onboarding call. So what email should I send the?
Okay, and so you saw there, I was able to close them and get them started, which is huge because again, it's just a perfect customer for us to help because that's their situation. And what we do is I sell, and what my team does now is we sell based off what the customer needs. It's pretty much the same offer, and the offer's evolved a lot. Some of these calls are very old, but we really sell what the customer needs. And so this specific customer, they didn't have a database of leads that needed to be remarketed to because they had just remarketed to them. And they also had just reached out to their customers to get reviews and referrals. And so this is why this specifically made sense to do for them. And obviously that's why I was able to close them, is because the pitch is tailored to their needs and makes it a very logical thing for them to do because it's truly what makes the most sense for them. Where with the first call that we reviewed, what made sense for him was not to run ads, right? The thing that made sense for him was to take those leads in his folder, his physical folders, digitize them, and then re-engage them with AI to drive them through the door before we spend any money on ads to see if he can actually close those people and then help him with that process. And then if he could, which he was able to, then look at running ads, okay? And so what I'm gonna do from here is show you how much we were able to make with this particular customer. Okay, and so as you can see right here, the total spend was $44,808. Okay, so the third call is a really good one. We were able to make almost $50,000 from this specific customer. It was $48,700. So let's jump into it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can kind of hear you. You're muffled a little bit.
How about now? I just put my earphones in.
Yeah, I can hear you a
Okay.
little bit better.
Okay. Okay, are you in?
Yep.
Excellent. You turn your camera on?
It's not letting me do it for some reason. I don't know what's going on with it. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go.
Oh, hi.
Awesome. How you guys
Nice to
doing?
see you. Good.
All right, so a brief introduction. It took them a little bit to get their cameras on, but they were luckily able to figure it out. And so now what I'm going to do is just jump into the discovery of me just asking them questions about, what their problem is and ultimately why they're not where they want to be with their business.
When it comes to getting people through the door, and when people go to did you get your website fixed? I remember last time it was log into your website.
Yeah, I had a pair button and had protected it, so that's why I was asking for a website, a password, but it's okay.
Okay, good. What's the name of the gym again? Is it Fitness? Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay, good deal. Last time when we hopped on, we could not access your all's website, which is obviously
Yeah.
Right.
Luckily, it was just that day I did it, and I was able to unlock it that day. So once I saw that you could, that happened, that was a good thing. I figured it out.
Good. Okay, so obviously the trend right now is not the direction we want to be going in. Looking to get the reputation improved, looking to get more people coming in. So if we look at things right here, right, this is you guys. This is the reviews that you guys have received. How many members do you guys have again? You've got over 400, right?
Yeah, we got 605.
Okay. So you guys have about 605 members, but if we look at you right here on Google and then we look at them, right, they've got 546 reviews and they've only been in business for a year. How long have you guys been there?
Yeah, 14 years. But we just his old website and old Facebook pages, we've been revamping. So a lot of this is starting over.
Sure. A lot of studies show that 90 to 80% of people reference Google before making a purchasing decision. So that's why I'm bringing this up, because this is one of the most important things you can do digitally, because this is what people are going to look at.
Yeah.
Right.
I do know that they did a when they first started, within the first 3 months of them being here, they did a Google review campaign. You know, where they were giving something free for them to do a Google review.
Yeah.
And that was within the first 3 months of the membership. So they weren't even there long enough to really have an opinion, if you will, but they were giving an
Sure.
opinion based on the fact that it was new. So I do know that that's how he got his reviews.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you look up Jim, this is what pops up. If you're in, look up Jim, they're number one. This is number two. You guys are number three.
Right.
Right. And if you see this, which one is more appealing? Not only do they have 10 times more reviews than you guys, but they have a higher average rating too. Right. So to the person that's not familiar with you guys and doesn't really know how you guys run things and how you do things, right? They don't really know what you guys have to offer. They're probably just going to pick the one that has more social proof just because they don't know.
Right.
Right. So that
And
is the way.
And it's
Go
a
ahead.
common name.
Exactly.
It's a corporate name. It's
got
everywhere.
a brand. Very popular in the South. They're very, very popular in the South. So that's just very important because when it comes to running ads, if you're starting to spend money on marketing, people are going to look you up on Google after they see your ad, right? And they're going to look to see this. And if they see that, that's not good. So how can we address this? What does your all strategy look like to get reviews right now, Jay? What do you guys do? Because you've got 600 members, right? Clearly people love you. You guys have been there for almost 2 decades.
Yeah.
You know, do you guys have a process to get reviews?
We had it on the list of things to do, but we really haven't addressed it yet.
Okay. All right. So there's a ton of opportunity here because with 600 members, you guys could get pretty close to where they're at right now if you just have a good process to tap those people, as long as they're happy. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay. And then do you guys have a process to get referrals off of people that leave you guys reviews?
Explain yourself. I don't understand.
So if someone were to, let's say, leave you a review and say something nice, do you guys have a process in place to reach out to them right away and say, hey, Jay, thanks so much for the kind words. By the way, I've got a couple guest passes for you. If you want to bring some friends and family in, feel free. I'll put your name into this raffle where you'll get a chance to win a membership for free for the year. And then you just run that for anyone that's doing it, and you do it quarterly. You guys ever done anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. Do you guys have a referral program in place for people to bring others in?
It's small. We've got a free 3-day pass that we let people know. Go ahead and hand this out to someone. If you refer a new member, you get a free month.
Okay. But that's just relying on you guys to really communicate that and push that, right?
Right.
Yeah, word of mouth. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not known within our membership. It's word of mouth. And we've got a sign in the gym when they come in that says referral program, but.
Okay. So is it getting you guys any referrals or is it just kind of there?
No, yeah, we've got, I think, 3 referrals this month.
Okay. Well, good, because that means there's a ton of opportunity there as well. If you guys don't currently have a process, obviously, with the reviews, but in addition to that, once somebody leaves a review, it's a perfect opportunity to ask for a referral because they've just said something really positive about the gym, right? So if you have a process in place that's proven to work with an offer, leveraging an offer, you can get them to bring their friends and family in. And obviously, as I'm sure you guys know, people that have their friends and family as members stay long, right? The lifetime value on those customers is very, very high because they don't want to cancel and leave the community. So there's definitely opportunity there. When it comes to your old database of leads, I think we talked a little bit about this, Sheila. What does that look like as far as just the prospect list, the inactive member list, all those contacts? Do you have those?
No, I meant to do that, and I apologize. It was on my list to do. Let me see something real quick. Where's my mouse?
Okay, so with this specific individual and this group, they, as you can kind of hear, they really don't have any processes in place. They've been around for a very long time. This is very common for a lot of brick and mortar business owners, especially independent ones, where they had a franchise come into their market and they're destroying them. They're absolutely dominating them. And they've only been there. You're not going to be able to see this, but what's on the screen is the franchise that came into their market has 546 reviews and they only have 45, and that franchise has been there for a couple months and they've been there for 14 years, right? And they've noticed that their leads have dropped a ton. They don't have any process to get reviews. They don't have any process to follow up with people after they leave them reviews to ask for referrals. She doesn't have any process to re-engage old leads. And then as you kind of heard there, at one point, I had spoken to her pre-sales call when she opted in just to triage her to see if she'd be a good fit. And when I went to look her up, her business or her wasn't even working. I went to her and it wouldn't even load. And so this is just a really good example of it's a very common example of what most brick and mortar business owners look like. They really work hard, but they just really don't have any modern processes in place that are really necessary to just make a lot of money and enjoy things. Where in this example, they're kind of struggling, right? So I'm going to skip now to another part of the discovery.
That's okay that you guys aren't doing it with the 3 days because you do have 2,900. I recognize you guys might have some
Yeah.
duplicates, but do you guys have a remarketing strategy in place to get them back through the door?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
It was also on the marketing list. Again, there's
Okay.
a lot to build. There's a lot to build
Yeah.
out.
Okay. Well, then there's a ton of opportunity there because you guys
Yeah.
haven't even been reaching out to them at all, right?
Right.
And you've been in town for 14 years. So these are probably people that are very familiar with you guys, how you guys do things, that with a good offer, they probably wouldn't be too difficult to get them back through.
Yeah. As long as they're
Right, so you can kind of just hear it there. They don't have any process to re-engage these people either, and ultimately their business has been going backwards, and they really need to get more people coming in. And it's obvious why they're not getting people coming in. Their competition is just dominating them, and they're leaving a ton of opportunity on the table just because they don't have these processes in place, and they just really don't know what they're doing when it comes to this stuff. They need a lot of help. And so from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to the transition where I transition into actually pitching them what makes the most sense for them. And based off these first 2 calls that we've gone over, I'm sure you guys would probably have an idea of what makes the most sense for this specific customer. It's not going to be marketing, right? They've got a big database of leads they've done nothing with. They don't reach out to their customers for reviews, right? I think you guys probably know where it makes the most sense to start with them.
But based on that, I know we can help. So what we do is we help gym owners just like you guys that don't have great control over their marketing strategy to get better control over it by leveraging AI that we've developed at our gyms, but also consulting and marketing. Okay, to ensure that you guys are actually going in the right direction. Make sense?
Yes.
I actually wanted
Okay.
to hear a little bit more about that plugin because that was really
Yep.
what sparked my interest in calling y'all in the first place.
Yeah, I'll be getting into that. So the first thing that we would want to do is focus on your all's reviews. Okay, so right now we looked at the reviews. You guys have 600 members, and you don't currently have a process to get Google reviews. And based off looking up gyms, and you guys are not number 1, you're not number 2, you're number 3. Okay, has better reviews, and because of that, they're going to capture the majority of the traffic, the search traffic for people just looking up gyms. If someone's thinking about getting a membership, they're most likely going to go. And obviously, if they go to you guys right now, it's kind of difficult for them to even submit their information, right? They have to fill out a whole lot of different stuff. So there's a lot of opportunity there, but specific to reviews, what we would do is we would plug our AI into your all's membership base, and then any new members that you guys sign up. And what we would do is this, rather than you guys asking for people to leave you guys reviews or anything like that, our AI will reach out to them via text and ask them for their feedback. Pretty much just saying, hey, Jay, we really value you being a member and hope you're enjoying things. Wanted to just see how you're doing and get some feedback from you. If you leave us feedback, we'll give you the opportunity to win a membership for free for the year. Okay, so we leverage an offer to get a massive response rate.
Not like
After
it, yeah.
somebody, go ahead.
I said I like it. Go ahead.
Yep. So once somebody tells us their feedback, if it's good feedback, we ask them for a review. If it's bad feedback, we don't. Right? We just ask them to fill out a feedback form where you
Okay.
can get their feedback. So let's go the route that someone says they're enjoying it. We'll follow up with them and respond with the AI saying, we're really happy you're enjoying it. Last thing you need to do to get your chance entered in to win a membership for free for the year is leave us a review. And then we give them a link to your all's Google business page where it's very easy for them to leave a review. A lot of the times, you guys probably have asked people to leave your reviews and they said they would, but it's kind of hard to leave a review on Google. I don't know if you guys have ever tried, but you have to look the business up. You have to find the link. It's not really an easy thing to do, right? So we make it very easy for them to do. And then if they don't, but they said they wanted to, we keep following up with them. The AI will keep nurturing them to leave them a review. Leave you guys a review. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do you guys
Okay.
do the same thing with?
We don't do Yelp at all because
At all?
Yelp is almost irrelevant now.
Okay.
We just focus 100% on Google. Okay, so once somebody leaves a review on Google, we respond to it for you guys on Google The AI does so that you guys don't have to, because that's very important as well for ranking organically on Google. Right now, you guys are number 3. That will impact your SEO, the search engine optimization. But then in addition to that, once somebody leaves you guys a review, not only do we respond to it on Google for you guys, but we then follow up with them and say, thank you. We show our appreciation and then let them know, hey, by the way, we've got a couple free passes for friends and family. If you'd like to bring them in to work out with you, we'll put your name into that raffle again for every person that comes in with you, for you to have a chance to win a membership for free for the year. Okay, and then we run this play for anyone that's coming into the gym, any new sign up, any guest pass, anything, because we're able to tap into people that are having a great experience to get reviews, which is free marketing. And then in addition to that, get them to bring in friends and family, which is free lead generation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And given the fact that you guys have 600 members right now and you're not doing anything with that, that means there's a ton of opportunity, right?
Right.
Okay. So just based on that, do you guys see how that would help you all out, given the fact that workout anytime is really high up there and there's not really much of a process?
Yes,
Right.
definitely. I think in that I know you're just going to do the plugin, but the Google business page optimization, I was actually looking at that yesterday just to make sure that we're utilizing the Google page as best as we can as well. Do you guys add that as part of your process, or do
So
I
when
need
you
to
say
hire
utilizing
someone?
the Google page, what do you mean?
Well,
specifically?
like if you look at Google, look at our business on Google. I'll let you share it from over there. It's just, is it
Is it
welcoming?
optimized? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and is it welcoming?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the most important thing for this, because it does look good as far as the images, you've got the proper information, your address, your phone number, the hours of operation. If you have that correct, that's all you guys need. Then the most important thing is just getting it filled up with reviews, positive
Yeah.
reviews.
So the reviews are what's going to bring it up. And
Exactly.
That's the main thing. Okay.
Yeah. So when it comes to ranking on Google, which is called SEO, search engine optimization,
Right.
just like if you guys go, let's say, to the coast and look up food near me because you guys want to go to a restaurant on the coast, you're going to look up, you're going to see which one pops up first, and that's based off reviews. That's a very heavily weighted variable is frequency and quality of reviews, right? The positivity, because Google sees that and they're always checking every 90 days, how many reviews did this business get? Were they positive? Did they respond to the reviews? And then they factor that into the ranking for a bunch of different search terms. Weight loss near me, 24/7 gym near me, training near me, workout near me. All those types of terms, right, that people are looking up and that factors into it. And that's why when I looked up gyms in you guys were third. And you could see it went in descending order of reviews.
Reviews, I saw that because they had
Right, so
93. Yeah.
right. So the reason why this is so important is because most marketing or consulting companies out there, they don't do anything with reviews.
Yeah.
What they would do is they would immediately say, let's take a lot of money and spend it on marketing, not recognizing that that's going to impact the performance of the ads. Because when people see your ads, they're going to look you up on Google. And if they see that you guys have competition that just looks better, that's going to impact the performance of the ads, right? So it's very important that you guys get this addressed first before you start dumping money into marketing, because if you don't, you're only going to get a fraction of the return. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing comes down to your database of leads. So you guys have a massive database of old customers that know, like, and trust you all, but you don't really have a process in place to remarket to them. Right? And you guys had talked about how you guys were going to try and get something put together, but right now you don't really have something. So what we would want to do is, again, have our AI get plugged into that database. And what we do from there is we start reaching out to these people after we segment the list based off men and women, and then we remove any duplicates, and we start nurturing them. The AI does. Okay, and by doing that, we're going to be able to drive a lot of people through your all's door without spending any money on marketing. Because that all that takes is the labor, which we have covered. You don't have to spend any money on paid ads. And again, what most marketing companies would do is they would just say, give me $1,500 and then give me $1,500 for ads. Let's go ahead and start generating cold leads and advertising, and completely dismiss the fact that you have a warm lead list you haven't done anything with.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so that there's a ton of low-hanging fruit there where again, you guys have been kind of stagnant, breaking even. You want to make sure that you capitalize on these low-hanging fruit opportunities that aren't going to take a ton of financial investment. Okay, so that's really the place where you want to start. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
No questions on that specifically?
No, I mean, it sounds good.
Okay, good. So that's kind of phase one, right? Because there's a lot of opportunity there that you guys just aren't capitalizing on. This is new to you guys. You guys have never had to do this. You recognize there's a lot of opportunity there. You just don't know how to fully capitalize on it. So that's where we eliminate the guesswork. We do it for you, making it so that you guys have people coming in. All we need you to do, Jay, is just close them and convert them and do what you've been doing for the past decade.
For me, then usually
right. So nothing new there. So that's kind of the first thing. The next thing after that, we would want to look at taking the money that you guys collected and investing it into marketing, and then creating a system out of that offer that we ran to the database of leads that you had success with. Because that's a leading indicator that we can take that offer, promote it on social media, and you are going to be able to close them, right? And we're going to be able to turn that into a profitable marketing system. So that's what we look at doing, and that's how we kind of knock the training wheels off first with as little financial risk as possible, while making sure that your Google storefront is set up properly to run marketing profitably. Okay, so that's where we go into marketing, and the way we do our marketing is in what I call the decagon matrix, where we run ads to 10 audiences simultaneously. Okay, so what most marketing companies do, and I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of ads out there, is they'll run one ad to everyone. So literally the same ad will go to men and women of all age groups. We call it the decagon matrix because we run an ad to 10 different audiences simultaneously. So it sounds complicated, it's pretty simple. What we do is we advertise to men independent of women, and then we run ads to men ages 22 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 to 59, 60 plus, same for women, right? And what you want to do is you don't want to run an ad to a girl that's pregnant or a woman going through menopause, right? You don't want to run that same ad to a guy that's in his 50s. And so that's what we do is we tailor the ad based off the market and based off that market segment. And what that does is it allows us to get a lot for a lot less. It allows us to generate a ton of leads without spending near as much money because we're running very tailored ads. And so what we get you guys to do is recreate images that we know are proven to work with your own customers within each of those 10 different market segments that we can then use with a high degree of success because we know it's already proven to work in a bunch of different other markets.
Gotcha.
Okay. What questions do you have on that specifically?
What was that?
What questions do you guys have on that specifically?
It sounds pretty on point to me. Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to have the knowledge to do that.
And do you market, do you market through socials? Do you market through Google? Like, how do you market?
Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
Okay.
Yep. Because the Google marketing is the reviews. You guys are not in a huge town. You don't want to invest money on pay-per-click because you guys are already number 3. We just want to make you guys number 1.
Yeah, we actually were number 1 when I don't know, last year, but that was last year.
Yeah, it's because that is dominating the review. I mean, they've got like 500 in a year.
I don't know how that is in front of us. It's a crap gym, but I guess they're getting the reviews. Some people are taking the time. Yeah, who knows what they're doing.
Well, that is what it is. They have more reviews.
They got 96. We got 45.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the good thing to know about the reviews is Google tracks it every 90 days.
Right.
So if you get like 500 reviews in a month, that's not necessarily good because in 90 days, you're going to be graded again. So you need to have a process in place that gets them consistently. So I don't think it's going to be difficult for you guys to get above them, but you need a process that's going to work. Yeah. Ideally, independent of you guys are already doing a lot of stuff, right? You just need it to work in the background. 100%, it's gonna make it happen. So that's what we would do with the ads. The fourth thing we would do is very important, and that's what I was asking you guys earlier about was the lead nurturing. Because if you guys don't have a process in place to capitalize on these leads right away, you're not going to make the return on the marketing dollars you're investing. So it's very important that you guys are on top of that. But with us, what we do is we handle it for you. So we have the AI do it for you guys so that you don't have to. So once we do run ads and we're generating leads, rather than having you follow up with them, Jay, and pick up the phone, or you too, Sheila, we're texting them immediately, booking them in for a time that works with you, Jay, based off your availability, qualifying them, asking them what their goals are, lose weight, gain muscle, tone up, and then confirming their appointment the day before the day of. And then all you have to do is mark them as a sale or a no-show. And if they didn't show up, we then work to re-engage them to get them booked in again. Okay. So the reason why this is really important is because Harvard did a study back in 2018. They did it across over 1,000 brick and mortar businesses. And what they found was if you're not following up with leads within 5 minutes, in less than 5 minutes, the chance of getting them through your door drop by over 400%.
Yeah.
So if someone submits their information and you guys aren't on top of it, that's bad, right? If that workout anytime got back to you an hour later, 5 hours later, that means you guys can kick their ass. If you just have a process that's capitalizing on these people right away, because they're not, right? So that's what we capitalize on there is speed to lead, because when it comes to getting people through the door, 3 things. There are 3 levers that it takes. It's speed to lead, availability, so your availability, Jay, to have people book in, and then personalization of the messaging. And that's where we get into the qualification and asking them what they're trying to do. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay.
All right,
Awesome.
I'm gonna let you guys go ahead and finish up. My phone.
You gotta go?
Yeah, my phone's got like 1%. It's not charging. I don't know what's going on. Well, we can stay. It might go out.
So his phone did end up dying. He actually ended up staying on, but his phone ended up dying. But like I was kind of talking about earlier, what makes the most sense for them is not doing marketing right out the gate, which is what most marketing or agencies would recommend someone like this to do. But they have a lot of things that they need to address before doing that, specific to their database, specific to their customers, and just making it so that when people do see their ads, that they generate a lot more leads. They get a much greater return than they would get if they were to jump right into it at the time of me talking to them. Okay, so what I'm going to do from here is we're going to jump into the temp check, where I just ask, just in terms of the process, how do you feel? And we will go from there.
Just in terms of the process, how do you feel?
A little overwhelmed and nervous, but excited at the same time. I mean, everything that you're talking about, we actually, when we did our strategy session, I laid it all on the table as well. It's just implementation.
Okay. So as you can see there, I just did the temp check, asked her just in terms of the process, how do you feel? And ultimately, you can tell that she knows this is something that she needs to do. And what I'm going to do from here, because we kind of just go back and forth about her situation. But what I'm going to do from here is just go to the actual price pitch, where I actually pitch the price and then close her.
Go over that with you guys because he does a ton of stuff with kids. He does a lot of things.
Yeah.
So that's how it works. Does that all make sense?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
It does.
So it's a month-to-month program.
It is month-to-month. Okay.
Yep. Month-to-month.
It's $1,500 a month.
Yeah. The investment to take all the guesswork out of this and get you guys set up for success is $1,500 a month.
Okay. What I do know is we can't start this until February. Is that going to be a challenge?
So just to clarify, are you saying this is something you want to do, but financially you don't think you can start until February?
Correct.
Okay. Well, based off that, if you're saying this is something you want to get going, but financially you're not sure, what's the situation look like financially? Let's have a conversation about that.
Currently we're just trying to get the rent paid. So, right now it's borrowing from Peter to pay Paul and ensuring the lights stay on.
Okay.
So I've been trying to get financing, get some, grants in here, some lending options, and it's all fallen through. So we're trying to get capital to keep us moving. So
you're trying to get financing and you've been declined. You only added on like 12 members. You currently don't have a process to get more people through. You need to do something.
I know, like now, and that's why I'm asking. So,
so tell me this, because we're not in the business of putting people in a bad spot. We're in the business of helping people and finding a mutually beneficial agreement where we can make something work if that's the situation. So right now, as far as the finances are concerned, what do you have available?
Currently right now, nothing. I don't have anything available until February. I'm trying to get him to actually negotiate his lease for a couple months just to give us that little bit of cash flow. But he's not willing to do that. So, I'm struggling to even do that. So right
You-
now,
you-
honestly, we have
Not even like
nothing to
$100
give.
bucks?
Yeah, we could do that. We could do probably
Okay.
even do 500 on, yeah, 100. I don't even know,
Yeah.
honestly.
So here's the deal. This is what I could do for you guys is I could collect $100. I could get you connected with Brandon this week so that you guys can outline the roadmap so we can get this going. And then we can plan on in February collecting the remaining amount so that we can get you guys going. Hopefully, obviously you guys need to get this thing going quick,
We do.
right
We
away.
really do.
Right? So we can start getting you guys people through the door because you have a massive database. You guys need to make this work. Your back's against the wall. We can definitely help you guys out. You just need to be ready to take action.
I'm ready to take action. He's ready to take action. It's about taking the
Okay.
right action.
All right, well then let's do it. I can do that.
Yeah.
I can collect $100 now, and then we can
Okay.
get the agreement. We can book the onboarding for you and Brandon. That way we can start helping you guys out. And like I said, I know this is going to work as long as you guys give it your all. So I'm not worried about getting the remaining money from you all. I want to help you guys out.
And it'll come. I mean, like I said, we just need someone to believe in us.
I believe in you guys. I know
Yeah.
you're trying. I
Yeah.
saw what you put together. I've never seen anyone do that. So I know that you're thinking, I know what your situation is. I know you're trying. We're going to help you eliminate all the guesswork. You just need to execute on the process.
So a couple things from this is number one, if I had let her wait until February, obviously they're not in a great financial situation at the point of this call. If I had allowed them to wait until February and get back to me, they would have ended up getting overwhelmed with life and just the stress of their everyday life and everything with that, and would not have ended up working with me. And ultimately, had they not have ended up working with me, they'd be in a really bad spot because their business was going in a direction where they were going to have to close the business, right? And so because of this, because I was able to make it work based off what she had right there, I was able to identify that it just came down to money, right? She wanted to do it. She knew she needed to do this. She knew it made complete sense. And I was confident that she was going to have success because I knew for a fact we'd get them great results because they were in a bad spot. And based off the conversation, I knew we'd be able to help them a lot. And so that's really the second thing is when you know you can help someone, sometimes you can make an exception. If you don't think you can help someone, right? I'm not in the business of selling something to somebody that it's not meant for, right? Like a doctor that gives you a prescription you don't need. I can't stand stuff like that, right? Like that's not what I do. And so I knew for a fact based off their situation that we'd be able to help them a ton. Even though she didn't have the money, I was able to still turn her into a customer and ultimately completely turn her business around through my company's help and ended up making a lot of money from her, and they've made a ton of money as well. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will just show you guys the money we made from them. Okay, so if I come over here and scroll down, you can see right here, total spent 49.7K. So really, really cool how, you know, when you've got a service that's extremely effective and you can speak confidently about it and you know how to get people in front of you that could benefit from it, it's pretty cool what can happen. All right, so what we're gonna do is jump into this fourth call, which is a great customer. We've been able to make over $50,000 from them. This one actually ended up being a 2-call close because I actually ended up speaking with one of the 2 business partners first, and so he wasn't able to have his business partner on the call. And typically whenever you have, you know, 2 business partners and they're not both on the call, typically hard to close them, right? Because they have to make the decision together. And so this is a 2-call close, as we kind of call these.
I'm on back to back, closing up deals, and that's
a
never
good problem to
happened.
have.
Yeah. So far today, I'm 2 for 2. You know, maybe
Nice.
we could get 3 for 3. We'll see.
Hey,
See if we're a good
maybe.
fit. All right, man. Well, let's dive into it. To start off, just tell me what piqued your interest and prompted you to want to book a call.
Yeah, I seen an ad on, I think it was Instagram, and I guess we're kind of we have a marketing company right now that we're working with, but I guess we're probably just not as happy as I thought we would be. It's kind of like stalling out, and I guess just the whole AI thing kind of intrigues me. You know, it seems kind of cool, the possibilities with that. And I mean, it seems like you guys have worked with a lot of gyms. I don't know how many CrossFit gyms you've worked with, so that's one thing I was a little worried about, is if that's something as small as our gym, if that's something that you work with. So
And so you can kind of see there that he ultimately was interested in AI, but he's working actively with another company. Okay, so whenever you're on a call with somebody that's actively working with another company, it's always very difficult just because they're in a contract. And a lot of the times they maybe just paid money. It's not like you can just jump out, right? There's a timing issue, there's a financial issue, there's a transition issue. There's a lot of hurdles you have to jump through to be able to convert people that are actively working with agencies. And so for that reason, this is a very good call to watch on how to kind of handle that. But from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to be jumping into the discovery, because between here and now, we're just doing some basic briefing. That's not super important.
I know you give people a great experience. Come on, you gotta have more reviews than that, right?
Yeah, I'm terrible at this stuff. Like,
Okay.
that is.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you have a process right now for when people come in to just follow up with them and ask, hey, just want some feedback on a scale of 1 to 5, how was your experience? If they say above a 4 or 5, you then say, hey, we'd love it if you left us a Google review. And then link gets sent where they can do it. And then from there, just asking them, hey, we're doing a 1-month free training raffle where you can win it. If you give us some friends and family members and share this link with them, we'll put your name into it 5 times. You generate referrals from getting a review. You know, it's a good opportunity to capitalize on that. Do you have anything in place to get reviews or referrals like that?
No.
Okay. So that's a good opportunity. That doesn't require spending any money on marketing.
Yeah.
Okay. And then real quick here, is this your website?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to pull up your Facebook page to look into the ads, because you said your, lead to show is really, really bad. So it's probably because you're using a lead form and very generic marketing. That's probably what it comes down to. But real quick here, when it comes to your database of leads, do you guys have a remarketing strategy in place to re-engage these people, segment them to get them back through the door that's hands-free of the staff?
It's all set up. Everything's kind of like plug and paste with Lasso. For my, like, I move the people from this category to not interested category, and that changes the pipeline, if you will. But
yeah,
I couldn't tell you what is necessarily being said to them or sent to them until till they respond or whatever.
Okay. Okay. So right now you have campaigns set up, but it's not like you have campaigns that are effectively. You've been in business for a long time. You must have a massive database.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not like you've got a process in place where you're running proven offers that are re-engaging that list to then get them back through the door. You guys aren't doing anything like that?
No, we've done that before, like in the past, like, hey, come free month for past members, come do it.
Okay.
That's worked out really well. So yeah, so these are ads, but like the funny thing is, like, none of these pictures are our gym. We've tried to like get them to change.
So they didn't give you images and videos of men and women of different age groups to have you recreate with your own customers?
No. We have that, and we wanted to do that, but they were really just kind of pushed back on that, saying like, well, our stuff is, it works, and every time that we change that, like, it never does work. So just trust
Yeah,
the product.
No. The main issue right here is this. So they're using a lead form. So what that means is when somebody sees your ad on Facebook and they click this button, the reason why I can't click it is because it's a lead form. So what ends up happening is they get sent to a form on Facebook. They don't get sent to a website off Facebook or a page. You've maybe heard that term, a landing page. So that they just get put on this instant form on Facebook, and it asks for their first name, their last name, their email, and their phone number. And that information automatically gets populated without them having to manually type it in. Okay. So that's why you're getting leads that you're calling that are saying they didn't submit their information. They're not responding to text. That's why you're getting 100 leads, a ton of leads, but only 5 people to show up.
Yeah.
right? Because
Yep.
these people don't even know that they're submitting their information because it could literally be in their pocket. It just takes 2 taps. The learn more button and then the continue button because the information is automatically in there. So the intent of the lead is super low.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's a big issue. And then on top of that, this is a super generic ad, right? Like there's not much information here at all.
Yeah.
So again, just very low friction, very cookie cutter to generate as much volume, but then you've got to sort through the shit.
Yep.
Okay, so with this right now, how many closes have you been getting a month? If you're getting 5 people to show up, how many are you converting on average?
Well, the last few months, it's only been 2 to 3.
Okay.
So I mean, we do fairly good once if we get them in the door, but it's like, lately it's been really tough getting them to the door. Like it hasn't always been this way, but the last few months have really been stagnant, and just seems like the leads that we're getting, kind of like exactly what you said, like, well, I didn't know I filled this out. How did you get my number? And almost like just more combative people than it is like people like wanting help. And it's like, I don't want to deal with this. Like,
Yeah.
if you don't want my help, like that's fine. Like whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when it comes to the database of leads that you have of prospects and active members and just leads you've accumulated as a business over time, do you know how big it is?
I mean, the one that we have in Go High Level now is probably close to 1,000, I would say.
Okay.
And then we have Wodify, which is our software, and it has, I mean, 13, well, not 13, but probably 9 to 10 years of leads in there. So it's probably in the thousands as well.
Okay. So on the
And
low end, probably like 2,000 on the high end, maybe 4K.
yeah, I mean, probably.
Okay. Good. And you haven't done anything with them in a long time when it comes to actually texting them, segmenting
Yeah.
based off gender, leveraging a specific offer that's proved. You haven't done anything like that in a while.
No.
And that company didn't recommend doing anything like that?
No.
Okay. Okay. And they just put you right into advertising.
Yes.
Okay. And they didn't help you get reviews or referrals. They haven't done anything like that. That's not an option.
Not that I've been told. No.
Okay. And to really get an understanding of the return, what are you paying them and then what are you spending?
Yeah, so their services are 1,000 per month plus 750 ad, and then a $600 assistant fee. And
650 for the assistant?
yeah,
Okay. Okay. So total, you're at about, what is that? Is that 2,400? I think that's
yeah,
2,400. Okay. Okay. And you're getting,
Okay, so again, you guys are probably getting a good idea of what typically ends up happening, and really just recognizing the fact that so many of these businesses do not have a good strategy in place to re-engage their old leads, to re-engage their customers, to get reviews, to get referrals. And then in addition to that, all of these agencies that exist just push these business owners into running paid ads, which just falls flat on its face because they don't have a system in place to get them reviews so that when they do run ads and people see them, they look them up. And then in addition to that, they don't have a process in place to actually nurture those leads quickly. And so you could hear there, he's paying this company $1,600 a month and he's getting like 2 sales a month, right? And he recognizes that if he keeps doing this, they're not making money and they're going to continue to lose money, that they need to make a change, right? And you heard him say, when I asked him, did the company recommend you to do any of these things? And he just said no. And when you really think about it, if you think about it right now, right, how does that make any sense? Like, why wouldn't they have done that? The reason why they don't do that is because just not a part of their process. And this company that he's working with is a massive, massive company that does very, very well, which just goes to show the gaps in the market, right? And so this next one, what we do from here is just jump on a follow-up call with his business partner. And so that's what I'm going to jump to right away, is just that follow-up call with his business partner, because I didn't end up pitching him the price. I didn't do that until I think the follow-up call with the business partner.
I know last time we spoke, we just really talked about your all's current strategy and how you guys have just kind of been stagnant. There's a lot of breakage in the process overall. But I guess you tell me, where do you guys want to go from here? How much does Jim know, or what do we want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to fill him in as best I can. I don't know if he might have some questions and stuff like that, but yeah, so I'll let him.
Can you make us millionaire?
Well, I'll say this: I can definitely improve your all's process, but it's gonna have to be a partnership. You know, we're gonna have to work together, and you guys are just really gonna need to dig in, that's for sure. Because based off the current marketing you guys are doing, it's pretty generic. The follow-up's pretty rough. You guys just really aren't getting a ton of opportunities. And in addition to that, you guys have a lot of opportunity in your database and with your current members to get people back through without even spending money on marketing. So
and I think that's where.
Go
Go ahead. Sorry. No, I was gonna say, I think that's the biggest thing is like we do shell out a bunch of money to this company. I don't know if I told you who we work with currently, if you know anything about them. Yeah. I don't know if you know much about them, but and you know, I'm not gonna dog them. I think they do a great job. You know, they've gotten us up, you know, about 15 to 20 members since we started with them. Like, from where we started, they got us up to about 15 to 20 members, new, like, reoccurring paying members, which is big for us. However, the process is very clunky at times. You know, sometimes like there will just be a call that just pops up on my calendar when I've never been in contact with them. And it's like a lead that comes through for Brandon, but somehow I get the call. You know, so like the process is a little bit shaky. I think once we switched from being mostly in control of that to them being in mostly control of that, that's where it got kind of the disconnect happened. The thing that I guess dislike most about what we're currently doing is it doesn't seem as though the ads are very much tailored to us. You know what I mean? Where it's, you know, the pictures aren't even of our members. The offer doesn't seem specific to us.
And so that's a huge issue as well with a lot of marketing companies, is they just disregard everything that the customer kind of wants them to hear. Not to say that the marketing agency they're working with is doing anything wrong when it comes to the marketing they're doing, because they're using images and content that they know has proven work. But if you just completely shut the customer out and don't even say, hey, look, we'll at least test some of your stuff, you know, it doesn't really leave a good taste in the end user's mouth. And the reality is, when you really know what works, you can just have your customer recreate those images and videos based off what works, and it should perform extremely well as well for them. And you can just let them know, you can splice it together, and if their stuff doesn't work, you'll run the stuff that isn't their stuff that does perform, because you want to get them the best result. But you can just tell here, right, that he just feels like he's kind of been neglected by the company he's working with. And this is so common. I think this is the Achilles heel of all agencies is, you know, at the end of the day, you're providing a service to businesses, and you have to manage the customers and be proactive when they have issues. And you can kind of just tell right here that that hasn't really been happening, and it's led to frustration, which now has led to them wanting to find someone else to help them, right? And so what I'm going to do from here, because he's pretty much just said what he dislikes, I'm just going to jump to where I pitch them the actual offer based off their situation and what I think they should do.
Submitted a thing too. Never mind.
Yeah. Well, again, there's a big opportunity within your all's database, considering the fact that you guys haven't been working it, they didn't work it, and there's a lot of people in it that already know, like, and trust you guys to some extent. So what you guys are doing right now is just generating cold leads from Facebook. With that, we'll be able to get a lot more opportunity with people that have already interacted with you guys in some capacity, and really see how you guys do from there. Because if you guys can't convert warm leads, running paid ads like you're doing right now, if you guys are kind of struggling, is a losing proposition in terms of making a return. It's very unlikely. So that's really, you know, how we do things, but you guys haven't really done much with that database. So that's where we would start. We would attack that.
Yeah.
And then from there, we would also attack your active members to get reviews and referrals. Hands free from you guys, so that you guys can just focus on selling and retaining the people that we bring through the door. So that's, you know, there's a lot of opportunity just in the database, just with your members, outside of spending money on paid ads, which it doesn't sound like they capitalized on. They just kind of said, hey, let's go ahead and start generating cold leads before we kind of put some training wheels on. And they also didn't show you guys how to run a challenge type offer, because the whole idea behind it is it's just a hook. Any type of transformation, 6 week, 8 week, 10 week, 12 week, 52 week, it doesn't matter. It's just a hook to get someone through the door that's looking for a coach. That's all you need. You need someone who's looking for a coach that's looking to transform. And if we can get you that, then teach you the process to convert them on the front end where you collect enough money to profit on your marketing, but then flip them on the back end where they're recurring. That's how you can create a system that consistently grows and you're making money off it, not losing money on the front end and the back. But they have no idea how to do that, right? My business partner owns 122 Anytime Fitnesses in America. And then I've got a guy on my team that owns 7 Orange Theories and another guy that owns 15 Anytime Fitnesses in Ohio and 3 In Motion Stretch Labs. And they don't have big membership gyms. These are gyms that have a couple hundred members, then they do 20 to 60K a month in small group training. That's how they make money, because the micro gym, Snap Fitness, Anytime Fitness model is completely wrecked because of Planet Fitness, Crunch Fitness, those massive, nice, low ticket gyms. So the membership game, you know, they run it. Planet Fitness, Crunch Fitness, Anytime Fitness is not a viable model unless they can pull the model that you guys run. Really, I know you guys are CrossFit, but it's small group training. It's high ticket, and he charges $317 a month weekly, so he gets an extra month out of, you know, he gets 13 months instead of 12 months because he's not billing monthly. But as far as your all situation, and to answer your question, do I think I can make you guys a millionaire? I don't know if I can make you a millionaire, but I definitely think I can help you guys make. Brian had said, I just like to be able to make a couple $1,000s extra and be able to have money to be able to keep investing into the business to at least see like consistent growth. And I think that's a realistic goal and very achievable. You know, I think I could help you guys make a lot of money just with your database. I think I was telling you this, but there's a CrossFit gym up in Alexandria, Virginia called Trident Athletics. And we did last month just his database, and he had 3,000 leads. I think we did 2,500, but we got him. Let me pull up the exact number.
Yeah, I think it was like 26.
Yeah, so we got him 28 appointments.
28 appointments.
22 of them showed up, and then he got 20 sales, and he collected $7,190 down.
Wow.
And that was without spending money on ads.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so that was just reaching out to his database, letting our AI work those leads. His team didn't have to contact anyone. They just had to have.
Right, so that's ultimately the pitch is we need to start with the database, we need to start with the reviews, because the company they're working with did not do anything with it, and it's just very clear that that's what they need to do because they have a couple thousand leads, and we literally had done it with another CrossFit gym not too long before speaking with these guys, and absolutely destroyed it for the guy. He was actually a Navy SEAL, super cool dude. But yeah, so from here what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump into the price pitch and see what that looks like.
But the investment for the 1 month engagement is $1,500.
So we would do 1,500 now. Say if now was the time, we would do 1,500 now, go for a month, and then it would be for the re-engagement 250 a month after that.
Yeah, if you guys just wanted us to keep following up with old leads and then members to get you guys reviews and referrals and some more traffic coming through, that's $250 a month. That's just our AI working the leads. And then obviously if you want us to do done for you marketing, where we're also following up with the leads, like what Lasso's doing for you guys right now, that's $1,500 a month. And then we have a in-depth consulting program that's $5K down, $1,500 a month, where you guys would be working with Brandon, the guy that went to the Browns game.
Oh, right on. Cool. Right on. So why don't we look into, so And I think we need to figure out what we're doing with Lasso, because I think that our payment just came out with them.
Under a contract with them?
We got to figure that out. I think it was only 3 months.
I thought.
But I definitely we should definitely probably figure that out, before we move forward. And then get out of Lasso so that we don't hit a double fee, basically, because it's like around the same price. It would be around the same price with you guys and Lasso. So taking on that double payment might hurt a little bit. But I think getting out of Lasso first, figuring that out, would be probably our next step. And then I like everything I'm hearing, for sure. Especially the re-engagement stuff. That really intrigues me a lot. And then it sounds to me like you guys are a little more hands-on, which I like that a lot. So we got to figure out Lasso first. And then I think then we'd be good.
Okay. And so with them, ultimately what ended up happening is they were still in a contract with Lasso, but what I just did is I told them, let's just jump back on once you figure out the situation with them and cancel. And what ended up happening is they just said, hey, send me the invoice and agreement so I can pay it and sign it. And they did. And so, like I said, when it comes to working with people that are actively working with a marketing agency or another agency, it can be difficult. But if you can run a good process and really get them to recognize that what they're doing isn't working, it's not too difficult to close people. And from here, what I'll do is I'll just show what we made from this specific customer. Okay, so if I scroll here, you can see total spend $50.5 thousand. So awesome customer, pretty crazy how something like that can turn into that much money. But when you have a good process and you obviously know how to talk to people and figure out their situation and articulate what they should do based off their situation and based off what you can do for them, things can become very, very easy. Okay, so this is going to be the 5th sales call, and this one is with an individual that actually has 2 gyms, and I was able to close the first one, and then later on we were able to get his second one. But between his 2 locations, we have been able to make $52,000. So we will go right ahead and jump into this sales call.
What is going on?
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Perfect. How's it going up there? I don't know where you are. Where are you?
I'm in Arizona.
Oh, okay. What's the weather like out there? You guys get cold as well, or is it just over here?
It is cold. Yeah, it's like noticeably cold. I'm not sure what the temperature is, but I took my dog out and I was like, wow. Yeah, it's 37 in Scottsdale.
Okay.
Okay, so just a brief introduction, and what I'm going to do from here is jump to 315, where I kind of jump into the discovery.
Hold on. Would you say that's the biggest problem right now, is just like getting leads through the door and getting in touch with leads?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's saying his biggest issue is getting people through the door. Big surprise, as you can probably see now at this point, that tons of businesses, specifically small, local brick and mortar business owners, have a very difficult time getting people through the door, aka getting more opportunities to just get more customers, right? It's a very big problem that a lot of these businesses face. And when you have the solution to that problem, you're able to, number one, help these businesses out tremendously. And number two, you're able to make a lot of money and help yourself out as well, right? So from here, what we're gonna do is continue the discovery, and we're gonna jump forward a little bit.
And then when it comes to the database of leads that you guys have, does the company you work with right now, do they help you do anything with getting them back in the door? Or do you guys have a remarketing strategy in place to get them back in the door?
We don't, and they don't. No.
Okay. Do you know how big those databases are?
I don't. No, not offhand.
Okay, could you check real quick?
Okay, so the company he's working with right now is unable to get people through the door, and they also do nothing with his database of leads. And then from here, he basically figures out how big his database is, and it's like 12,000 between his two gyms. So he has a 12,000 person database that he is doing nothing with, and his biggest issue is getting people through the door, and he's paying a company to help get people through the door, and they're not doing anything with his database of 12,000 leads, which is insane, right? When you think about it, it's not difficult to reach out to those leads with a good offer and get them interested and drive them through the door. And it's really easy when you can use AI. So again, very common issue experienced in this, part of the market, just businesses, marketing agencies and agencies in general that are just like, they're very singular, very one-dimensional in how they go about providing services. And because of that, it ends up with a customer that wants to cancel and quit. From here, we're gonna jump, and then this will be a long one, just kind of going through discovery.
Okay. Got it. So right now you guys have high level set up and it's just connected so that after you guys have signed up, someone 30 days later, it sends an automated message just saying, hey, like leave us a review.
It's really more based on like the NPS score. So if they rate, it'll say, hey, on a scale of 1 to 10, rate us, how happy are you with your service or whatever. And if they rate us, is an 8, 9, or a 10, or a 9 or a 10, then it says, hey, it sends them back a text and says, hey, please review us on Google. If it's below that, then it's, what can we do to fix things, or hey, when's a good time to reach out, or something like that. But yeah, again, I haven't looked in there in so long, I haven't managed it. Something we set up a while back.
Okay. So you're not really sure if it's really working because I looked at a couple of both of the club's current Google reviews, and it looks like, one of them, the second review you got was like a 1-star, and then you actually had 2 out of 4 reviews this month were 1 stars. And you've gotten a decent bit. And then at the other club, you haven't had a review in 2 months. And then the last one before that was 5 months ago and 6 months ago. So the reason why I bring that up is because one thing that's really important for getting ads to perform well is having a process to get reviews that are good quality frequently, because people are going to look you up on Google when they see your ad. A lot of people will do that. And in addition to that, as far as your organic leads are concerned, getting reviews that are good quality frequently impacts your organic ranking and your discoverability, right? So if people look up gym near me, training near me, 24/7 gym near me, weight loss near me, Anytime Fitness near me, if you're not getting a lot of good reviews frequently, it's harder to find you. And if you're not visible, obviously that's not a good thing, right? So that's going to impact the volume of organic leads you're going to get, which are the best leads, right? Like if you could just double your organic leads and you look at the numbers compared to what you're getting on Facebook right now, you'd probably be like, I would pay $4,000 a month if I could double those, because it'd be worth it. You'd be signing up like 50 members a month. But that's a really important thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yep.
Okay. And then once you get a review, do you guys have a process in place to try and get a referral from the person that just left a review?
No, we don't.
Okay. All right. And then do you guys have a way of tracking real quick? How involved in the gyms are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty involved.
Okay. So is this your full-time thing?
Yep, it is. Yep.
Okay. So you're pretty involved in then. Are you and your brother business partners?
We are. Yep.
Okay, cool. My brother just started working with me, so that's cool.
Nice. There you go.
But when it comes to being able to see how many missed calls the team is missing from prospects and then active members, do you guys have a way of tracking that?
Missed calls?
Yeah.
No, I guess we probably don't. No, missed calls coming into the gym.
Yeah.
Well, we've got the caller ID. That's,
Okay.
I guess, the best way. That's how we've got it. Yeah. So
okay,
we
but
can
it's
see
not
how
like
many
you
calls
have
we've missed, how many voicemails. Yeah, we don't have anything other than that.
It's not like there's a software that just tracks it for you that can tell you, hey, like the team has 4 calls today and there were like 10 calls that came in.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And then you guys, if you don't have that, then there's no way of tracking if it was a prospect or an active member that called in, right?
That's true.
Okay. Okay. Do you have an expectation for your team as far as making outbound dials a day to inactive leads or dead leads?
We do. Yeah, it's based on what their individual goal is. So it's really between 30 and 50 calls per person.
A
Somewhere
day?
a day, yeah.
Okay. But you have no way of tracking if they're actually doing that, right?
The only way is if they, I mean, uh, there's no stupid proof way, I guess. So they have to log the call in Club OS to track that call.
Okay. Yeah, but it's not like you have a thing that's connected just to them, even connected to their cell phone that they could use, or they could use a club phone that literally tracks this person, this employee, number one, made this many dials. Here's the transcripts for any conversations. Here's the recording. You don't have anything like that, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Well, it sounds like there's definitely a lot of opportunity, because if you guys are getting 70, 80 leads organically, that means you guys are probably getting a lot of people calling in too, organically. People that are probably interested
Yeah.
in, hey, I'd like to come in for a tour, or hey, I'd literally like to sign up, you know. And if you guys are not answering those calls, you're not going to be able to capture that opportunity, because you're in markets that are relatively dense. Because, like, you know what I mean? They're going to go somewhere else.
Right. Yeah. This is a pretty dense area. Same with, yeah, they've got, we're sandwiched in between a
Okay. Yeah. So right now it's not really clear as far as what the missed opportunity is, but you know, you just don't have any way of tracking it. And then when it comes to the company you're with right now, that's all they do, right? They're just placing those ads for you. They're just generating leads. It's not like they're doing anything else.
correct. Yep.
Okay. I want to ask, would you say you guys need help with sales? But it does, I mean, you guys aren't getting anyone through the door.
Yeah,
Like for
no,
the challenge.
we're pretty, yeah, I think that we work with Mastermind as well.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
I know that you guys work with them, or you're a preferred vendor for them or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we use them for our sales process, and we've been able to make some progress with closing and fitness consultation bookings and stuff like that. So yeah, I think the biggest part is probably just missing on the front end, I would think. And then just spot training some of our team
Are you there?
members.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think
I can hear you.
my
Can you hear
connection
me?
or yours is a little unstable. Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're working with Mastermind right now. You're already investing into that. You can hear me, right?
I can.
Maybe let's turn off the camera. Turn off your camera. Let's see if that makes the connection stronger. All right, it looks like it did.
Can you hear me
You've
now?
got 4 bars. Can you hear me? Yep.
Yep. I can.
Okay. So yeah, you said you're working with Mastermind, which is great. It's just really coming down to getting more people through the door with the money that you're spending, which is about $2,200 a month, which you can stop using them here at any point, which is great. When it comes to the goal for the gym, you know, coming into the new year, where are you looking to take things? I know you said you're really committed to turning things into, you know, being a PT club, but where are you currently at in terms of PT revenue? I know you said about 20 to 25 active clients per club, but where are you trying to get?
Yeah. So in Winter Park, or I mean, I can speak to you, I guess, in terms of what we're doing with Mastermind.
Okay.
Our goal for the next 6 months, or I guess we're probably at about 4 months now, is to increase by $6,000 monthly remits, and then our goal is to increase by about $5,000 in monthly remits.
Okay. So you guys are trying to really just add on about 6K at both clubs here in the next, did you say 4 months or 6 months?
And we've got 4 months left in our 6-month goal time period.
Okay, got it. And since working with Mastermind, how have things gone as far as growing the PT?
They've remained a little stagnant, but I've got to take some ownership of that because I've just I've got to dial in on working with these guys just outside of the mastermind. So they've got I think they've got the information, they've got the skills to do it. They're not employing it all the
Okay,
time.
so you're
So
just saying they're giving
that's
you the
on
right
me.
info. Okay, so you're saying they're giving you the information you're just maybe not fully taking advantage of it the way you know you could.
Well, I think it's just me holding our team members accountable to do it the way that Mastermind is coaching. So, I mean, Mastermind can hold all the sales calls in the world that they want to, but if we're just taking the information and not employing it on a consistent basis, we're not going to execute any differently. So,
Okay,
that part's on me.
got it. Okay, so the staff is just not really implementing it to the level that you know they should be. You could do a better job keeping them accountable and leading them to make sure they're doing it. But when it comes to converting people, you said that you're pretty confident that they can do a good job when people do come in, specifically like for a challenge.
I believe they can. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, given the fact that that's what you're trying to do is really add on 5 to 6K, how long have the clubs been stagnant with regard to training? Because you said for the past 2 months they've been stagnant. Has it been longer than that?
Yeah. I mean, in Mount, we saw our PT decrease last year significantly.
Oh,
Went from probably about 10K, I think, at the beginning of last year on a monthly basis to I think right now we're at about.
Okay, so you can hear that his situation is not good. He's going down, he's going backwards, and he knows he needs to make a change. And the biggest issue is literally just getting people through the door because the marketing he's doing right now is very ineffective. And he really has no systems in place to track how many calls they're getting from potential customers, how many calls they're missing, how many calls his team is making to their database of leads. He has no system to re-engage his database of leads. He has no system to get reviews from his members. He has no system to get referrals from people that leave reviews. He's just really not doing a whole lot of stuff, and he also doesn't really have a process to follow up with his leads. It's all dependent on his staff. And whenever a business owner like this is dependent on their staff to follow up with their leads, they're not doing it in a timely manner. Number one, more than likely, like 9 times out of 10, they're not doing it in a timely manner. It's typically taking 1 to 2 days to follow up, which is insane because if you wait that long, they're just going to go somewhere else. And then number 2 is typically if they do call these people and get on the phone with them, they typically don't do a good job on the phone. And what I mean by that is someone might say, hey, what's it cost for your gym membership? And the person might say, it's $10 a month. That's not the right answer. That's not how you handle a question like that, because once you tell someone, they're probably not going to ever come in. They're probably not going to get a chance to even experience what the gym's like, because you just answered the one question they needed to hear about to get them to just say no. And so a lot of the times, even though employees and staff know they shouldn't do that, they're just lazy and they just mishandle it. And it's a big problem, right? And so that's kind of why he is where he is right now. So what we're going to kind of jump to here is me asking him about his goal, even though I already had a little bit, but I'm going to get right to it here before I transition to the pitch.
now it's just not really going in the right direction. So with what you're doing right now, do you think it's realistic to say, you know, the leads that you're getting, the marketing strategy, the help from Mastermind, if nothing were to change, do you think it's realistic to say you'd be able to get to that adding on 5 to 6K a month per club?
I think it would be a challenge right now.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Well, I mean, something's got to change with the marketing, for sure. I mean, to get as many leads as we've gotten from this marketing company, and we haven't gotten anybody in, that's going to be a challenge. I think it'll be a challenge to reach that number, the 5,000 to 6,000 PT increase specifically just by trying to convert members based on membership and going through fitness consults. I think we probably need to target PT specifically in order to get people who are interested specifically in that service.
Okay. Okay, so really something just needs to change when it comes to the marketing, needs to be more specific to PT so that you guys can actually get people through the door that are looking for that rather than the members trying to do FCs with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, and if there's a more efficient way to do follow up and um, appointment setting and all that sort of stuff, I think there's benefit there.
Okay, so clearly he recognizes that if he doesn't change his strategy, he's not going to be able to get to where he wants to get. And that's very important that you get them to admit a change needs to happen before you tell them exactly how you can help them, right? And so that's all I did is, what are your goals? Realistically, do you think you're going to be able to get there if nothing changes? And he kind of, but then he sort of realized after I said, well, tell me more about that, right? How's that going to happen? Probably not going to happen. I definitely need to make a change here. And now from here, what I'm going to do is jump to the pitch.
For you, and take it from the top. But for you specifically right now, it comes down to 6 things to really get this situation changed so that you start having people coming through, not looking for a membership, but looking for training. Okay. So the first thing that we would want to do is, rather than running ads like you're doing right now that aren't yielding any money, we would want to focus on your database leads and your active members. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so what we would do first is, rather than run ads, we would plug our AI into your database of leads, old leads. We would segment it based off gender, men and women, and then we would start reaching out to them about a new year, new you transformation. Okay, and so what we're going to do is generate a ton of interest out of those. I mean, you have 12,000 contacts between the 2 clubs. So we're going to generate a ton of interest between those 2 audiences, and we're going to drive a ton of people through the door without spending any money on ads. Okay, so that's the first thing as far as that's concerned. Then the second part of this first one is the members. Right now, you guys have about 800 members across the 2 clubs, and you don't have a strategy in place to get them in for training. So what we would do is the same thing, is we'd split it based off gender, and then we would reach out to them about that offer and then drive them in for a consultation for you guys to sell them. Okay, so the reason why this is so important for you is because right now you're losing money at one club, you're not making a ton of money at the other, and you haven't done anything with either of these assets. You currently don't have any process to get them through. And I mean, if you add those together, that's almost 13,000 contacts. So there's a ton of opportunity there. And what we typically see is we're able to get about 2 to 1% of the leads we reach out to that are not active members, just the database, to come through the door. So it literally show up. So if you have 1,000, that's 10 to 20 people.
Yeah. You said 1 to 2%?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
so 1
not
to 2%, 1 to 2% is what we typically see. And the best part about this is your team doesn't have to do anything different. You don't have to do any additional work. We're going to do it for you and get people coming in without you spending money on ads. Okay. So that's the first thing. Do you see how that would help you out, especially considering the current strategy you're leveraging is just not really yielding anything?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right. And then obviously that's not going to cost money on ads, and we're going to be reaching out to warm leads because these are people that already know, like, and trust you guys in some way. They've already interacted with you. Where on Facebook, all those leads you're generating, they more than likely have never come into the business. They might not even know you exist, especially considering your dense market. So those are going to be the hardest and most difficult leads to flip into training, simply because they're not very aware of you, right? So that's one thing. Really the first thing. The second thing comes down to getting reviews. So earlier we were kind of walking through that, and right now your current process depends on your team reaching out to members and asking, and then you also have that high level set up that also ask, and you're not really sure if it's working or not. You're paying $100 a month, I think, for it, and you're having to kind of manage that whole thing. And in addition to that, you would say you don't have a process to get referrals after somebody leaves you a review, correct? Okay, so what we would do is, rather than having you have it set up in high level or expect the team to ask, as we would set it up so that based off your active member report and then any new signups, we would reach out to these people for you and ask them how their experience has been leveraging a proven offer. Okay, so what we'll say is, hey, we'd love your feedback. And if you want a chance to win a membership for free for the year, all you have to do is let us know how we're doing. Okay, if they say they're having a great experience, we then ask them for a review and let them know to get their name put into the raffle for a chance to win a membership for the year. They have to leave a review, and we make it very easy for them to leave one. And then once they leave a review, we respond to it for you on Google. And then after that, we follow up with them again on text and let them know, hey, if you want your name put into the raffle again and you want to come bring some friends and family to work out with you, share this link with them. They can come in and try us out for free. And anyone that comes in from you will put your name in that raffle again. So by doing that, we're able to generate referrals off of people that leave you reviews, and we do it right away, and your team doesn't have to do anything as far as that part is concerned. Does that make sense? Okay. But what we then teach you, because I've got this guy named Brandon Fielding on my team now, he owns 12 Anytime Fitnesses and 3 in Motion, their stretch studios, is he's developed a script that we train our clients on to call these people that leave reviews to get even more referrals. Okay, so we're reaching out to them via text, but then we also teach you guys how to do it to where we're seeing some clubs double and even triple the amount of referrals they're getting. Just off people leaving reviews, right? Like this doesn't require any money to be spent on ads. This is just active members, new members, and then getting reviews and referrals. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. So the reason why this is very important is because right now, like I said earlier, when it comes to ranking organically on Google and your ads just performing at the highest level, Google reviews is going to impact that. Because if people look you up and they see your ad and you're hard to find, that's a subconscious red flag. If you don't have good reviews, that's another big, big red flag. And a lot of studies show that between 70 to 80% of customers reference Google prior to making a purchasing decision. Okay, so like if you go, let's say you're going to Tampa and you want to go somewhere nice and take your wife out, do you look up, nice restaurants near me or food near me and then look at the reviews?
Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of the same idea where if that's kind of how you make your purchasing decisions, well, then you got to make sure that you have that in order. And if we pull it up right now and I show you, right, this is you guys at one of them, and they're good reviews. It's just you haven't had that many, right? So there's just a lot of opportunity. You've got 400 members. There's a lot of opportunity to get more. And then if we go over here, you can see the second most recent one was a 1-star, and then the fourth most recent one is a 1-star as well. So if people see your ads right now and they look you up and they see that, it's definitely not helping you, right? So what we want to do is we want to try and bury these as much as possible and just have a process where you're getting them only good quality reviews like this very frequently and often. Because what this shows you right here is how you rank organically in all of these different locations if someone were to look up gym near me. So if someone were to look up gym near me right here or right here, you're number 7 on Google, right? So you type in gym near me, you have to scroll down to the 7th listing, that's you. Right, so this shows you how you rank, and the big thing that impacts this again is frequency and quality of reviews. Okay, so that's very important. And then here's the other gym where it's a little bit better, but still, right? You get a little bit out. If you can't be found, it's not a good thing. Right. And this is an easy thing to fix, right? You just need to have a process in place to capitalize right away off these people. And compared to what you're doing right now with high level, you're not leveraging a proven offer. What we found is that gets about a 2x increase in the response rate for people giving us feedback than people literally leaving reviews. And then in addition to that, you don't have a process to get referrals off of people that leave you reviews. And what's a better time to ask for a referral? When someone just told you they love what you do. They love paying you money, right? So there's a ton of opportunity right there. And again, the most important thing about this is you're investing $2,200 a month in marketing and you don't have that process now where your Google storefront doesn't look that great. Right. So that really needs to be adjusted and fixed prior to really investing money in marketing. And that's one of the biggest changes we've made is we've seen how big of an impact that can have on things, but more importantly, how big of an impact it can have on your organic leads. Because we typically see once we start getting reviews coming in with our way, like I said, you're getting a ton of new leads off referrals. And these are people that are easy to close because they're coming in with their friends that are active customers or family. So they're getting pre-sold by your current customers. But then in addition to that, what you're going to be able to do is get more organic leads because you're more visible and you're more credible. You have more social proof. So people are more likely to convert into your website and then opt in. Okay. The third thing that this does is it keeps your staff accountable because we're going to be asking these people for their feedback. And if they're saying they're not having a good experience, we don't ask them for a Google review. We just ask them to fill out a feedback form that you guys then get. And it will give you an idea and very valuable feedback on things you can improve and potentially saving a customer that might be considering churning out. Where right now, I mean, 30% churn, that's pretty high, or 37% churn.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Okay. So the third thing that we would want to look at doing after that would be marketing, right? The marketing that we've done, the traditional marketing that we've done for you. And the difference here compared to what you're doing right now is right now you're literally the company you're working with is running an ad that's going to everyone. It's a very generic ad. It doesn't give people much information at all as to what they could get or what's involved in the challenge of the transformation. And when I say they're running one ad to everyone, they literally are. So that ad that they're placing for you in both those markets, if I was there, I would see that ad. If your dad was there, he would see that ad. If your mom was there, she would see that ad. If your grandma was there, she would see that ad. If your grandpa was there, he'd see that ad, right? So it's literally the one ad to everyone. They're not segmenting your market based off gender or audience, which significantly impacts the cost per result that you're producing. Okay. In addition to that, they're using a lead form, which is very low friction. They literally can click 2 buttons and become a lead. Versus what we do and always do is we send them to a landing page where there's more information on what they're opting into. Then obviously the copy we're using is really long. It's very detailed and it says a lot about what they get. But then from there, they have to manually put their information in each of the 4 forms, their first name, their last name, their phone number, and their email. And then they have to click submit. So it's a totally different journey as far as the funnel is concerned, the marketing funnel that the prospect has to go through, where there's more friction, but there's more education around what they're even opting in for. And that's what allows you to get a lot of people to book and show at a high rate. And also people to close at a higher rate because they actually know what they're coming in for. Like you were saying, people don't even know what they signed up for, right? Are you there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I was just saying, you were saying that a lot of people were giving you feedback, or your staff was, that people don't even know what they signed up for.
Right. Yep.
Right. So that's really what it comes down to. If you were to go through that funnel, kind of like we looked at, there's not much information to go off of other than the fact that it's a 21-day transformation. But that doesn't mean someone who's never done a transformation, that they don't know what's included in that, you know? So they're probably wanting more information. So there's a big opportunity there just in changing your advertising, but we wouldn't even want to look at that until we've done those first 2 things that I mentioned. The fourth thing just comes down to lead nurturing. Right now, you have no idea if your team's really on top of it or not. They're supposed to be doing it. These leads are going to a Google spreadsheet, but the reality is they're probably not doing a great job. And if you're not following up with leads within less than 5 minutes, your chances of getting them through the door drop by over 400%. And that's according to Harvard, a study that they did across over 1,000 brick and mortar businesses in 2018. So if that's not happening right now, you don't have a way of tracking it, it's no surprise that you've literally not had anyone come through the door in the past 30 days, yet you've generated almost 100 leads. Okay, so that's where we would be handling the follow-up, and now we do it through our own platform with an AI that we then have our team monitor all day to make sure that the messages are correct and they push them through. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. And then the fifth thing comes down to tracking inbound calls. So what we've done is we've actually set up our own software where we can track calls from potential new members and calls from active members and see how many your team is missing, how many your team is answering. We can transcribe all of the recordings and then give you all the recordings as well. And what you're able to do with this is see how many outbound dials your team is making per day per team member. And we're able to connect it to their cell phone. That if they're on the job and someone calls into the gym, it rings on their cell phone. And then they can also use their cell phone to make outbound dials to the people that they need to be doing it for. And what we found is we've found some pretty shocking stuff is when we connect this for Anytime Fitnesses, what we're seeing is that they miss on average 70 to 80% of calls from new prospects. And on average, Anytime Fitnesses are getting between 50 to 100 a month. And these are people that are looking to become new members, right? Like these are people that are looking to sign up. They're interested in what you guys have to offer. And this is it right here. So this is an example of Anytime Fitness Chesterland, Ohio. And this is from, let me just do it from December to now. And what you're going to see is all of this stuff, right? So if we go here, these are new members that called in that nobody answered. There was 82. These are new members that called in that the staff actually picked up. So between these two, this is the total number of calls, and this is the total number that was answered. So they had 97 people call in and they only answered 15. And these are not active members. These are new members. And the way we're able to segment this is we set it up where there's an IVR where when anyone calls in, what we do is we say, press 1 if you'd like to become a new member, press 2 if you're an active member. Okay, so that's how we're able to track all this. And then this is new members. So all this means is somebody called and then they hung up, right? Like they just decided, oh, I don't want to talk. I hung up. But this right here shows current members that called that the staff did not answer. And then this shows the current members that the staff did answer. So if we add these two, that would be 75, and the staff only answered 7 for active customers, right? But what we've then done is we've created an AI agent that answers 100% of the calls from inbound prospects that we can connect after we have this initial seed data to then book appointments so that your staff doesn't, so you don't have to worry about your staff not answering the phone, but then 100% of your calls are answered.
Okay. So if maybe just a clarification question, I might have missed the point here. If these folks have missed 82 calls from prospective new members, is the AI agent not hooked up there, or why didn't that AI agent answer those calls?
It's not hooked up. Exactly. So the only reason why you can see this now is because we hooked it up on Saturday and it's already booked an appointment.
Got it. Okay.
Yep. So we literally hooked it up this past Saturday for this specific location, because what we have to do first is get seed data to know how, what's the opportunity. Because if you have 82 potential new members calling in, if you're able to book in half of them and get half of them to show up and then you close half, that's the difference between getting like another 10 members a month, like 120 members a year, just by having an AI that can book the appointments.
Okay.
Right. So this is super, super valuable because you have no idea right now how many you're missing. And in addition to that, you have no way of tracking how many calls your team is making to people, because we can do it where you can actually see per team member exactly how many outbound dials they're making, and then the exact conversations they're having with people, and then the recordings all in one spot. So this is very, very valuable accountability. If you're trying to have, you already have 2 locations. If you open up a third and you don't have something like this, again, this is just a lot of breakage across the board, just in terms of the low-hanging fruit that you guys have.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, for sure. Does a employee have to opt into using their cell phone, or are there issues with that sort of thing?
No. So all we can do is they can download the app on their phone, and then all they have to do is like punch in, like literally just sign in once they hop on the job, and then we can tether the number to the gym number so it comes to their cell phone. It rings to their cell phone while they're working. So you can just say, this is your job. You're supposed to answer the phone, and we're going to connect it to your cell through this app. They're not going to be calling your number. It's just going to be getting forwarded to you, and you need to answer the phone because that's your job.
And then they can turn that off when they leave for the day or whatever that looks like.
Exactly. And then now you know if they're clocking in or not on the job to answer the phone, because you'll be able to see it. Like, did they punch in and get connected to our software?
Got it. Okay.
Yep. And then the fifth and final thing really just comes down to coaching. So right now, I know you're getting some coaching from Mastermind, but what we would definitely want to make sure is that once we get these people coming through the door, that the sales process for the transformation is dialed in, right? Just like we've always done in the past. And as I mentioned, a guy named Brandon is on our team now that has 12 Anytime Fitnesses, and he on average does about 28K a month in small group training. And when he started working with us 4 years ago, we had 2 Anytime Fitnesses, and since then, he's just been buying failing clubs and then plugging our marketing in and then running his sales team and scaling the hell out of them. So he's done exactly what you're trying to do right now. And that's who I would put you with to work with you and your team on that sales process to make sure it's dialed in. Obviously, you're getting the help from Mastermind, but we want to just provide as much help as possible to make sure that once we are getting people through the door from the database and then active members, you guys are capitalizing on it.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, just in terms of the process, how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it all sounds good. If I could just ask a qualifying question on the inbound calls and that sort of thing, I guess the AI agents, is it reasonable, or am I just taking this a little too far, to just have that AI agent booking things, and then my team is just trained by Brandon and Mastermind or whoever to just convert these appointments that show up and then train them? Is that taking this too far?
No, just to make sure I'm on the same page, are you just saying why not just like have the AI book in all the leads? Is that what you're saying? Like call any leads that come through?
Yeah, or are they just doing missed calls? Is the AI agent just doing missed calls?
Yeah, so it's doing missed calls from new prospects. And the reason why is because those are the best opportunities, and those are some of the biggest missed opportunities. Because right now you have no way of knowing. But what we've also found is when it comes to getting cold leads through the door, even if you have your team call them, we found that negatively impacts the show rate. And here's why. If you don't have someone that has a good process to dig into the person's pain and problems, they're not going to show up and they're going to mess up the conversation. They're going to ruin the lead, right? Because they're going to call the lead. The lead's going to go, how much does it cost? They're going to go, this is how much it costs. They're going to go, okay, thanks, later.
Yeah.
And they're not going to come in,
Yep.
right? We've had a long conversation about your current strategy and it's really messed up, right? I know for a fact I can clearly help you out, and you know for a fact you need to make a change. But had a team member of mine hopped on with you and just said, hey, this is what we do, you probably would have said, yeah, that sounds kind of good, but how does it really apply to me? Because they didn't have that conversation with you. So we've literally found that having your team call and reach out to people, specifically leads from Facebook, prior to them coming in for an appointment, can mess things up. If they're just confirming the appointment though, after it's been booked, like literally just calling to confirm, that helps the show rate. And we have the data on that.
Got it.
Okay, so yeah, that's the key there. But again, just specific to the AI, the way we do it is we get you connected on our platform so that you can at least see the numbers and keep your staff accountable, doing very little additional work. All you have to do is just go off the platform, check and see. And then from there, you can make the decision on, does it make sense to turn the AI on?
Okay.
Yeah. But just tell me, where do you want to go from here? I can break it down for you what it looks like to get started and what the cost is, but you let me know.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to know, what that looks like for sure. I mean, it sounds like this, I guess, fills in a lot of the gaps in the process, which I think is where people or prospects tend to fall through the cracks. So yeah, I kind of like this. I'd be interested to know what that looks like.
Okay. All right. Well, this is how it would work if you guys are ready to jump on it, since it is the new year and things have been slow. First thing we would want to do is process the payment and then get the agreement to you so that we can go through it together and make sure if you do have any questions on it, we clarify, we sign off on it. And then what we can do from there is book an onboarding call for you guys to jump on with Brandon. And what he'll do on that is get very, very clear with the current setup across the board at both clubs and the current sales process. And then he will start working with you guys and the team to outline next steps to get on with them to start working and training on that sales process. Make sense?
Got it. Yep. And this is the sales process for the short-term plays. Is that right? The challenges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then is part of that sales process then taking those challengers and converting them to long-term agreements?
Yes. We call it the year of change. And that's the second sale, right? So that's exactly what it's focused on. It's getting them on the front and getting them on the back.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
And this is how it works with us.
Go ahead. You'll probably answer my question, but these 6 points that we went through, is this kind of like the whole process, or is this kind of figure out what you need and it's you plug one in, it's a different cost, or what does that look like?
Yeah, you were kind of cutting in and out, but I think what you were asking was like, how does this work? Is it all one thing, or is it a couple different services that you can kind of like stack together? But this is how it works. Because the best thing for you to do right now, again, is shut your current ads off. We don't need to run ads for you. We need to hammer your database and your member base. And we need to train your team up. And we need to get you guys reviews and referrals and set that process up. That's the lowest hanging fruit that you guys can capitalize on right now without really changing your process at all, because we'll do the work to do it, which will allow you to get a lot of sales without spending any money on ads. And then from there, based off that, we can then take the money you guys make and invest it into ads, right? Just to get more of it. So that's what would make the most sense right now. And the way it works with us, it's month to month. The investment per month for that is $1,500 per location.
Got it. Okay. $1,500 per location. And then this is not running ads, just to clarify. This is going into that database, remarketing to current members, trying to get them into 21 or 6-week challenges or whatever we're running, I guess. Increasing reviews, as I'm just kind of going through my notes here. Is this lead nurturing as well? Is that part of this $1,500 a month? Okay.
Yep, everything
on call tracking, all of that stuff. Okay.
Yep. So everything that I went through is included. So ads are included. It's just you don't need to run ads right now. Like that's not what we need to focus on because there's a lot of opportunity outside of that. Once we exhaust those, we can look at running ads, and that won't be an additional cost. Okay. The only additional cost is text messaging, which is a quarter of a penny per text sent or received. So that's standard. And then from there, we have to get your number switched over to our platform, which is $20 a month, and then the usage fees you already pay. So that's not really anything different from what you're already paying for your phone carrier. But that's it. And then as far as getting the AI connected, if that's something you want set up, that's $250 a month.
Okay. And then walk me through getting the phone switched over. So does that take it out of our hands, or what does that look like?
Yeah, so we port it over to that platform.
Okay. Got it.
So it doesn't take it out of your hands. We're just moving it over to the platform so that we can track everything.
Okay, I'm with you. And then, obviously, that's a good retention strategy on your part, I suppose. But what if we decided that we didn't want to continue services? How does that number come back to us, or do we just have to get a new number? What does that look like?
Yeah, so you could switch it over if you wanted to, or you could just keep paying $20 a month to use it, plus the usage fees that you're already going to be paying. The difference between what you're paying right now versus what you'd be paying us is it's a couple bucks, right? So the big difference is the fact that you're going to be able to see everything that you currently can't see right now, right? Like you're going to be able to see all of this stuff for really no additional cost. Where right now you have no idea. And this is a very, very important accountability tool, especially considering you have more than one location. You're kind of flying blind right now on some of the most valuable opportunities that you guys get when it just comes to the lowest hanging fruit, which is people just organically looking to become a member. Right? Like these aren't people that are coming from ads. These are people that are in your market that want to become a member at your gym or want to become a training client, and the team is just not answering the phone. And if they don't answer the phone, it doesn't matter. They're going to go somewhere else.
Got it. Okay. So that whole service is just
you
$20
can do
a
that.
month plus
Yep. Yeah,
stuff.
you could do that separately. If you were like, look, I don't want to keep working with you guys, you could just keep doing that. It's not something we make money on. It's just this will help you make a lot more money and save you a lot more time to have your processes and really your team dialed in. Because what you're going to end up finding is your team misses a ton of calls and they're not making any calls.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're gonna mull over that a little bit. That's obviously a lot more than we're paying right now. Obviously, we can go back to the fact that nobody's coming in right now. Are there any discounts through Mastermind or anything like that?
So I'll say this. Based off your experience in that initial month, you can speak with Brandon and he'll be able to come up with a better opportunity for you based off that. Because one thing we want to see is how does your team work with us, right? How do they implement what we're doing? Because we've got to make sure that works. But from here, just getting you guys $1,500 back per club, that would take signing up 3 to 5 new challengers. You've got 12,000 leads in your database, and then you have almost 1,000 members in your database you've done nothing with. You're going to be spending like $800 more than what you're spending now to get people coming through your door that already know, like, and trust you. Right now, you're spending $2,200 a month getting no one through the door, and you're generating leads that your team's wasting time on, taking them away from doing other stuff like this and following up with those organic leads.
And then explain what that means to me when I've got to talk to Brandon after a month. I didn't understand that.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is based off our working relationship and working with Brandon in your clubs, he'll be able to come up with a longer term plan that will give you a discount, if it makes sense.
Got it. So if it works, sign a contract, get a reduced amount. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, because this would just be month to month, right?
Got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have an agreement that you can send over to me so I can look that over and chat with my brother about it?
Yeah. Yeah, I can send it over to you. Why don't we do this?
Okay.
Why don't we jump back on tomorrow so that we can decide next steps and not waste each other's time? And I'll be able to send that agreement to you so that you got everything you need.
Okay, so one thing to note with this, and this is something that I learned just because I've literally done over 4,000 sales calls. I've signed up over 1,500 gym owners and other business owners in this capacity on a one-to-one Zoom call like this. And one thing I learned with regards to the pitch, because I always test out new things, new pitch structures and stuff like that to see what works the best. And this is just a little bit of a tip. Do not try selling the voice receptionist on the front end unless that's all you're selling. If that's all you're selling, obviously you have no other option. But if that's all you're selling, it confuses people because a lot of people have a negative experience with getting a phone set up for their brick and mortar business and porting their number over, and it's always a mess. And so just a little bit of a tip, do not include that in your pitch. All you want to do, the reason why this pitch is so powerful and the reason why it works so well is because you're telling them to do the opposite of what everyone else is telling them to do. Everyone's telling them to run ads. We're going and saying, let's take your database and re-engage it, and let's take your customer list and get you reviews and referrals, which is going to positively impact the marketing that you do when you do run it. And then it's going to allow us to generate capital, which we can then invest into marketing. A lot better situation than what you're currently doing and what that company pushed you into. But from there, what we really want to do is get them good results, which we're going to be able to do with the reactivation and review. And then at that point, they trust us, their guards down, and it's a lot easier to have a conversation about porting their number over and getting the voice AI set up and ultimately upselling them that on the back end versus confusing them and overcomplicating it on the front end to just get the sale. Because when it comes to the front end, you want to avoid as much complication as possible. Clarity is certainty, and certainty is what makes people buy. When you're talking about 6 different things, it's just too much. So that's my recommendation. Avoid it, and I just recommend. Well, you've seen some other pitches earlier on than this one, and yeah, no point in doing that because it's just so easy to upsell someone something after you've gotten them great results. And doing the reactivation and reviews will get them very good results. So what we're gonna do from here is we're gonna jump into the follow-up call, and it's just a super easy one because he was ready to go.
I'm doing good, thanks. How are you?
Good. I did not have a chance to look at the agreement, so I will probably have a few questions for you. And this,
Yeah, so ultimately what we go over on this is he had some questions specific to the contract and the agreement, which it's just basic legal stuff, making sure he understands exactly what he's getting into. And so from here, what I'm going to jump to is the actual close of the call.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we're going to start with one club. I've got some staffing issues and another one that I need to get solidified before we jump into that one.
Okay.
So I think we'll start with one right now, and then we'll add the other one once I have got staffing solidified.
Okay.
And there you go. We were able to get him closed, and then we were able to get his other gym going and really help them out because the company they were working with before was absolutely terrible. They were paying this company $100. So the way it worked is they were charging them 10% of ad spend, and so he was spending $1,000 on ads, and then he was paying them $100, and he was getting $100 results. But he wasn't even getting $100 results. He wasn't even getting anyone through the door, but he was still spending $1,100 per location, which is $1,100 wasted. Right? So kind of crazy. But what I'll do from here is I'm going to show you guys the what we made. Okay, so if I scroll over here, what we'll be able to see is total spend 38.4. And then if I go to the other club, what we will be able to see 19.4. So if you add them up, you will be able to get to that 52K is what we were able to make from them. So great customer, really good call because again, he was in contract with another company. And if you're able to pinpoint the issues with the other company and then outline exactly what they need to do to get a different result, especially if you're telling them the opposite of what another company told them to do, it's so easy to be able to convert people. And specifically, it's the offer. It's the system that I've developed, the AI Aristotle agency offer that I've developed that really just makes this so easy because I've already figured out really how to dismantle all these other agencies that do well. But if I get on a call with somebody and they're working with them, it's just so easy to dismantle them and can get the customer to logically see why they're not doing things that are in their best interest. Real quick, if you're finding this video useful, then drop a like and subscribe. And if you're looking for this sort of help where I review your sales calls and I help you scale your very own AI agency, then click the first link in the description to apply to my AI agency partnership program. If I think you're a fit, we'll be in touch. Back to the video. All right, so we're gonna jump into this 6th call, and with this call we were able to generate $59,500. So let's jump into it.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I got a third degree from some guy named Joseph for the call, and finally had to cut him off. No,
One of my team members, Joseph.
I guess you guys doing the pre-call questions or whatever.
Yeah,
Where are you based out of?
I'm based out of Scottsdale.
Okay.
What about you?
Up in LA.
Okay. Cool.
Yes. Well, listen, I saw your ad. I don't know where I saw it. No, somebody, I think my son gave me your website.
All right. So he saw our ad. He's curious. What can we do to help him? And so from here, what we're going to do is just jump into the discovery where I really start asking him questions after we talk a little bit.
Okay, so what are you doing right now to try and acquire new leads? Are you doing any marketing right now?
Yeah, we're on a buy at Facebook right now. Been kind of treading water.
Okay.
Still running those Facebook ads because they're getting us 2-3 leads a day. I've got to get my next step going here, because it's.
And so as you can kind of see, he's talking about a marketing company he's working with right now that he's not happy with because they're not generating the volume of leads that he needs to be able to get to start growing his business.
Do you know how large that is? How many contacts you guys have?
Yeah, give me a sec here. 1 second. Yeah, it's probably 1,800. It's about, some of them are like from 22,
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Do you guys have a remarketing strategy in place to get those people back in the door or back in front of you?
We've got, let me just go to Glowfox. Hang on. Sorry, hang on here. So that number is 1857 as of today.
Okay.
And again, in that 1857 are some of our members, former members. But anyways, we got a big number there. But so yeah, we hooked up about 4 months ago. We hooked up with Gym Sales. It's ABC, and we got rid of the funnel guys because Gym Sales hooks up directly to our ads. So if somebody fills one out, we're immediately notified. But we do have a CRM campaign, someone I'm working with, where we're, sending leads, following the leads. I think what we might have done in September, we really kind of pounded them, so to speak, with the theory being keep hitting them. If they don't want to be hit anymore, they'll let us.
Yeah. What did you hit them with? Was it text message? Was it email? Was it phone calls? What was the offer?
We have the SMS. Well, we're always on the phones when we can. I mean, we're always To me, that's the best contact. I don't know, I lost you. Hang on a minute. There you are. Sorry.
All good.
Yeah. So tell me about you, like your service and what it would be. So fire away.
Yeah,
How would I work with you?
yeah. So I mean, just to be clear, we kind of jumped into things. You know, you wanted to dive into things. I want to know and really understand what you're trying to do and what you've been doing so that I can articulate how what we do is different and what it would be different for you. Because if you're doing something that I would already plan on doing, it wouldn't be anything different. Last thing I want to do is do the same thing for you that's getting you better results. You see what I'm saying?
But yeah, well, no, I like I said, as I'm telling you, it's just concerning on my own. Like I've tried along with this Facebook well, no, my first step off of Facebook was with a group that had this platform. We set a monthly budget and they were gonna, YouTube, CNN, like whatever their analytics or their computer was gonna decide where to send these ads. And some were banner ads, and it was just they were driving nothing to the website. Those were the guys that were same thing, like these would be more the leads because if they make the effort to go, they're going to be a better lead. After 2 months spent with those guys, I just had to say, hey, this isn't working. They're giving me to be patient. It takes time to build.
No,
I'm living on
it does.
dreams. What?
It doesn't take time. If you know what works when it comes to marketing, it works immediately. It's just a little bit of tweaking, but that makes sense. So when you work with marketing companies, have they helped you with the follow-up of getting leads through the door? Or is it on you and your team to contact them and handle that entire process?
Oh, you mean someone doing the calls for us?
Yeah. Did they help with getting the leads through the door? Because it sounds like that's one of the biggest issues.
Yeah, well, no, I wouldn't want a third party hired to be speaking to our leads when I got my own people. There's marketing and then there's sales, right? If we got a phone number and we've got the ability to call and talk to these people, I'd rather it be someone at the studio than someone at a hotline somewhere.
Well, real quick then, when a lead does opt in, how long does it take you guys to get in touch with them, or what does your process look like? If I were to submit my information on an ad right now,
you should get immediately thank you email.
Okay.
Thank you for your interest in. One of our team will be contacting you shortly. And then depending when that lead came in, like if it's Sunday night, someone's not jumping on the phone right away, there'll be that next day when they come in and those leads go top of the list. So I would say we're on them good. We're not on them like when I filled out your form and the guy started calling me 2 minutes later, but I got it. There's that concept of getting to people immediately. But
well, yeah, it's not just a concept. Harvard did a study across over 1,000 brick and mortar businesses in 2018. And what they found was that if you don't get in touch with leads within 5 minutes, your chances of getting them through your door drop over 400%.
Yeah, well, again, these leads, as you call, I forgot the term you used, low intention. Some of them are coming in at 8 o'clock on a Sunday night, 1 in the morning. I could see the time that someone's scrolling, filling out
So if someone opts in at 8 o'clock at night, you guys aren't touching base with them until the next day, right?
Yeah. And there's another thing too with this. What I found is and again, I'm just trying to understand our demo is person fills out a form, you're hitting them right away. Like, I don't know. It's, but I hear what you're saying. Harvard study. Yeah. But I will also tell you, it can be annoying to people too.
For sure.
So I'm in a meeting and my partner's going, is that already these guys hitting you? I go, Jesus, yeah. He's like 2, 3. I can't talk right. Because so we've seen where some of the SMSs sometimes can be bothersome to some of our demographic. I don't know through all people, but
Well, just based off what you're doing right now, how many people are you guys acquiring a month?
Not enough. 10, 15. I need to get up to over 20.
How many are you losing a month?
It staggers, not a lot, maybe a couple a month,
Okay.
Not a huge.
And what has the growth been like month over month?
Not good. And then summer was deadly.
Okay.
July and August it was just maintaining July and August.
Are you making money?
No, not yet. No, I'm 100 members away to be where I need to be. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How much are you doing a month right now in revenue?
About 14,000.
Okay. Okay, so you've got 110 members and you're only doing about 14,000.
We're at, the average is about, my list is 155, average is probably about 140.
Okay, and you're doing like small group training?
We run a circuit class. We also sell privates.
Okay.
Yeah, it's around 140 average. The
Okay.
we do privates, semi-privates. We have a brain training room where we've got packages that we sell that people can work on some of the
You guys
technology.
have the,
We have SmartFit. We have the SmartFit wall
yeah, I've done
circuit.
that.
We have the Senso machine, which is, we got some pretty cool stuff. It's
Yeah, that is cool. I definitely like the concept. It sounds like you've seen the trends, you've been in the industry, and you see this as a potential emerging opportunity. I
yeah, but the
definitely
real
think it is.
challenge is how do we get these people in here? So here's the thing, you again, Harvard studies and all that good stuff. You say that I understand exactly what you're saying when you say low intention. This is like, I'm scrolling, click, because I see one coming in at 1 a.m. They're sitting there on their Facebook clicking, right? But what are you going to do different? You're going to run ads on Facebook, but you're talking about like transformational programs, like 14 days, this, that kind of.
Yeah. So
That I
I'll
wonder.
get right into that because I only have 5 minutes left. But real quick, based off your current strategy, realistically, do you think you're going to be able to double your membership base with what you're doing now?
No.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so clearly he has a marketing problem. That's what I was able to diagnose. And in addition to the marketing problem, sub problems within that are lead nurturing. He's doing the lead nurturing right now. He doesn't think that they do a bad job of it when in reality they're not doing a great job of it because they're struggling to get people through the door. And then in addition to that, he's also, what was it? Oh, he's losing money, right? So he's not making money. So he's been stagnant across summer. He's just ultimately not making money. It all comes down to his marketing strategy. And there's a lot of other pieces within the marketing strategy outside of just running ads. And so I was able to clearly diagnose that. And so from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into the pitch where I tell him what would be best for him to ultimately do and go from there. And this does end up in a follow-up call because this individual has a business partner and he wanted to jump on. But what I actually did with this one, which is really, really beneficial and I really recommend doing, is I did a same day follow-up. So I literally booked a follow-up for the same day. We jumped on same day, and then I was able to sign him up. But like I said, we'll jump to the pitch now.
So the best thing to do for you guys would be this. You have a database of 1,800 leads that you have not reached out to our way. So we would plug our AI into it and start nurturing them through text and put an offer in front of their face that we know is proven to convert. And then we would start working those leads for you rather than having your team do it. Because we're going to do it more effectively than you and your team. That's a guarantee. So that is what we do. We have an AI, and then I have a team that's supervising it 24/7, all the time, to make sure that it's not messing up and it's doing properly. So that would be the place to start, because what you're doing right now is you're losing money. You're running ads and you're not making money. You need to change your process up, and we need to get people through your door that are low-hanging fruit that doesn't cost money being spent on marketing. And then we need to refine your process once they come through the door to be able to convert them at a much higher rate and collect even more money than what you're doing now. So that is what we want to do before we even start spending money on marketing, is we're going to integrate our systems into your business, the sales process, to really get you guys to be converting even higher than you are now.
Just quickly, the mechanics of that, we've got a database. We just transfer the database to your system. You plug into our system.
Exactly. So we'll clean up your list to make sure we remove any members, any active members that could be on that list, any duplicates, and then we start reaching out to them. But we don't start reaching out to anyone until we've onboarded you as a customer and trained you guys up on our process. So we work with you very much in the trenches to teach you how to run this play before we run it. We provide you with the assets necessary to do it, and then we'll also get the images and content from you guys. We'll give you access to recreate verbatim with those different audiences before we start running any type of marketing. But we won't do any marketing for the first month because you have an 1,800 person database that you have not reached out to about a ageless transformation program. You haven't done that. So I know for a fact we're going to be able to get people coming through for that. We're going to teach you how to run it before we bring people through. Not going to be very much different from what you're already doing. So the 21-day thing you did, It's not going to be like that. It's completely different. This is a hook to get people through the door. We then want to refine your sales process and packaging a little bit to be able to get you to charge more money. Because if your average client value is $150, that's not good, especially for the demographic. So that is what we would want to look at doing, depending on if you're coachable and if you do well with that database, then we can look at running marketing for you. Because we don't want to waste your money. Because if you can't convert your database of leads on our new process we teach you, why would we spend money and more time marketing it to cold prospects? You see what I'm saying? So everything we do to start a 1 month engagement for your best interest and ours to see, number one, are you coachable?
So what's the cost?
Does that sound like something you'd want to do?
You got my interest for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you understand what it is? I just kind of rambled it out.
No, it a very abbreviated is you want to hook into our database of our 1,800 leads, less members. You got the magic. You know how to talk to them. You're going to get them back in the door.
Exactly. But before we do it, we want to work with you to refine your process and teach you ours, so that when we get these people coming through, we know what your process looks like, so that we can confidently say you're going to be able to convert them. But then what we want you to do is record your in-person consultations on your phone once these people start coming through. And then we're going to hop on with you one-on-one to deconstruct that exact conversation you had with these people and tell you where you went wrong so you can course correct and see if you implement it into that next appointment to truly see if you're coachable. Because we know exactly what you need to be doing. It's a 9-step sales process that's guaranteed to improve your close rate. If you're already closing at 50%, you should be able to close at above 80%, especially with warm prospects. And then once we go into Facebook marketing, if you can be closing at 70, 80% on that, and we increase your prices, you now have a system that profitably can scale your business consistently, where you're making more money than you're spending. But we won't know that until we start working together, and that's why I'm saying
Okay,
do it in that 1 month engagement.
I know you got another one. All right, well, let's do a follow-up. I don't know what's the best way to do that. I'm going to have Tony on the call with me. Or are you going to send me something like to jump in for that month would be X, Y, and Z?
Yeah, we're definitely going to do a follow-up call. So I could do later today or I could do tomorrow. Do you have Tony's availability?
Tomorrow's Wednesday, huh?
Yes.
Shit, I want to book it because I want Tony to be on it. Well, later today, like, would 3 o'clock be too late for you? Our time?
No. We're on the same time, so we could definitely do that.
Well, that's right. You guys don't do daylight savings time. Whatever.
Right. We're on Pacific.
All right, let's
right
do
now.
3 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, so a couple things here that are really important is I didn't actually pitch him the price because I know I'm going to a follow-up call. I got him to recognize that what I pitched him is what he wants, and to get him to realize that this is actually going to help him solve his problem. It's different from what he's done in the past with other companies. But one thing that's very critical here, it's very small, is I didn't tell him what the price was. Rather than telling him what the price was, I said, hey, look, the best thing to do is to schedule a follow-up call with your business partner, since you guys make decisions together, and then I can outline what it looks like from there, right? And I did a same-day follow-up, which is very, very big because he's very interested in this. He's looking to make a change. The last thing I want to do, and the last thing you should ever do, is allow somebody to go longer than they need to before you speak with them again, right? You want it to be as soon as possible, just because it's something that they're making a priority right now in that moment. And then as life goes on, as life gets in the way, as things pop up, they just start forgetting about it, and they start forgetting about how big of a priority it was and why they really wanted to make the change. And then now it's kind of like all that work you put into that call is kind of gone just because life got in the way. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to jump into the follow-up call.
So I kind of gave them a brief overview. So here's my takeaway from our call. If we were to engage with you, one of the first things we would do is you would get hold of our 1,800 leads, develop a plan to go after them. And then the other part, well, one, I guess the question is, what's technically involved with that? Like, to find out that. And then you're saying for over 30 days, your team goes after these leads?
That's correct. So, I mean, based off the conversation, that is what would make the most sense for you guys financially, because there's a ton of low-hanging fruit and opportunity there based on what you guys have been doing. You guys haven't been reaching out to these people via text. So
What's
there's
that?
a lot of, you guys haven't recently reached out to these people over text or calling. You guys have just been doing some email, right? With the,
No. We've got, no, I've got stats on calls. Just to give you an idea, we're calling people. We're only connecting with about 25% on average on our calls. And with that, we are SMSing, we're texting, and we found.
are these when they opt in though? Are these new leads? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, if these people opt in through that Facebook form,
Yeah.
they go into our system. First thing we've got a whole schedule, call them, text them, call them, email.
And so this is a very subtle thing as well, where he's basically saying he thought what I told him, you guys aren't calling, you're not texting, your database of leads. Very minor, but very important. He took that as me saying he's not following up with the leads that are coming in, his inbound leads, his brand new lead. But what I'm referring to is the fact that he hasn't been following up with his database of leads, his existing pool of leads, because what he's referring to is new leads that come in. He's saying, yeah, when leads come in, we're following up with them right away. What do you mean? How's that going to be any different? When in reality, it's, well, after you followed up with those leads for the first couple days, you now have forgotten about them. And so those are the leads we're going to go after.
Yep.
Yeah. So
that makes total sense. So I think there's a little bit of a disconnect. So all I was saying is this, is the best thing to do for you guys right now, given the fact that you have almost 2,000 leads in your database and you don't have an effective remarketing strategy that you're actively leveraging, is to go after them. That's what we would do, is rather than running.
Right. You're basically, whatever we're doing isn't effective. So.
Well, it's not that it's not effective. There's a lot of holes in what you guys are doing after I look at your ads. There's no question about it. If you guys are running lead forms, you guys are running generic ads to a very specific audience of men and women ages 50 plus, you know, there's a lot of people that are running ads the way you guys are running them. So what that means is you guys don't stand out in your market, and you guys are in a competitive market, right?
Kinda. I mean, our market's really specific to older adults, and there isn't a lot of competition for that. So to that extent, I mean, the fitness industry is competitive, but our market is pretty.
Well, I think there's two things I'm hearing here. One is the outreach marketing for new leads. And then, sure, I think we haven't done anything fresh. That's that. And then what I'm hearing him say, we've never tried women only, men only. But I want to get back to, you're right. We've got 1,800 leads. We're trying what we're trying. We're doing the automated, we're going back as far as leads from 2022.
Right.
And to me, it would be interesting to turn those over to you and your team and see what your campaign could do.
Yeah. And that's what I was saying is, again, what most marketing companies are going to come to you guys and say to do is this: give me some money, I'm going to run some ads for you, and we'll do a free trial. Kind of like what you're doing. And it's going to be generic marketing, and they're going to spend your money on ads, and you're going to have to pay them money for them to do it. So that's what I'm saying is not what would be best for you guys, because you need 100 members to make money, right? I think that's what you said. Like, you're losing a lot of money. So what I'm saying is this, is we tailor things to the customer based off where they're at and where they want to go and your situation. Right now, to run ads in an ineffective strategy, because your strategy is ineffective, you're getting less than 30% book rate, very few people coming through, and you're running a low barrier offer, which is not bringing in the type of people you've said you didn't want, is to work the leads you already have, get them through the door, and then refine your sales process so that if you refine it to a point where it's super effective, you can then take money and spend it on cold marketing. Because getting people through the door that are cold prospects that have never interacted with you are much more difficult to convert than warm prospects that have already opted in and, for some part, know, like, and trust you guys to some extent. So
you're a good sales guy, and you've got plans and experience. But there's a saying: once you close the sale, stop. You got me sold, buddy. I want to do an agreement with you for you guys to see what you can do with these existing leads, just as you're recommending.
Okay. Well,
so this call's like, what does that take? What's involved?
Yeah. Okay. So I haven't explained to you everything that's involved and what that looks like. So I'm glad to hear that you think it sounds good, which is great. We can make it happen. But this is what would happen: is I'd collect payment, we'd sign the agreement, I'd collect information from you guys on the gym, and then we'd schedule an onboarding call for you guys to hop on with Matt.
Okay, so you kind of heard him say right there, buddy, I'm sold. It's all good. But the last thing you want to do is just jump right to it. You know, he's saying he's sold and everything, but I haven't told him what the price is. So there's still some work I need to do with his partner because he told his partner about what we would do, but I haven't told his partner about what we would do. And whenever you sell somebody that has a business partner and they tell you they need to speak with them prior to making a decision, or their spouse because they work on the business together as a team, you need to try to mitigate them selling your product or service as much as possible. Because if you allow them to do that, it's not going to go well. That's why I booked a follow-up call to jump on with his partner versus saying, yeah, tell your partner about this and let's see what he thinks and then let me know if you're ready to get started, right? Do not do that. That is the wrong thing to do. You want to get them on so you can sell them. You're going to be able to have that conversation with them better than they would, right? Because you have way more experience with it and they probably didn't retain much of what you even said in the first place. So what we're going to do here is just jump to where I actually pitch and close he and his business partner. But this just kind of goes back to not allowing, you know, the prospect to dictate the situation. This is one of the biggest mistakes that most people make when it comes to sales is, you know, you'll have somebody that like this that will tell you, just tell me what you do. Hey, I'm ready to get started. Just tell me the price, blah, blah, blah. And if you haven't gone through the process that you need to go through, you're shooting yourself in the foot if you jump to it and allow them to dictate that. So in this situation, I didn't allow them to do that.
I would like to go forward with seeing what you guys can do with that 1,800 list. Happy to have the meeting with your guy to check out what ideas they might have in terms of closing sales or whatever. But yeah, so what's involved in it?
Okay. So like I said, the next step is processing payment, signing the agreement, and then booking the onboarding call. The investment for the 1 month engagement. Should I hold my $1,500?
How much?
$1,500.
Let me think about that. All right. I want to try it. I want to try it. I want to do it. I want to.
Okay.
If it's my interest really lies. Listen, I'm not saying we couldn't improve on the closing, but just haven't had the people to try to close. You know, the information we haven't had whatever marketing we're doing. We're not getting like the info calls that you can record because all of our calls are going out. Now that's an interesting thing that we haven't done recording is how the calls are going out with the team. But nonetheless, let's get the agreement. Let's dive into this. And then I don't know technically what's involved on getting you guys that list.
So we'll be able to do that on the onboarding call. I'll have Bradley, our head of marketing, and one of our tech guys be on there so that they can walk you through. We're very familiar with a lot of different CRMs as there's a lot of them out there, but we'll be able to get it from you and literally just have you share your screen and walk you through it. But if you guys are ready to get started, then the next thing is just sending you guys the agreement. You guys can go through it right here. It's literally 1 page long. We'll sign off on it, then we'll collect the payment, and then I'll get some additional information from you guys, and we'll book the onboarding call. What's the name of the gym again?
You've done your research, buddy. And you know,
I have it here. I didn't know if that was right.
We're both wearing the
sweatshirt.
logo wear as well.
We're wearing a sweatshirt because it's 98 degrees outside, but freezing in this office. Hey, Jacob, one thing I really, really want to make sure, and you did catch my attention, Orange Theories, that's not our demographic. But
And one thing you always want to make sure on is, he said he's ready to get started, but sometimes people say, yeah, I'm ready to get started. Send me everything, right? But before I pitched him the price, and you even heard me say it before I went into it, I said, look, the next steps are going to be, we'll process payment, we'll sign the agreement, and then we'll schedule the onboarding call. And we're going to do that right now. Sound good? And he's like, yeah, sure. So I'm letting them know exactly what's going to unfold after they say yes to the price, right? And so that's exactly what I did as well. After he even said he's ready to get started, I said, next thing I said it again. I literally said it again after he said, yeah, I want to try it. I want to do this. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is process payment, sign the agreement, and then book the onboarding call. Sound good? Yep. Because now I'm getting their permission again that it's like, we're getting this now. I'm not going to be sending this to you and hoping that you sign it or pay for it. That is the worst thing you can do because ultimately they're going to go look at it. They're going to think about it. They might ponder. They might put it into ChatGPT and ChatGPT might tell them 10 reasons why they shouldn't do it, which are not valid because ChatGPT wasn't on the call, right? right? So this is a good call, a good example of how to handle it when you do have a partner that's not on the initial call. So what I'll do from here is I will show you what we made from them. Okay, so as you can see here, this is the total that we made from them, which was $59,510. Pretty awesome. And like I said, again, this was a customer that was not making money at the time of working with us, and they had been working with another company, and they weren't doing a lot of things that we do, and that's why they were getting bad results with them, and that's why we made so much money working with them. It's because of what we do and how it's so different from what they were doing. Okay, so this next call is one with 2 locations that I was able to close, and we made $69,500 from his 2 gyms, and this is a pretty straightforward call, so we'll jump into it.
Hey there.
What's going on?
Sorry I missed you earlier, man. Covering the office for my employee, and then 5 people came in to sign up. It's a good thing. So
No worries. It's all good, man. I had another call and they did not show up. So I saw you try to join and I thought I think we could probably knock this out.
yeah, for sure.
Cool. Did you have a good Christmas?
I got sick, but
I did too.
so yeah, something was going on, man. And, I throw up. When I throw up, my face gets like this. It just breaks all the blood vessels in my face. Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah. Did you also diarrhea?
I couldn't even eat for like 3 days.
Same
Yeah,
here.
it was not good.
Yeah. I got it and it was the worst flu I've ever had. And then my girlfriend got it from me. And she got sick the night of Christmas Eve and then was sick all day Christmas, I think I finally feel like 100% and I got it on like the 22nd, like a while ago.
I didn't feel better until like yesterday. I started feeling, Saturday was okay. And then yesterday I felt like I can actually eat some solid food.
Yeah. Yeah, it was wild. So I'm glad you're feeling better.
All right, so just a little bit of an introduction there, and obviously we're talking about getting sick. That was absolutely terrible. It was the worst sick I've ever had. I was literally yakking and shitting simultaneously. It was absolutely terrible. It was so bad. And then my girlfriend got it too, literally on Christmas Eve. But we will jump now to the discovery where I'm just talking to him about what his current strategy looks to get him to recognize that he needs to make a change.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, what would you say is the biggest problem keeping you from really blowing this thing up?
Was our staffing and, me not being here hands-on.
Sure. Okay. And well, now that that's covered, what would you say is the biggest thing in the way?
Biggest thing in the way? Getting leads.
Okay. So it just comes down to the marketing strategy.
Yeah. I mean, it's no trick to it or anything. It's just, the more leads you get, the more sales you're going to make. So.
Especially if you're doing training specific marketing rather than member specific, right?
We've just been running off of Anytime Fitness corporate, their and Club OS and just getting our leads from there.
Okay. Okay. Good.
And walk-in
makes
traffic.
Okay. Really, the gap right now is just effective marketing for training specific. You guys have the availability. You have people to sell it, and you have people to fulfill on it. You've really got that part dialed in. It just comes down to the marketing now. When it comes to getting leads on the website, who's responsible for following up with those people to get them through the door?
For following up?
Yeah, just nurturing those leads. Let's say I went to your website and submitted my information for a membership inquiry. Who's handling that?
It's going to be my new girl and myself.
Okay. Got it. And is that something that you guys are on top of, like within 5 minutes?
On top of it. Yep. I'm starting to answer emails on weekends now.
Okay. Okay, cool.
That's how serious I am. I'm like serious. I want this to, we should blow this up. There's no way this gym should be, doing what it was doing. It was embarrassing. So.
Okay. Okay. And then when it comes to getting reviews on Google, what does your process look like right now? Or do you have one?
No, we do. We put in place. I mean, we got trying to get all of our trainers to get, their clients to, do a Google review. We've got flyers all around the gym, in both gyms with, the CR code. So they
Is the
can,
other gym the Newberry Park?
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So we got
Okay.
flyers all around the place.
Okay. Got it. So that's your strategy. Do you know how effective it's been?
Well, in the last couple of weeks, I mean, it's been getting better because we weren't getting any reviews at all.
Yeah, I'm looking at them.
Yeah, and now we're starting to get reviews, and I haven't answered because I've been out for the last week or so, but I haven't answered them. I got to answer in a more timely manner.
Right. Right.
Or,
Yeah.
or follow up on them, you know, and say, hey, thank you
Yep.
for your review. You know, whether it's a bad review, good review, you know, I'm going to answer every single one.
Okay. But it's not like you've got a process in place right now to follow up with new signups, people coming in for a trial, and active members, asking them just for feedback, asking them about their experience, and then if they say it's a good one, asking them for a review, leveraging an offer to get them to leave a review, and then a process to then follow up with the people that do leave a review, asking them for referrals, leveraging an offer again for them to share with friends and family to get their name put into like a raffle to win a membership for free. It's not like you're doing anything like that, right?
We haven't, and we can get better at it for sure.
Okay. Yeah, because that's one of the, when it comes to ranking organically on Google, that's one of the heaviest weighted variables is frequency and quality of reviews.
Yeah, I was told that you want to have at least 150, and when you have 150 plus reviews, then they start being more aggressive towards you.
Right. But not only that, I mean, the overall, you know, is very important too. Like a 3.5, this is one of your gems. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Is this the?
Yep.
Yes. I mean, right now you've got a 3.5, and if I go, let's see. So look at, right? So if people look up gyms near me in your area, they're gonna see these gems, not you. Right? And so it's because of the reviews that they're getting and their process in place to get good quality reviews. You know, I'm sure that this gym is not a 3.5. You just have some people that the happy customers aren't leaving reviews, and the few that are upset are, right? Like that's all that this comes down to. So getting a process in place for you to capitalize on the happy, because I mean, how many members do you have at this gym?
This one not as much. This one's like, you know, 500.
Okay. But I'm sure you've got at least 100 people that are happy, that'd be happy to give a review if you had a solid process in place, right?
Yeah, I need to get on the manager over there to start asking for more reviews.
And same with this one. I mean, you got 1,500 members at this one, and it's only a 4.2 with barely over 100.
Yeah.
Right? So I
They
mean,
never did
you
it.
say
Yeah.
there's a ton of opportunity here.
Yeah, that's why the last, you know, 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, we've been, you know, acting like it, like, you know, asking people to start reviewing. So,
Yeah.
you know, we just got to have a better process of getting it done.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's definitely something we can talk about because again, when people are looking up gym near me, training near me, 24/7 gym near me, you know, you guys are kind of invisible because of the fact that you don't have a solid process in place to get reviews a lot, which makes it so that you're not as visible on Google just organically. And then obviously when they do find you, if they see that you're not getting them frequently and they're not great, obviously that's a red flag as well.
Yeah.
Right. So that's just really important to kind of see, you know, you're right here. So right now you rank number 4. And obviously when you see these other ones, you're the lowest average rated gym in terms of the reviews. And then if I pull up this right here, what I had is I had my team pull a report. This is called a local Falcon report. It shows how you rank on Google on, you know, in certain areas where people look up gym near me. So you can see right here, my team thought you still had one gym, but this is the right here. So if I look up gym near me right here, relative to your gym, you're ranking number 8 on Google. Just right here. You see that?
Yeah, no, I see it.
And then if you're right here, you're on page 2+, right? No one's going to page 2. You're not really visible. So, and then if we go to your, right? It's a little bit better, at least in this tight little cluster here, but even right here, here, it's not good. So all of this all plays a role when you're running marketing, right? If I'm running ads for your gyms, people are going to look up your gyms on Google. They're going to then go look and see if you have good reviews, right?
Yes, number one thing, right?
Exactly. So, I mean, there's a lot of studies that show that 70 to 80% of customers will reference Google prior to making a purchasing decision, right? So if you don't have that nailed down, it's not good, right? And there's clearly a lot of opportunity to improve things. So we're clear there. When it comes to the database of leads that you have at both of the locations, do you guys have a remarketing strategy in place to get them back through the door via text? I know you said you're doing some stuff with email.
We haven't done anything through text because I don't think, well, Club OS doesn't do it. I mean, unless we're gonna, they don't do a blast text.
Right. So you guys really haven't done anything via text. It's just
not via text. No.
Do you know how many people you have in each database?
In our database?
Yeah, prospects.
I think it's over 4,000 and like 2,700, something like that. And just throwing rough numbers.
Okay, so I mean, there's probably a ton of opportunity in there as well.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then is the team regularly making calls to them or not really?
We are sending out email blasts, but we haven't been like calling them on a regular basis. No.
Okay, got it. So I mean, it sounds like there's a ton of meat on the bone. Okay, so I went through the discovery with him, and clearly he doesn't have a process to ask his customers for reviews, and his gyms overall rating are not good. One was a 3.5 and one was a 4.2, and I mean, he has 1,500 members at one gym, and he had like 100 reviews, which is insane because he has tons of customers that are happy. He just doesn't have a good process to get reviews. Then he also doesn't have a process to follow up asking for referrals after someone leaves a review, and he has no process to re-engage his leads. So you probably know where this is going. The first thing we're going to do is not run marketing, but we're going to start with getting him reviews so that when he does run marketing, it looks better. And then we're going to start with getting him referrals off the people that leave reviews, because those are going to be much better leads than he'd get from marketing. And then we're going to re-engage his old database of leads that are warm leads. They're not cold leads that come from Facebook, and drive them through the door so that he can generate a lot of capital before we actually start spending money on marketing. So this perfect example of just, most people would go to this guy and say, you need to start running ads, blah, blah, blah. You'd probably be like, well, I did that last time and it didn't work, right? And then you're not going to get the sale. And it's just not what makes the most sense for him. You've got the two gyms now. What are you trying to do personally? You moved to another area. You and your wife are doing things a little bit differently, it sounds like, in life. What are you looking for long-term here?
Just build these gyms up right now, and then we'll go from there. I have no other expectations except, maybe spend 3 months out of the country, a year.
All right, so you're dead set on making these things grow, right?
Yes.
You're all in on it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you feel like you haven't covered that I need to know?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Well, given the fact that really this just comes down to marketing, really holistic marketing, we talked about the reviews, we talked about PT specific marketing, I think we can definitely help you out. And I don't think it's really too complicated, okay? Because if you realistically want to go from 9 and 10 to 15 and 25, you're obviously going to have to get a lot more people coming in at one training, right?
Right.
Okay, so really for you specifically, it just comes down to 4 things. Okay, 4 things to take you from where you are right now to consistently gaining more training clients so that we can get you there as soon as possible. Okay, so the first thing that's very different from anything that we've done with you guys before is the reviews. So right now, we took a look at the reviews on both the locations, and they're not good. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, they're not good.
No, I know they're not. Yeah.
Yeah, you're at a 4.2, and then you're at a 3.5 at the other one, and you're not getting them frequently. And then in addition to that, I showed you the local Falcon reports on Google. You're not ranking very high either. So if you go work with a marketing company and you don't address that issue, you're going to get a fraction of the results that you could get if you address that issue first. Right? Because people are going to see your ads, they're going to look you up, and if they can't find you, that's a red flag. And then if they do find you and your review, you have a 3.5, and you haven't gotten any reviews, that's not good.
Right.
Because that all impacts the conversion rate into them entering your website or opting as a lead. So what we would do, rather than what you're doing right now, which is very reliant on your staff and it's not getting a good result, is this. We remove you and your team from the equation, and we plug in our AI to your active member report, 7-day passes, and membership inquiries that come in. Okay, and what we do from there is we follow up with them via text, asking them how their experience was on a scale of 1 to 5. Anybody that says a 4 or a 5, we then follow up with them right away, asking for a Google review, letting them know that we're doing a raffle this quarter where they have a chance to win a membership for free for the year. Are you following?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, right? So then,
I don't mind giving away anything for free. It doesn't really cost anything.
No, exactly. So we do that. They leave a review. Then we follow up with them on Google for you so that you don't have to do it, right? You've got a bunch of reviews that you haven't responded to, which is not good. Google does take that into account as well. And then what we do from there is we follow up with them again saying, thanks for the kind words. If you want your name put into that raffle a couple more times, all you have to do is share this link with friends and family. We're giving out a couple 7-day passes. Every single person that comes from you, we'll put your name into that raffle again. So now we're able to generate you referrals off of the reviews that you're getting from happy customers. But
yeah.
That doesn't cost any money in advertising.
No.
So you're doing 3 things here. You're getting free marketing, which allows you to rank a lot higher on Google organically, which is where you get those really good leads. Leads that go to your website and are actively searching for gyms. Those are very easy sales, right? Those people have already made their mind up. They want to join a gym, right? So that's very good. The second thing that it does is it keeps your staff accountable, because anyone that doesn't say a 4 or a 5 and says 3, 2, or 1, we ask them for their feedback, not a review, right? You have signs up in your gym right now saying, leave me a review. What if people are pissed off and they see that sign?
Yeah, we already got one. You saw that.
Exactly. So you only get good reviews with the process that we've developed. So anybody that's not happy, you then get that feedback from them, and you can address it now with that customer to save them, and then keep your staff accountable by letting them know, look, every person that comes in here, we're going to be asking them how their experience was. If you're doing a tour, if you're running that tour, we're going to be asking them how it was with you. And if they don't say it was good, that's not good. Right? And then in addition to that, if someone isn't happy, you guys now have the chance to save a customer that might cancel.
Yeah.
Right. So right now you don't have anything like that in place. And what it's doing is it's leaving you hard to find. When you are found, it doesn't look great. And then the staff isn't really held accountable at all, because you're expecting them to do this. They're just not doing it.
Yeah, they're not.
Right. So do you see how that's a lot different from anything we've done and how that would really help out?
It is. It is a lot different. Yeah.
Okay. So what questions do you have on that specifically?
What's that?
I said, what questions, if any, do you have on that specifically?
I don't have any questions on it.
Okay. Good. So that's the
No,
first
I
thing.
totally agree.
Okay. Perfect. So that's the first thing. The second thing, and on top of that, again, the reason why this is so important is because if you're running ads right now with the current kind of storefront, think of your Google My Business as your storefront, right? If I was out front of one of your gyms right now, how does it look? This is kind of your digital storefront, and it doesn't look that good right now. So before you start running ads, you want to make sure that your digital storefront looks as good as it can be. You want it to have a lot of good reviews, and you want to be easily visible organically. Okay, so that's why this is so important, is because before you start running ads, this will really play a role in how well those ads perform. Okay. So the second thing is the fact that you've got a ton of prospects in your database that you guys aren't doing anything with other than email. And how is that doing? What type of results are you getting running email? Not great.
Right.
Right? So what we would do is this, is rather than doing that, we plug our AI into your database, we segment your database based off gender, men and women, and then we reach out to these people about a training specific transformation, right? Like new year transformation. Then as these people show interest, our AI follows up with them and drives them in for a consultation. Okay, so the big benefit here is that we're going to be able to generate you guys a ton of opportunities without spending money on ads. Because you have 4,000 leads in one, you've got about 3,000 in the other, you haven't done anything with them. All we need to do is put an offer in front of them that we know is proven to convert and nurture them through the door and get them in front of your staff. And by doing this, you guys are going to be able to collect a ton of capital that you can then take and put into money. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So from there, that's obviously where we pick up from where we've left off, where we look at taking the capital that you've now made without spending any money on advertising, where the storefront is now in a much better position to capitalize on the marketing, where your marketing goes a lot further than it would have without it, at that point, that's where we look at spending money in advertising. So we run the same process that we used to run, but not until we've done that initial part, because again, there are some big issues.
Yeah, we
that
got to
need
get
be
the work
addressed
done.
first. Right. Yeah, so just in terms of the process, how do you feel?
I think the process is great. So do you guys have a text marketing company?
Do we have a what?
Text marketing company?
No, so what we have is we use ChatGPT, and then we have a team of people that have to basically approve the responses before they get pushed through.
Okay.
And we use Twilio. So as far as like a texting company that we send a text
Yep.
messages from, we use Twilio.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, so that's what we use.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. All right, well, good. You tell me, where do you want to go from here?
You tell me. What's the cost? It always comes up to that, and what's the process or the time frame?
Yeah. So finances aside, just in terms of the process, again, you're crystal clear on what that new process looks like compared to the old, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what it would look like if you're ready to get started. First thing we do is we process payment, we'd sign the agreement, and then we book an onboarding call for you to hop on with my team so that we can outline the next steps and then get your team on the same page with us before we start doing anything. Okay, that way we can capitalize on all of these people that we're bringing in, because we want to show you guys how to really get these referrals off of these reviews. But then in addition to that, obviously how to convert the people that we're bringing in through the text campaigns. Okay, and this typically takes about 2 weeks before we can actually launch those texting campaigns and start bringing people through the door. Right, so it's obviously December 30th, we're coming up on the new year. We would probably be able to get something going that third week of January if we were to get signed up today and really start moving on this. Okay?
Right.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I get
So those are the next steps as far as getting things started. The investment for the initial month to get things going per location is $1,500.
Okay, so the $1,500 is you guys doing the Google, taking over Google, right?
Exactly. Taking over Google, following up with those people where your team doesn't do anything. So we're going to be getting you reviews. We're going to be getting you guys referrals. And we're going to be responding to the people that leave reviews on Google. And then we're also going to be getting feedback from people who are not happy. They're not going to be leaving reviews, but you're going to be getting feedback from them. Then we're going to train your team up on how to sell the people we'll be bringing in from the database. So there's 2 things going on: members and new signups, and then external prospects that we'll be bringing in to sell training to.
Okay.
Okay. So we won't do the external stuff until we've got your team trained up on our sales process. We will do the review stuff. We can get that going right away because that's going to play a role in how you rank on Google right now. What are people doing going into the new year? They're looking up gym near me, training near me, 24/7 gym near me at a way higher rate than ever before. Those key search terms, right? The first quarter is when they really pop. So we want to do that right away so that people start seeing you a lot more, and they're more likely to click through your website because your score is a lot higher. You've got a lot more good reviews. But right now, it does not look good, right?
Right.
So that's just the next step. Process payment, get the agreement signed, book the onboarding.
Okay. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Done. Closed them. And one thing to note here, where I was kind of mentioning like the marketing is same as before, this is somebody that I had already pitched before in the past and it didn't end up working out. This is a call from a really long time ago, so I forgot to mention that, but watching this over made me remember that. And so when it comes to that, right, that's why I was saying it. But again, you can see why now he actually said, let's get started, because before he didn't, right? And so it's just very, very different from what he's used to hearing. And because of that, I was able to close him. So now what I'm going to do is show you what we made from the first gym, where you can see total spend right here is $38,400. And then what I'm going to do is show you the second gym. So as you can see here, it's $34,500 for the second gym. So again, really great customer. And as you can see, the reoccurring theme of the fact that none of these businesses have a process in place to get reviews, leveraging AI, to get referrals, leveraging AI, and then to re-engage their old customers, leveraging AI. And they definitely don't have a process to answer calls or respond to people who call that don't get answered immediately, leveraging AI. So
huge gap in the market. And then once you're able to fill those gaps, make them a lot of money, they now trust you a ton. And now you can charge them a ton of money for marketing, because that's ultimately where you're going to make the most money, is through charging them for marketing. Okay, so this is the 8th sale. And with this one, he owns 2 gyms, and this call also had to go to a follow-up. When I jumped on, you'll see he didn't really have a ton of time, but I was able to get him to recognize that I could help, and did not pitch the price, but I pitched a follow-up call where I was then able to close him. So we will jump into this one right now.
Hey, what's going on?
Good. How are you?
Good. Doing good, thanks. Sorry about the wait. I do apologize for that.
It's okay. I do have a hard stop at 11. I have another meeting at 11, but we can
Cool. Yeah, I've got
take you
another
through
call
the
coming up
gist
here. Yeah, in 15 minutes. We can dive into it here real quick. So it looks like you've got 2 locations. Tell me a little bit about what you've got going on. I see the notes here, but just give me a rough rundown on what you kind of offer and what that looks like.
Yeah, I have 2 locations, and I have one group group fitness.
Okay, so as you can see here, 2 locations. I think I was running a little bit late, I guess, to the call, but he said he doesn't have a ton of time. And so the fact that he said he doesn't have a ton of time alters my strategy for the call, because what I'm going to do now is just build a ton of doubt, get him to recognize he has a problem and I can probably solve it, and then pitch a follow-up, not pitch my service and price. I might pitch the service, but definitely won't end up pitching the price, just like that last call. Well, not the last call, but the 6th call, where he had his business partner that was not on the initial call, where I then booked that. So from here, what I'm going to do is just jump into building the doubt and doing discovery.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got like almost 2,000 members.
Yeah.
You're not getting a ton of reviews, but it looks like there might be an opportunity there to automate things. So is your current process right now to get reviews relying on your team to just ask people for reviews?
That's correct. I mean, we have
Okay.
we have a tether at the front, but that's about it.
Okay. And do you have a remarketing strategy in place for old leads, like prospects and active members, to get them back through?
That's what not directly, to be honest. There's a lot of stuff in our CRM that we're not taking advantage of right now. So there's a lot of low hanging fruit that we're looking at.
Okay. What CRM do you use?
I'm sorry?
What
we
CRM
use,
do you use?
it's called Gym Sales through Ignite, which is owned by ABC Financial.
Yep. I'm familiar with it. Okay. All right. And then obviously when people call in, if the staff doesn't answer the call, their current process to get back to them is just manually calling them.
Yeah, for phone calls. And then as far as like we have some basic CRM stuff where, they click on like the leads, and then there's like a text message and email, automated stuff to get them essentially in. Our lead conversion once they're inside is between 40 and 55%. From a free trial from a lead to a conversion, essentially.
I see. Okay. And then obviously when it comes to getting those people through the door, if someone goes to your website and submits their information for a free trial, your staff is manually following up with them through?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So then there's a bunch of low hanging fruit just based off your current process being so manual based.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I know for a fact we can help you. What we do high level, my business partner owns 122 Anytime Fitnesses and 3 Basecamp Fitnesses. I've got guys on my team that own gyms and studios as well. We developed an AI that really helps automate and handle this stuff for you, but also it's AI, so it's very human. So it's a conversation that helps you get reviews, referrals, and get these people back through the door without your team doing it. So it really just removes your team from the equation. So obviously a gym like yours where you're cycling through that many people, you should be getting dozens, if not hundreds of good reviews every month. And in addition to that, you should be getting, if you know how to run a process without the team being involved, like a promotional raffle for people to have a chance to win a membership for free for the year, you should be getting them to tell their friends and family about you guys a lot, to get people coming in that are pre-sold from your current customers that are happy for free without spending money on marketing, just a process, that's handled without the staff. So that's what I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about if you think that's something you'd want to have a little bit of a deeper conversation about.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so as you can see, I did what I was kind of saying I thought I was going to do, which is got him to realize, well, got him to admit and say he doesn't have a process to get reviews. He doesn't have a process to get referrals after people leave reviews, and he doesn't have a process to re-engage his database. And this is a he owns very, very high traffic gems that have lots and lots of people in them, and they're just mega gems. So he's leaving a ton of opportunity on the table, and then also just his lead nurturing process, all relying on his team, where he recognized, yeah, I think I could be doing a better job with this. So that's what I kind of mentioned. I told him a little bit about what we could do and just said, look, I know I can help you. And so from here, what I'm just going to jump to is booking the follow-up, because this was just a very brief call. All I do is really just talk a little bit more about some of his internal processes, but it's not really relevant.
All right, well, I would probably say, yeah, we should definitely have a deeper conversation about this. I've got a good idea as far as what you're doing right now on the data. I'd like to look at your ads after we hop off here. And then when we jump back on, I'd like to review your ads just to see the tactics that they're running as far as the company that you're working with right now. But obviously, if you're spending $3K a month in marketing per location and you're only getting that type of throughput, you're probably not making money on the front end, and you're really, really probably not making a return until multiple months in from what they're doing, right? And then obviously this is just stacking and stacking and stacking. So you might not be making a return. So I think that there is probably a ton of opportunity within your database of leads, and the fact that you don't have a process to get them back in. So if you can just leverage a proven process that's hands-free from you and your team to get people coming back in without spending money on ads, there's going to be a massive asymmetrical return compared to what you're doing now. And then obviously a process that will help you get reviews, help you get referrals, help you jump on leads a lot sooner. That will allow you to rank higher, be seen higher, get more conversions from people searching gym near me to them actually clicking onto your website, converting into a trial and coming in, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's probably the best place to start, because your financial situation is a rough one. So it's like, how do we work with what we've got and tighten up the breakage across the board?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I said the best thing we need to do from here is book a follow-up call, and that's ultimately what we end up doing. So from here, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the follow-up call.
Because it's the same. Yeah, I think we should still run at both locations.
Yeah, I think it comes down to two things why I'd recommend doing that is because, number one, you're going to save money. Right now, you're spending $3K a month on something that's not, you don't know if it is, but it's most likely not making money. So you're going to save money just based on that. And then secondly, it's going to be a lot simpler because you've already got the data with them. It's not 100% accurate, but you've got it. If we just run one and then you run one at the other, it's a little bit weird. You know what I mean? And now you can't compare one to the other.
Yeah. No, I understand that. Yes. So, I mean, is there any more like as far as anyway, like compared to some of the other, like, because obviously there's a lot of other competitors that you guys have out there that are going after that same market. What's the differentiating point with you guys as opposed to say some of your other top competitors?
Yeah, so most of the people that do similar things to this don't do anything when it comes to reviews or remarketing to old contacts. The reason why is because if you don't have an AI to do it, it's a shit ton of work. Okay, so it's still a lot of work even if you have an AI, because we have people who proof the messages before they're sent to make sure that it makes sense. So it's still a lot of work, but it's nowhere near the amount of work that it used to be. So that's one thing, is there's a reason why the company you're with right now has not run a reactivation or helped you with reviews.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot easier to just place an ad, set it, and forget it. And that's what they're doing. It's not even like they're optimizing them. It doesn't look like.
Well, they're attempting to optimize, but it's a very slow moving process, and it seems very. I mean, we've been with them for well over a year. It's just not. It's not really producing the results we're looking for.
Yeah. So when it comes to marketing, when you don't have a lot of reviews frequently coming through, the results that you're going to get from marketing aren't going to be near what they could be if you did.
Yeah.
So that's very important to just have a system like that that's ongoing, ideally that does not involve the staff.
Yeah.
So that right there is super key. The other big piece is, again, you have almost 20,000 contacts that are inactive contacts that you haven't done anything with. So I mean, there's just massive opportunity. Massive opportunity with warm leads where you don't have to spend money on ads.
Mhm. And then from a lead generation after those, after let's say after we obviously we're going back into those 17,000, that book of 17,000, and then after those go through, what's the for lead generation moving forward after that? What's the process for that?
Yeah, so depending on the data and the results, we can look at running ads. As far as the ads are concerned, you determine what your ad spend is, and then it's $500 extra a month per location.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay. What is what's our next step here?
So next step would be getting the agreement signed. If you have any questions on it, we can review it right now. It's a one-page agreement,
Sure.
very straightforward. From there, we're good to go, process payment, and then all we need to do is book the onboarding call. Then I'll get some additional information from you. After we put that through, my team will be able to get some stuff set up, and then we'll send you a fitness business assessment going over a bunch of in-depth questions with regard to the gym and your current process right now, so that we're all set come the onboarding call to really dive in. Does that sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. I think you've had a different backdrop every single time I've been on with you.
Oh yeah, we're putting in new countertops and backsplashes at my condo, and I'm doing a condo renovation at the same time. So I had
Nice.
to. I also travel between the two facilities, and I also had to be. So today I had to work from home, just so I could be here, so you guys could work on this shit.
Understood.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Okay, so as you can kind of see, he was contemplating whether or not he should stop doing what he was doing, which was just marketing, or start working with us. And as you could hear him say, he has 17,000 contacts in his database, and he knows they're really not doing much with it. And the current company he's with right now is literally doing nothing with it, and he knows his team really isn't doing much with it either. So at this point, I'm just gonna go to where I actually close the deal and finish it off.
Are you available to do it Monday at noon or 4?
What's the questions that are on it? Is it? I just wondering is there enough time for me to prep that all over the weekend?
Yeah, you should definitely be able to prep it. You should be able to go through it.
Okay. And onboarding, you said about an hour?
Yeah, 60 to 90 minutes.
Okay. And that onboarding, you said I shouldn't have my, should I run it with my GM or just me?
Just you.
Okay. Let me just check my calendar on Monday.
Okay, and so you can see I'm booking the onboarding call and we're closing him up. So good example of, again, a business owner that just doesn't have any of these processes in place. And he was asking some questions, what makes you different from other companies? And as I told him, other companies just don't do any of this stuff. Look at the company you're working with right now. Are they helping you get reviews? Are they helping you follow up with people after they leave reviews to get referrals? And are they following up with your database of leads? That's massive, right? He literally has a 17,000 person database of leads, and we were able to get him absolutely insane results with the database because it was so huge and they weren't doing anything with it. So what I'll do from here is just show you how much we were able to actually make from him. So if I go over here, you can see here total spend. We billed them all under the same for both clubs. It was $73,700. So incredible customer, and we were able to make them a lot of money, which made us a lot of money. Okay, so we are gonna jump into the 9th call. This is a really good call. This one actually is worth $123,000, and this is a guy that has 4 locations. So we will go right ahead and jump on into it.
Doing good. How are you?
Good.
Good deal. Where are you located out of?
And outside.
Okay, nice. Is it cold up there?
Yeah, there's been snow on the ground for weeks. We were actually getting a real winter this year. I could use a little break. Haven't seen the grass in a few weeks.
Yeah, my family's from Kentucky. I don't live there, but I know it snowed quite a bit. So I imagine you guys are getting it too.
Yeah, not a lot of volume. Just every couple of days we get another inch, and then we get another inch. It just never melts.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you're staying warm. and hopefully it won't last too much longer. But we can jump into things.
Okay. So as you can kind of see there, just a brief introduction, and now what I'm going to do is jump into the discovery.
What I don't like about these guys, and it's no knock on them, they've got a great program, they've got great people with great ideas, but there's a lot of DIY perspective associated with their program, where me as an owner, they teach you what you're supposed to do, and then you need to operationalize it yourself. But there are a lot of gaps in what they're telling you to do, and how me as a non-marketing guy, how I can operationalize it. Not a lot of hand holding. I don't have a lot of time to do a lot of the things that they're recommending, but I like the idea of it. Okay. So they're telling me, hey, look, video ads are hitting really well right now, people speaking to the camera, talking about your program. So then I've got to spend a half a day to almost a whole day recording a video with my manager, editing in CapCut, getting that over to them for them to then run an ad, right? And the canned ads that they have were working for a while, and they don't seem to be working much anymore. I know, and the other thing also, and this is an important thing, you all are all, these guys are not. They've got a bunch of studios, everything from, like martial arts studios to women's only studios, things like that. We're kind of, a square peg in a round hole with their customer base, because, we run a franchise fitness center that has membership plus training, so, there's a little bit of, a bad fit as far as that's concerned. But with that being said, we do get some really good ideas from the studio only people, I'm just wondering, we've been doing this now with them for probably about 6 months is my guess. I just wanted to reconnect with you all because you all are, more focused on franchises and know what we deal with internally. I just wanted to see if there have been changes made to your processes, anything new other than just the 6-week challenge, just where you are with your program.
Okay. So as you can see, he's currently working with another company that he's not very happy with, because the way that the company he's working with right now does things is it's really DIY, like do it yourself, where they show him what to do, kind of teach him what to do, and then he can do it on his own. And there's nothing really wrong with that model, other than the fact that a lot of these business owners have zero interest in doing marketing. They have zero interest in setting up AI, integrating AI into their business. They don't want to do that, right? This is a gym owner. I help people that work with med spas. I help people that work with dentists. I help people that work with chiropractors, roofers, realtors, insurance agents. They have no interest in doing that stuff. They have interest in selling and closing people and providing the service or product to them that they're passionate about. Okay, so that's really the situation here, where with my company and my agency, we do it for them. It's done for you, right? It's not even done with you. It's a done for you service where we literally do it for them. And so that's basically what he's saying. And this is another individual that I'd spoken with in the past, where I wasn't able to sign him up, but we were able to catch him at a point where, he saw one of our ads, wanted to see what's going on, because he's not happy with the way things are going for him. And so from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to jump over to the doubt section, where I'm just doing some more discovery and getting him to admit that what they're currently doing is not very effective.
Looking at things and starting from the top, right now, do you guys have a process in place to get Google reviews that's free from you and the team?
Yes. I mean, we need to get better with it, but our managers do have metrics to get Google reviews, Facebook reviews every month. Yes.
Okay. Well, just looking at it right now, it looks like, at Katanning, is it the...
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like in the last 3 months or 4 months, you've had 3 reviews.
Yes. Yeah. We do need to get better with Katanning. Sarver right now, Alyssa's doing a pretty good job. That's still a new club. And she's working to beef up those reviews. But yes, it's something that we, constantly, are constantly working with our managers, trying to get them. But there's so many other things that we've been focused on, like prospecting has been the highest priority, that sometimes things like that fall to the wayside.
Okay. So you guys have a process right now, but it's dependent on the staff, and they're not really executing.
Not always. We've got to pick and choose where we want to focus everybody's energy the most. And right now prospecting is where I mean, yeah, we want to see like 4 Google reviews a month from each club, but if they get 2 or 1, it's like, well, where are we with the prospecting metrics? Because those are the priority, so we're not hammering our people on every single little thing, when we want to focus more on the things that are make us money,
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And do you guys have a process to get referrals off people that leave you reviews?
Yes.
On Google?
Well, to get referrals off of Google reviews now.
Okay, so if someone leaves you a review, you guys don't have a process to follow up via text or call to try and get referrals, leveraging a raffle, proven offer, anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right, so there's area of opportunity there. Do you guys have a remarketing strategy in place for your database of leads? I know you said you're prospecting. Is that what you're referring to?
What we've done, and that again, that's put on our responsibility, right? And like for Black Friday, I put together an email campaign for our members and prospects for a paid in full, campaign. It was something that I did myself, and it was semi-successful, but that's where we could use some help because, I'm not good at creating eye-catching emails, that are gonna like get people to take action. I can use ChatGPT to give me some content, but I'm not a marketing guy to know how am I going to truly capture somebody to get them to take an action in an email.
Yeah.
I can send them, but I again, I'm not a marketing guy.
Sure. Okay, so I mean that's kind of falling on you, but it's just not
Yes.
really something that you're very comfortable with, and it's something you
No.
don't have a lot of experience in. Okay,
Correct.
that makes sense. Do you guys do anything with the database with regards to texting? Like, do you segment the list based off gender? You guys reaching out to them during engagement with an offer, like lead nurturing?
No,
women?
we have sent some texts via lead flow, but we're not very good at that. And I noticed that when I did send mass texting, it turned a lot of people off.
Okay, it's all on you too, right? Like you can do
100%.
it through them, and then you have to do it.
Yes, yeah, because well, and
Okay.
the other limitation, as you know, doesn't let us text. That's our CRM of record. So we then have to have another system to go mass text. So that's binding us as well. And right now we do have a separate CRM that I'm paying separately for, but now I've got 2 systems, and it's it's that kind of mess as well.
Okay, so are you paying additional for the lead flow?
Yes.
Okay, what are you paying a month?
That's a good question. I'd have to get back to you on that. It's not
Okay.
it's not super expensive. When I signed up for it, I don't know off the top of my head. It's not
Okay.
significant enough for me to know.
It's probably like $200 or $300.
Something like that for all 4 clubs. It's pretty cheap.
That makes sense. All right, so right now the process to get reviews is you've got some expectations for the team, but they're having to actually do it and ask.
Yeah.
You don't really have a process to piggyback off of people that leave you reviews to get referrals.
Correct.
Again, that's dependent on the staff. Even if you did, they'd have to be
Right.
asking again. And then in addition to that, remarketing to the database of leads falls on you
Yes.
as the owner. And it's just
Correct.
not something that you're super familiar with. And I would also imagine you've probably got a lot of stuff going on. Where
Exactly.
If people are responding, you now have to do that. And it does take a lot of time if you're going to do a good job when it comes to doing stuff like that. So would you say it's safe to say that there's a lot of opportunity in the database to be worked properly?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's definitely a big opportunity. And then in addition to that, this is probably one you haven't been asked before. Do you guys have a process in place to track how many potential prospects are calling clubs and current members? Do you guys have an IVR set up so that you can track it just like when you call Amex, it says press 1, 2, 3 for XYZ?
No.
Okay. So you don't know how many you're missing, but it's interesting because we've created an AI that answers calls for inbound prospects. And what we found is that miss on average 70% of prospect calls. So if you get 100 calls in a month, your team's probably missing 70 of them. And these are organic people calling in, looking to join, looking to come in for a tour.
Yep.
Like, these are some of the best leads that you could get because they're organically looking on Google, gym near me. And they're just calling because they didn't want to go through the website. Hey, can I come in at this time to like check it out and sign on? So the fact that you don't know that right now doesn't mean that you're missing 70% or doesn't mean you're getting 100. But that's what we've been seeing with over a dozen Anytime Fitnesses. because we've got something that can track that, and then we have an AI that we can hook up to it, which answers 100% of the calls. And what we're seeing is right now we've gotten to a point where it's booking about 24% of them. So if you get, right, 100 calls in a month and you miss 70% of them, that leaves 70 calls, you get a 23% book rate. You know, that could be an additional 15 appointments a month. And these are not the same type of appointments that are coming from Facebook. Right? These are organic leads
Yes.
that are actively looking to join, which is a very different type of marketing. Right? Direct response is what you're doing right now versus
Right.
organic, which is when someone's really kind of made up their mind, right? You just don't fuck it up. That's kind of the situation there, right? So there's definitely opportunity as far as that's concerned as well.
And so this guy's biggest problem right now is marketing, but he doesn't have a good process in place to get reviews, and he really doesn't even have it as a priority either, right? Because he's so unhappy with the results he's getting with the company he's working with right now, and he's really just overwhelmed because he has 4 gyms. He's having to do this stuff on his own for the most part. He's having to implement it since it's done. It's do it yourself. That's how they do it instead of done for you, which is what we do. And he's now admitted to the point that, or to the fact that he doesn't have a good system in place to get reviews, to get referrals, to re-engage their database of leads, and he can't track how many calls his team's even making when he's saying that's what the priority is lead prospecting, is to be making calls, yet he doesn't even have a process in place to track that, nor does he have a process in place to see how many calls they're missing, right? And so there's just a lot of opportunity here, just getting him tied down on the fact that what he's doing right now is not working. And from here, I'm going to pitch him on. What do you think? Drum roll, please. The reactivation, the reviews, and I think I pitch him on tracking the calls to then sell him the AI agent that can answer the calls.
What I'll do is kind of break down for you what I think would be best for you to do based off the current situation you're in right now with kind of being in panic mode because things just aren't really working to the level you were expecting them to work at. So the first thing that we want to do is focus on the reviews because like I said, right now, I didn't have my team pull Local Falcon reports for you. What Local Falcon is, it's a software that shows you how you rank organically on Google for key terms. So like gym near me, 24/7 gym near me. I typically have them pull stuff like that, but I didn't have time since this is a kind of short notice one. But I would imagine that for a lot of those terms, you don't rank super great when you start to get like 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles out. You know, someone's 5 miles away at home, look up gym near me. I would imagine that you're not really doing that great just based off the current reviews at some of the clubs and the frequency of them, okay? Because one of the heaviest weighted variables that Google takes into account when it comes to ranking organically is frequency and quality of reviews. It's just like engagement, right? Your business is getting a lot of engagement, and then if you're responding to them, which I noticed I don't think you were on some of them, that's additional engagement.
Okay.
So that also impacts the Google algorithm for how you rank organically for terms, especially terms related to you and what the solutions you guys are providing. So what that would allow you to do is capture a lot of organic traffic, a lot more than you're capturing right now. So what we would do is this, is we would plug our AI in to your all's active members, and then anyone new that signs up in any trials that come in, and what we do is we follow up with them for your staff. Okay, and what we do is we ask them for a review, leveraging a proven offer that we've been using across Andy's gym. So Andy Gunn, like my partner.
Yep.
And what we do is we say, hey, we're doing a raffle this quarter where you have a chance to win a membership for free for the year. All you have to do is tell us about your feedback. If they say they're loving it, we ask them for a review. If they say they're not loving it, we just ask them for feedback on a feedback form.
Right.
So we don't get any bad reviews by doing
Correct.
that. Right? And then we follow up with them on Google, just responding to it for you and your team so that you guys don't have to do that either. After they leave a review and we respond to it on Google, we follow up with them on text saying, thank you so much for the kind words. If you'd like your name to be put into this raffle again, all you have to do is share this link with friends and family that can come in and try us out for free. Right? And then we keep following up with them if they haven't left us. And then we teach you and your team a script to even hammer it harder, to call them. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so the big benefit here is number one, it's going to allow you to organically rank higher. You're going to get more reviews. And in addition to that, you're going to be able to get referral opportunities. And this is pretty much hands-free. If you really want to push the envelope and you're struggling right now, you guys need to be hammering, right? Calling them because there's a lot of opportunity there with a script that's very easy to follow to get a lot of referrals. Okay, so your organic traffic will go up. You will be getting more of the best leads you could get, which are leads pre-sold from your happy customers. And then thirdly, it will keep your team accountable. Because everyone that signs up, everyone that's active is going to be asked how their experience has been. And it's going to give you some insights that you don't know, right? People are going to start telling you, hey, I told Michael that the gym was disgusting and it hadn't been cleaned for the last 2 months. I'm going to cancel. Now you have a chance to save someone who might be considering canceling. You'll also get feedback on what you can improve on, and it allows you to keep your staff a bit more accountable without you having to do anything different. Right? So it's very, very important. And then going back to how this is all interconnected, the ads you're running right now, people are going to look you up. There's a segment of the market that are looking at Google, and there's not a lot of social proof. So that impacts the performance of the marketing as well, especially if they can't find you. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay. What questions do you have on that, if any?
Not on that. All that sounds great.
Okay. All right. So the second thing is the remarketing to your database. So right now, that obviously falls on you, and you're trying to steer the ship in a better direction and manage the team to try and fix the situation. So there's a lot of opportunity in that database, especially right now, because it's the new year. And so what we would do, rather than having you try and send out some emails or try and send out some text blasts, is we'd segment the list based off men and women, and then we'd reach out to them with a proven transformation type offer to re-engage them. And anyone that shows interest, we would handle the entire follow-up process to get them booked, qualify them, confirm them. And then if they don't show up, all your team has to do is mark them as a no-show. Okay, so we would handle that entire process for you. If you guys have a database of, 2,000, 4,000, 5,000 per location, we typically see that, depending on how well you guys have serviced people in the past, and then obviously how much you guys have reached out to that list, about 2% we can get through the door. Okay, so if you guys have 2,000 leads, there have been situations where we've been able to get 40 to 80 people through the door, for a training specific offer or for a membership specific offer. Okay, and the best part about that is you're not spending money on marketing. That doesn't cost ad spend, that just takes the labor to do it, but we've got an AI that's going to be able to do it.
Sounds great.
Okay. So that's the second thing. And again, those two things are not involving advertising, the paid advertising that you're doing. It's just focusing on the low-hanging fruit that you guys aren't really capitalizing on right now. Okay. The third thing would be getting your numbers ported over to really see what that looks like as far as how many calls you guys are missing. Because again, looking at the breakage and the opportunities, the easiest opportunities where you don't need a good sales process, like you do with the challenge, kind of like what it sounds like maybe happened with Ryan, where he started to get a little bit lazy, maybe the sales process wasn't being upheld, is to get that set up so that you guys can start seeing how many people you're missing, but more importantly, keep your team accountable to be making more outbound dials, because they're probably not making any at all, right? And they need to be doing that. Your managers need to be doing that, especially for new leads that haven't been responding, right? That are kind of falling off. So AI aside, to even answer the phone calls, you just don't have that data right now. So you don't know what type of opportunities you're missing, and you don't know how to keep your team accountable because you don't know.
Making notes here. Okay.
So that would be very, very important.
Well, I mean, I do like the direction you all have gone. You've got a lot of great new tools, and also I'm just not satisfied with the paid ad marketing the way it's going right now with Gym Academy either. I also just kind of feel like they were really in the beginning, really, working with us and trying to get things going, but they're realizing that we don't have the bandwidth to do all of the DIY stuff they expect us to do. You guys have a lot of tools in place, that's what we need. What we need is more help on, a lot of the nickel and dime things, that your programs do, the referrals, the ads, the Google reviews, all of that stuff. The AI, the inbound call management, that's what we need. And, their program is great for people who got the resources to DIY it. We just don't, and,
yeah,
we're also, we've gone backwards and we've made a little bit of progress in the past few months, but we're halfway through the month and I'm not seeing anything move the needle this month, and I'm not satisfied with that.
Yeah. Yeah, their program is really good for people that are owner operators that can go implement things right away and
Yes.
don't have a big team
Correct.
to turn and bend. Where if you've got 4 clubs, it's
Right.
yeah. So yeah, that's what I would recommend as far as the low hanging fruit, the organic opportunities that you're just not really capitalizing on yet. Because like I said, this is all, think about it like it's all interconnected, because it is. Right? People look at Google. Some people look at Yelp, but mainly people look at Google. And if you're running a ton of ads, especially in a small market, they're going to look you up,
Mm-hmm.
right? Just because this ad is polished, it's persuasive, it has an amazing hook, it doesn't matter, right? Like I see ads on Facebook and Instagram, and I automatically think it's BS. And I look it up, and if I can't find that business, I'm pretty concerned. I'm like, that is a scam. That's not for me. And then if I do find it, and they've got a lot of bad reviews, not good, right? So that impacts everything. So yeah, I think the tracking would be very beneficial, and then based off that, potentially connecting AI to see how many opportunities you guys are missing, because even if you're missing 20%, 100% of them get answered by something that could book at 23%. That's pretty beneficial, right?
So where do you recommend that we start with you all getting back, coming up back over to your side?
Exactly what I just outlined. The reviews, the referrals, the reactivation.
I mean,
and then,
like the reviews, the referrals, are you saying that reviews and referrals we're working with our staff to do that manually, or that's the program that you want to implement?
yeah, so what I'm saying is that's what I would want to implement, where your staff doesn't do anything different. We do it for you.
Okay.
Right? The reason why they're not doing it for you is because they don't actually have it. It's their AI is specific just to a transformation type offer.
Correct.
Right? Like if it wasn't, they would be remarketing your old leads. They'd be
Right.
remarketing to active members.
Mhm.
Right? So that's what we're doing is your team doesn't have to do anything different. You don't have to do anything different. If anything, you do less work because you don't have to be having conversations with them saying, why didn't you get reviews? Why didn't you try and get referrals?
Right.
Because it's going to get them automatically.
What about paid marketing through you all?
Yeah, so I think that would be good to do, but I think for the first month, what we need to do is hit your list really hard, the database of leads, and then hit your member list hard to get reviews, referrals, and get a lot of traffic coming in without spending money on ads.
Yeah, I agree with that, but what do I do about, I'm paying $6,000 a month in paid marketing, and it's not getting me any leads. So what do I need to do about that?
Well, I mean, you just paid them, so I think.
Well, no, I paid them their $1,500 monthly fee for their service, but I've got my ongoing ads right now, that aren't performing.
Yeah,
and I don't want to just shut ads off, so I don't know what to do.
Yeah, this is what I would recommend, because we can do ads, and like I said, I think we could improve your ads just based off the fact that we have assets they don't have specific, and then in addition to that, they're running it pretty generically. I mean, they have a massive dynamic campaign that they're not really optimizing. They've got like 10 different images. They have like 4 different copies, 4 different headlines. That's pretty much just, we know this campaign's going to do well. We're going to let Facebook optimize for it, but eventually it's going to nosedive.
Which is where we are right now.
Right. So what I think you guys need to do is we get the reviews going, get the referrals going, get the reactivation going to the database, and then potentially you turn that off with them once we can launch that, because we'll be able to get a lot of people coming through the door without spending money on ads. And we'll be able to get you guys a lot of reviews and referral opportunities without spending money on ads, which means that your staff need to focus on that, not a bunch of cold leads that we're getting through ads. Right? And that's not going to cost you $6,000. So we could do that for at least a month, potentially longer, but at least a month. And then after that, you will be in a better situation based off Google and your Google storefront to get better results from ads. I'm not saying you're going to get 2x or anything like that, but you will get better results. You'll get more organic traffic because you're going to rank higher and you're going to have way more social proof on Google.
So you suggest we keep running these paid ads, start working with you all on the Google review side and a reactivation campaign for our existing prospect list. And that's where you recommend we go for the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And then I would say cancel them. And then once that's done, after this month is done, we look at how many leads we have left to reach out to in the database on the member side and inactive prospect members, and then look at doing ads.
What do you all charge to be able to do all the stuff that we just discussed?
Yeah, so for the reactivations, the reviews, what we would want to do with that, across the board for all of them is $3,000. Okay. And then from there, as far as running paid ads is concerned, that would be a different conversation. But we could talk about that after we do that based off the results we get. For the reviews, okay, so for the reviews and the referrals, we charge $250 a month per club. And it's a 12-month agreement where we give people the first month, where if they don't want to continue after, they don't have to. But I would put that in there with the reactivation, where we typically charge people $1,500. Okay, but I would give it to you because you had a little bit of an interesting experience, and your wife had to go back to work. I mean, that sucks, right? I want to help you out. That's what I would want to do for you, is $3,000 for all four to do it for that initial month.
$3,000 plus $250 per club for the
No. I'm saying I would include it. That would be what you would pay, and then any text messaging fees, it costs a quarter of a penny to send a text, you would pay for as well. That's what I'm saying. And then I'm saying based off that, we could look at what it would look like to run your ads for you and follow up the leads as well, while actively doing the reviews, the referrals, and then also look at getting your phone switched over. Because as far as that's concerned, that's not going to really cost you anything extra. You just have to port your number over to the software that we have, where you're paying pretty much the same usage fees for your team to be doing things, but you get to get the data to see how many calls you're missing from people that are trying to join that aren't active members. And then you get to see how many calls your team's missing from active members as well. And at that point, we could look at connecting the AI if you wanted. If not, you just have a better tool that gives you more visibility and accountability over your team.
All right. Well, we'll move forward with that then, and we'll look at, an option for paid ads going forward. I know that we need to do something with these paid ads that we're doing right now because they're not performing, and I feel like I'm throwing money down the toilet, which I don't have. So
okay. All right. Well, then this is the process. What we need to do first is knock out the agreement, get the payment, and then book the onboarding call so that we can get this stuff set up. And what I'm going to do for this agreement, like I said, it's just going to be like a 1-month thing where we're just doing the reviews, referrals, reactivation. And then, like I said, we can, if you want, we can talk about getting your numbers ported over. It is a little bit of a process. It can take like 2 weeks. But like I said, right now, if you really just look at your business, you need to be looking at how can I capitalize on the easy opportunities that aren't really costing you that much money, because the cost per sale you're going to get on Facebook is way, way higher.
Okay, so obviously I closed him, but one thing I made a mistake with here was he asked me how much it cost, and the first thing I should have said is, money aside, just in terms of the process that I outlined, do you feel like this is what you want to do? And just make sure that he understood everything that I said, right? The fact that he was asking me how much does it cost is a leading indicator that he's sold and he wants to do this, but you always want to make sure that the person actually understood what you just said, because I talked for a while there. People don't retain a lot of what they hear, right? So you just want to make sure that he actually believed in the process before you tell him the price. And so that's what I should have done. And obviously this wasn't a critical error. I was still able to close him, but just a little bit of a tip in reflection, I would have, if I could have done anything different, that's what I would have done. And so from here, we've now been able to make a lot of money from this customer. And as you can see, the total we've been able to make is $123,000. So working with a company that was basically just giving him information that he had to act on. He's a business owner, he owns 4 locations. He really needed help and needed work taken off his plate, not more work put on his plate. And that's what the other company did. And that's why he's been such a great customer with us, is because we're giving him a service that he's never received before, that's taking a ton of work off his plate so that he can focus on the things that actually move the needle forward in his business. Okay, so here is the final call that resulted in $500,000, over $500,000. And this is a call from quite a while ago, 3 years ago. And so my process in this call is a lot different from most of the calls that we watch, just because at the time of this call, things were a lot different then, as far as like my presentation, my sales process. I was a lot worse at sales then, and really like the product and even the pricing of it was just different. The way we went into signing people up on the front end and and then really monetizing on the back end was different. And so you'll kind of get to see that and kind of get to see, you know, how I was then. But this is a really cool call just because this is a customer that had 3 clubs at the time we started working with them. And since then, they've now got over a dozen clubs, and we've helped them scale to that point. And we've done that with a handful of people. And whenever that happens, you know, the reason why they're able to scale like that is because of the system we integrate into their business that allows them to acquire clubs knowing that they're going to be able to grow them very quickly. And so this is just a really cool example because obviously we've helped them a ton, and in turn we've been able to make a lot of money as well. So we'll go ahead and jump into it.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. Can you see me?
I see a photo of you.
Oh, sorry about that. Can you see me
Now I
now?
see you. Now I see you. Looks just like the photo though.
It should. I hope it does.
Perfect. A
Cool.
spitting image
Do you
of the photo.
do you have a camera?
I do. I'm actually on my phone, so I've never really zoomed on the phone before. I usually go through the computer, but I didn't get the email, so I just went to the phone. Let's
Got
see.
it.
How
Do you want me to
that
resend it to you so that I can get it to your
Nah,
computer?
doesn't matter. It's okay. I just let me see.
Okay, so as you can see, this is actually back when I lived in Florida. So I was even in a different place because it was so long ago. And back when I lived in Florida, they would give me these wild haircuts just because I was in like South Florida. They would shave my head, and then you can see my my facial hair. It's like I've got a handlebar mustache. You'll be able to kind of see that in this one, which, yeah, watching this back, it's pretty funny. But what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to jump into the discovery.
Correct. On our
The forum,
website,
on
not
the website.
yeah, correct. Not on a Facebook landing page. I've tried
Yeah.
Facebook landing pages before, and they seem to be hit or miss.
Yeah. Are you
Um,
running your own ads?
Yes,
How long have you been doing that for?
year and a half, 2 years.
Have you ever worked with a marketing agency before?
Yeah, we worked with gym leads for quite a while, and it was they did a great job for us at the beginning, and then the quality of the leads, we were getting loads of leads, but very low quality. We couldn't get them in the club. So
Okay. People that wouldn't
they-
answer the phone, respond to
yeah, they wouldn't
text.
answer the phone. They wouldn't respond. The the ratios that they were talking about seemed to be accurate, but it was just diminishing returns after a certain period of time.
And so this is a unique one compared to the rest of the calls we've reviewed because I don't think any of the other calls the actual owner is running their own ads. And so in this situation at this time he was running his own ads, but he'd worked with other companies in the past. And what he was kind of saying the biggest issue with those other companies in the past was getting people through the door. They were able to get leads, but when they got those leads, the people didn't actually come through the door. They weren't qualified. And so from here, what I'm going to do is just continue jumping to other parts of the discovery.
What is your main role at the gym? I know you're running the ads, but are you oscillate between the gyms? What would
Yeah,
you say your priority is?
Depends on the gym, depends on the day.
Putting out fires.
I am in the gyms at least 5, sometimes 6 days a week.
So you're involved. You're not an absentee owner. Cool.
No. I train 10 hours a week. So I train 10 hours a week between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. And then depending on what club needs me on that day, and then I'll change the treadmill belts and fix the bikes, and if they need sales training, I'll do the sales training. I've been doing this for quite some time. I was in the health and fitness industry before.
Oh, cool.
I managed my first club in 1987. So that's probably before you were born.
I was born in 96. It's almost a decade.
A decade before you were born.
Or over a decade, I think, right? 9 years.
It's funny, it was a club called the Southington Nautilus. All it had was Nautilus machines. And when the Nautilus machines were in there,
oh, cool.
They didn't even have the straps. They still had the chains.
That's funny you say Nautilus. You see what this is?
I pull it back a little. It's just blurry. I'm guessing that could be one of two things, either Arthur Jones or Wayne Westcott.
Arthur Jones. Yeah.
I couldn't, and I'll tell you the truth, I couldn't see it at all. I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
If you were pulling one of those two people, if you were pulling out a picture from Nautilus, it was Arthur Jones or Wayne Westcott.
That's right. Yeah, you said Nautilus. What a cool guy he was.
Yeah.
Okay, so just doing more discovery, right? Getting clear on what his situation is, and then from here, what I'm going to do is just jump to more discovery.
Okay, and then just to clarify, the 3 clubs, for the most
Mhm.
part, have either been stagnant or sliding back in training revenue over the last 3 months.
Over the last 3 months, that would be true.
Okay.
Over the last 2 years, they've grown significantly, but it's just over the last 3 months
Right,
that seem
right.
to have been stepping back.
Absolutely. I totally get that. You can't always be up, you know.
Right.
You have those
Right.
good stretches, but they don't last
Yeah.
forever. Okay, so what would you say is the goal for all the clubs? I know you said if you could get 5K a month in small group training at all 3, that'd be a home run. But what would you
Mhm.
say your goal is across the 3 clubs coming up on, you know, it's the New Year's right around the corner. You know,
Mhm.
after March or April, where would you say you want the gyms to be?
Okay, so that's really the discovery, right? And so from here, what I'm going to be jumping into is pitching him.
So that's what we do. And it's really 4 main things that we do to make that happen. So the first thing is the offer. So like I said, we do marketing. Right now, you've been marketing a 7-day pass, which is great. It's working for you, but you're bringing people in that want a membership, not training. They're looking to rent equipment. So converting them into a training client, you're swimming upstream. What we do is we advertise a 6-week challenge, which attracts somebody that's looking for a coach to help them get results through fitness, nutrition, and accountability. So that's number 1 is we're attracting a training client right out the gate. And these are people that aren't currently customers. This is external marketing, right? So when they come in, they end up becoming a training client and a member. So you grow them both simultaneously. So that's why we run the 6-week challenge. And one thing to note, do you have Planet Fitness like gyms in your market? Like Crunch,
Yeah, we do.
Planet? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have we have a Planet that's 8 miles away. We have a club called that I don't think is down your way.
Yeah.
Which is
No, I've not heard
similar.
of that.
Similar.
Yeah.
So they've got tiered memberships, but they're 10, 20, and $30 a month. And they're all
Yeah.
about 20 to 25,000 square feet.
Yep. Yeah. So competing with them on the membership front is extremely difficult. They're bigger, they're nicer, they're cheaper, right? That's really kind of what you run into. So how do you compete with that? You market your gym as a training facility, not as a, you know, open gym. So that's what we do. That's number 1 is the 6-week challenge. And the main point with that is it attracts somebody that's looking for a coach. Does that make sense?
Sure.
And you've never run a challenge before, right?
No, we have. We've run them before. We haven't run them. We haven't run them consistently. Generally, I don't think we've gone to our challenges. We ran them not in 23, but 22. We ran 21-day challenges.
Okay. Did you market them externally or was it an internal push to your members?
Most of it was an internal push to the members. We marketed it a little bit outside, but there, you know, I know we needed to spend a lot more money to get the message out. We probably wasted our money because we did it so little.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool. Well, that's good to know. So that's number 1. It's the offer. That's the only offer we run. And then number 2 is the way that we do our marketing. So this might be something interesting to you because maybe it's something you can use at the very least. You know, if we don't work together, maybe it's something you can incorporate into your ads. But the reason why Andy is my business partner is because he worked with all my competitors and tried to build out his own team internally to do marketing. But I was able to drop his cost per acquisition by over 30%. And when that happened, he came to me and said, "You're clearly the best at marketing. I'm very good at scaling gyms and the operations. Why don't we partner up and attach them, connect them to really provide a great service?" So that's what my background is marketing and obviously partnering up with Andy to connect the dots. But the way that we do our marketing is pretty unique and it enables us to make our clients' gym stand out. So we advertise to 10 audiences simultaneously. Half are men, half are women. And then we split them up between age groups, 22 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 to 59, 60 plus. And then from there, we have testimonials from men and women of all age groups talking about how it changed their life. We also have tons of images of all of these different audiences that we know are proven to convert, to acquire and bring in training clients. So what we do is we then put those images and videos within each one of those audiences, and then we use copy that speaks directly to those audiences. So the ad I get would not be the same ad you get, right? And the ad my mom gets would not be the same ad you get. And the reason we do that is because it converts better. The way you're running your ads right now, I would imagine, are all men and women of all age groups getting the same ad?
25 to 64.
20? Okay, nice. Yeah, that's how I did it originally. Tested this out, and I was shocked. So that's how we run our ads. And then on top of that, we do some stuff with the radius to not saturate your market. Like you said, you worked with that one marketing agency. It worked pretty well a couple months, then it died, right? That's pretty much what everyone says. So the way we run our ads is we start with a 2-mile radius the first week. And then after the first week, we go to 4 miles and exclude the original 2-mile radius. So what that does is makes it so we're hitting brand new people. We do that for 4 weeks, up to 8 miles, and then we go back to the original 2-mile band and change the ad to another template that we know is proven to convert. So we're hitting the people that we haven't hit for about 3 weeks with something fresh that we know will convert.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Do you have any questions on that?
No, it's you're right. I run a 10-mile radius on all 3 clubs. One of the challenges that we do have, and I would assume you have it down in Florida as well, is radius to the east is nothing but ocean. So, we don't really get a radius,
For sure. Well, yeah, you've got to play with it. And I have tons of clients that have gyms that overlap. So you really have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You really have to get creative and play with it. But it's pretty straightforward. So we're on the same page there. So that's the way we do our marketing, extremely targeted. And it converts at a very high rate. So that's number 2. Then number 3 is following up and nurturing the leads. So right now, your team, if I were to go opt in on your website, your team would be responsible for contacting me to book an appointment, confirm that appointment, to get me to show up. Isn't that right?
Yeah, initially, within 60 seconds, you should get an automated response to try and have somebody book. And then starting day 1, I think I alternate back and forth to a personal phone call and then something automated every 3 days for 14 days.
Okay, so if I were to opt in right now, I get an automated text message saying, "Hey Jacob, we'd love to have you come in. When are you available?" Then if I said Monday at 5 o'clock,
it would all it would say would be, "Hey, great to have you. Thanks for your interest. Click here to schedule an appointment," and it would be automated to schedule that appointment. Now, if you didn't click, you'd get a phone call from my staff within 24 hours to try to do that manually. And then on day 3, it would be automated again. Day 6, you would get another email, text, something from my staff.
Yeah. So on average, you guys get back to people who don't book in 24 hours?
Well, the automated portion of it gets back to them in 60 seconds. And then there's a phone call that should be the same day, but a lot of these will come in overnight. So usually within 12 hours, we'll get back to them.
Cool.
Manually. We'll get back to them manually within 12 hours. Like I said, automated 60 seconds, manual within 12 hours, and then the cycle moves on from there.
Okay. Yeah, and the reason why I ask is because when it comes to following up with leads, especially nowadays, you've got to be real quick, right? You've got to be very, very instant. So that's great that you have that set up, but you definitely want to have your guys doing it real quick. So that's the third piece that we address is the follow-up. So instead of relying on our clients and their staff to do it, we do it for them immediately. And if they respond, we respond to them immediately. You said a lot of them come in late at night. You're exactly right. Nobody on your team is following up with somebody at 7 o'clock at night, right? So if someone gets that text and they don't book, they're not getting reached out to until the next day, but they might check out Planet Fitness, opt in there. Maybe they get back to them sooner, right? And a lot of people just don't have the attention. So the reason why we handle that is because number 1, we get a better result than having the client do it. And number 2, it gives the client their time back to focus on what's really important, which is selling and retaining the people we bring through the door. So that's what we do on the front end. With those 3, what that will do is create a consistent flow of people coming into your gym that want training without you and your staff having to do any work to make that happen. which would definitely address your problem of trying to build out specifically small group training, because your guys are clearly capable of selling members training at a pretty high rate, which is very uncommon. So I'm sure if we put people in front of them that wanted training, they'd probably have a field day.
Sure.
So those are the three things. And then the last thing is the implementation of all of this. So you were mentioning that, you think some of your guys need some help with sales, and staffing has really been your Achilles heel recently. So what we do, and the reason why I'm partnered up with Andy, is we teach our clients and train up their staff that take the appointments on how to sell the way that we sell it. And the way that we teach them how to sell it is by charging $599 up front for the initial 6-week package, and then selling them into what we call the year of change, which is a 12-month small group training agreement priced at $79 a week.
Okay, so like I said, my pitch back then was a lot different than what my team does now and what I was doing a couple of years ago, even, because this was from a long time ago. But I didn't mention the reviews, didn't mention the reactivation, didn't mention the referrals, didn't mention the answering, just because we weren't really doing it then. We were doing stuff with reactivations, but not really, re-engaging their old database of leads, but none of the other stuff. That was all stuff I was able to figure out through continuing to scale this business and literally taking over 4,000 of these calls and signing up over 1,500 business owners in calls like this, right? It was because I was able to figure out through hearing the common things that these business owners experience with other agencies, and then logically thinking through what could we do to make our product different and service different and better than everyone else's. And so that's ultimately how I was able to get to this point, is having done this for so long. But from here, what I'm going to jump to now is just the temperature check to see how he's kind of feeling.
In terms of the process, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being, I don't think this would help, and 10 being, I definitely think this would let me or help me get to $5K a month in small group training per club, where would you say you fall?
Well, I think it's going to be a little different in each location. My location is 10,000 people in a 7-mile radius, so it's a much smaller market. 100,000 people in a 10-mile radius, so that's I think in my larger populations that might work well. In the smaller population market, might be a little bit more difficult.
What's your other market like?
Probably it's somewhere between the two. It's a higher density population.
Okay.
But it's kind of surrounded by hills and mountains, so not too many people come into it, and the people that live there don't necessarily go outside that radius either. So it's kind of a captive audience, not huge. I would 25,000 within a 3-mile radius, but we don't suck too many people in from larger than 3 miles.
Okay. Got it. All right. Well, then I guess to kind of review that, to give you an idea of what type of results we get people in markets consistent with the size of your market, I'll share my screen, and what I'll do is I'll show you examples of in markets similar to yours.
Sure.
To show you what type of results they've gotten with us.
Yeah.
If I can find it, I'm having a hard time finding the Zoom.
It's all right.
Okay, there we go. All right. That should work. All right. You can see my screen, right?
Yep.
Cool. So this is a client of mine that owns 12. And these are his results with us over the last 3 years. What he does is he finds failing that have little to no members, 0 training. He buys them for pennies on the dollar, that flips them.
Yeah.
But he doesn't sell them. He keeps them. He just builds out $40,000+ a month small group training program. So that's what he's been doing, and we've helped him make that happen. But you can see here, this first one, the population's 5K, the median income's 59,000. And since working with us, just from our marketing, so we have it laid out. Our platform makes it so that we can see what comes from us, because we use landing pages. You know what I mean? We're not sending people to the website, so we know exactly what comes from us. But since working with, go ahead.
I lost you. That's all right. Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Cool.
Seemed like the internet kicked out there for a second. You disappeared.
Okay. Good deal.
But you're back.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, we are able to accurately report what comes from us because we send people to our own landing page. We're not sending them to the website. And this only represents what's come through our landing page and us. So we've been working with them for over 1,000 days, running their ads consistently. They've sold, I mean, over 400 people from our marketing, collected $176,000 upfront, those $599 payments, and then $718 in contract. Let's start here. So here's Amherst. This one's 12K, 997 days. You can see the numbers again. Here's one that's closer to your medium-sized one, maybe. 25,000 population, almost $200,000 collected up front, almost $1 million in contracts sold. And these are 12-month contracts. That's what these are. Another one that's relatively large, a lot up front. Been working with us for over 3 years. But my point in showing you this is, that it works in all different markets. You know what I mean? It's something that's proven to work in all markets. But after showing you that, where would you say you're at now in terms of the process being able to get you where you want to get? Because I know you're a little concerned about, at each gym it's a different beast. But now that I've showed you some examples.
I mean, I think that, I mean, it's certainly, it can certainly be successful. You wouldn't be where you are having what you have without it being successful. So when you're saying where I'm at, I'm interested in continuing our conversation and looking what it all entails, because I'm sure we're getting to that point at some point.
Yeah, 100%. That's all I'm trying to figure out is finances aside. You know what I mean? I know we haven't gone over that on the process. Us handling your marketing a training offer, following up the leads for you and your team, teaching your team how to sell the people we bring through your door. Are you confident that that process I laid out would be a process that would help you grow much faster than you are now? Finances aside.
I think that'd be fair to say.
Okay, love it. All right, good deal. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen here one more time and show you a live example of our dashboard in real time. What I just showed you, those were just screenshots. This is actually what it looks like in real time. So this is a we work with, and I just pulled up their first 4 months with us. They started January of this year. But the way it works with us is like this. It's a 16-week commitment. We have a $2,500 onboarding fee per club, and then you guys pay per showed appointment we produce. You don't pay a monthly fee. It's per showed appointment we produce, and then we have a minimum ad spend of $1,500 a month, which you're planning to spend already in January. So just to break the numbers down in this example, they had 153 people show up, which means they paid us $15,300. They then paid us a $2,500 setup fee and then spent $6,000 over the course of 4 months. So their total investment was right around $23,000, and they collected $46,000 up front. So just on the front end, they profited a good bit. They're making money on the acquisition. But more importantly, like you said, you don't like those paid in fulls. You like the reoccurring revenue. They added on about $12,000 a month in reoccurring revenue in the first 4 months. So that's their first 4 months, and then I'll just show you how they've done this whole year.
Yeah,
because it continues to keep on.
Make this easy on you. I'm looking at an iPhone, and you got 60-year-old eyes looking at an iPhone that's about 2 inches wide, so I can't see a single.
That's why I asked. Yeah. Okay, gosh.
However, right? If I pull the iPhone close to me, I can see what you're talking about, and I can hear what you're talking. So it's.
I probably couldn't even see it either.
I see that 1233 in the upper left-hand corner, 549, but I can't see what those I can't see what those actually are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, got
1233.
It. Well,
what is that?
This one that's highlighted is sales. The number of people that they've sold. So it's been 11 months. You take this divided by 12 or divided by 11. That's about 22 people a month that they're signing up just through us for training.
For that, better than a trial, but signing up for the $599, right?
Exactly. Yeah. They're signing up for $599. They've collected $80,000 up front since the start of the year from our leads. And then they've sold them $340,000 worth of 12-month contracts. So they've grown their small group training reoccurring revenue by over 20 grand.
Yep.
In the time that they've been working with us. And that's just from us, because once we teach your team this process, they'll be able to sell this to people that walk in. They'll be able to sell it to members because they're already competent at selling it one-on-one. But the way it works with us, we get you signed up. We book an onboarding call for you to hop on with one of our coaches to outline the onboarding process to get your team trained up on the sale. It typically takes about 2 weeks. And like I said earlier, we don't get anyone started unless they're prepared. So the last call that we have is a mock trial. The purpose of that call is to determine if they can do a proper sales pitch or not. If they can't, we continue to work with them. If they can, we get you started, because it doesn't do us or you any good to get someone started that's not prepared, right? And when you're paying per show, we want to make sure these people can close, right? So we don't get anyone started until they're prepared, but it takes usually 2 weeks to get someone going. So we could get you onboarded and ready to rock probably by the new year, so that you guys could really capitalize on it and probably have one of your best months.
So how many times a week do you meet with the staff? In this
so we
scenario?
run,
we
have over 15 coaching calls a week. So those are group coaching calls that they can hop on, but then we have one-on-one calls throughout the onboarding process to get them trained up. So we recommend that people hop on, every day throughout the training process, but we have 15 calls a week, so over 60. And the coaches on my team are people that were regional managers for Andy for over a decade each, and we have 4 of them. And then we also have one of Luke Andrus's, if you know who that is. He owns 37 anytime. Yeah. So we have one of his old regionals that needed to work from home. We just hired her. She's a star. So you'll be in good hands. You want to get signed up?
Well, I'm certainly not. You had said that the total cost is going to be about 23 grand per club, right?
No. So it's all dependent on how many people we get to show up.
Well, there's 2,500 up front.
Right.
And then it was another 1,500 a month, right?
Per club.
Per club,
And
right? So 25, 45 would be 7 grand each. Yeah.
$8,500 each over 4 months.
Yeah. Okay. And that's all up front.
So what we do, since you have multiple locations, if you sign them all up at the start, all I would charge you is 3 grand. If you want to sign one up and say, hey, I want to test it out and see, and then we have to train up a new guy a month down the road and a new one a month down the road, you have to pay it separately.
Yeah.
But if you want to get them all signed up, it's $3,000 up front, and then you have to spend $1,500 a month in ad spend, and then you only pay us if we get people to show up. It's $100 per show appointment. And that's it.
It's $100 per show?
It's $100 per show.
Okay. So I'm usually pretty good at doing math in my head, but
yeah, we can do an easy one. So if we were to get you, let's say 30 shows, let's say we got you guys 30 shows at each of the 3 clubs in January. That'd be $9,000.
Right.
Right. That'd be 9 grand. And then you would have spent 4,500 on ads.
Yeah.
Because the 3 clubs, right? So that would be 13,500. And then you would have spent 3 grand on the setup. So your total investment at that point would be, what would that be? Like right around 16,000?
Yeah. So but the 16,000, isn't that more than the revenue that was generated?
No, so we haven't even gotten to that yet, because we have to say at what rate do they close. So if they close 50% on 90 showed appointments, that would be 45.
45.
And if they'd be collecting $600, which is 27,000.
Okay.
So you would be up about 3,300 at all clubs on the front end.
Right.
And then we sell a lot of these people into long-term commitments. So you would have then grown your back end by potentially $1,000 a month on the low end. If you guys can convert half of the 15 that you sign up on the front end.
Right down to seven or eight.
Yep,
each.
exactly. And you're charging these people $317 a month.
Okay.
So you do 7 times that for the 12-month commitment.
Yeah,
that's $2,200.
21. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll be honest, it's not something I'm prepared to make a decision on right away, but I know it's also something that I need to make a decision on relatively quickly if we're going to get this done anytime in January.
It definitely is. Yeah. Well, what is it that you need to think about that's keeping you from wanting to get started now? Because we have to train your team up. It takes time.
Sure.
The last thing you would want is for you to come to us and say, hey, I'm ready to get started. I've made up my mind. But then we can't get you guys turned on until the middle of January because they're not ready.
Well, what would be holding me back is that there's no guarantees. If all that information was guaranteed, then that would be different. But
then I need to pull up the agreement then and show it to you because I didn't mention that we have a guarantee.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have a guarantee, and this is the way it works. If you don't make more money than you spend with us after the 4 months, we keep working for you for free until you do.
Okay. And what's that based on?
So it's based on what you pay us and what you make.
Well, no, I guess what I'm saying is that based on contracts sold, or is that based on upfront revenue that comes through to the door?
Yeah, so
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's really just based on both. It's how much money have you made from us, because we have this all tracked. You'll be able to see everyone that's come from us. So you will, let's say that does happen. All you would have to do is give us your reports so we can cross-reference it. And if you haven't made more, we'll keep working for you for free.
Right. No, I get that. But if somebody signs up at $300 a month on a 12-month contract.
No. We're not saying contract value. We're talking cash collected over 4 months from our people.
That's what I needed to know.
Yeah.
So that's
great question. Yeah.
Right. So that's the $600 that we're referring to, right?
So we're referring to the $600, but you're also going to have people that you sign up on 12 months, and you'll start billing them after the 6 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yep.
So I'm just saying cash collected from people that
cash
we brought.
collected. All right. So so that's not the total agreement value. It's just the cash collected during that 60.
What you actually got from our people. Yeah. Exactly.
All right. So let me take a day and think it through because it is. I know you want to close me on the spot.
I don't want to close you. I want to do what's best for you, and I know you want to have a record month, and I know we're definitely the vehicle to make that happen, especially with January coming around.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think watching this is really good for you to kind of see, just because if you look through the other calls that I did, if you watch those again, the other sales calls I did, there's way less dialogue and there's way less confusion. And so as you can see here, this is why I changed my sales process, because what I do in those other videos is no different from this in terms of what we do on the back end. Once we get people good results with the reactivation and reviews, we then push them into running marketing where we nurture their leads, where we make a ton of money, right? Like as you can see in this example, 284 shows, that's $28,400 on one club, right? So that's really the same exact thing as what we've been doing. It hasn't changed, but the issue with selling the way that I was selling here is that it creates so much confusion, because now they have to run the math on, okay, if I get this many shows, how much will I pay? How much money do I need to make? What do I have to close to make money? And it's just this whole entire conversation. And then even in addition to that, people get really fixated around the ads. Oh, show me what the ads look like. Tell me what this looks like. Tell me how this works. When you're just pitching the reactivation, the reviews and referrals, and then potentially call tracking and just like lead nurturing in general to capitalize on the opportunities they're getting organically or from whatever marketing they're currently doing. Number one, you're telling them to do something that makes complete logical sense. That's going to definitely impact their marketing that they do if they do that first and then go into the marketing. And number two, you're telling them to do something that no one else is telling them to do. Okay, so it just creates way more trust between you and the prospect because you're telling them something that no one else has told them before. And again, it makes so much sense. It's logically correctly, it just makes so much sense. And so there's way less confusion. And it's a lot more straightforward. There's way less to comprehend for the individual, which gives them a lot of clarity. And whenever someone has a lot of clarity and things are simple, it's very easy to make decisions. And with this situation, it's just, I've thrown so much at him that he's overwhelmed and it's a little bit much, right? And so that's what I was able to figure out is just pitch the other thing beforehand. And once you get them good results with that, it's easy to sell them marketing once you've gotten them good results, because now they trust you and they know that you can get them good results, right? And so from here, what I'm going to kind of jump to is me trying to close him again, because we were just kind of looping around there for a second, but we'll just kind of go to me trying to close him again, which doesn't end up happening.
Guarantee that you were a little bit concerned about that, so we guarantee that you've got some urgency. So
yeah. So if I decide by tomorrow, and I can give you a call back, would that be all right? I don't want to say would that be all right. Like I said, it's not something that I would do on the spot.
yeah,
That's never a
okay,
good thing. All right.
that's fine. Yeah, what we could do is, if you want, we can book a follow-up for tomorrow,
Sure.
so we can hop back on. Because the last thing I want is to waste each other's time.
Nope.
You know what I mean? So let's pull up our calendars and see what we've got available.
Okay, and so I basically pumped off, right? Because you don't want to rub someone the wrong way. He's saying, look, I need to think about it. This is going to cost a lot of money. You know, a lot of times, sometimes people do need to think about it. There's obviously ways that you can go about getting them to commit right away. And I could have probably done some things differently. There's no doubt about it, to get him to close right there. But nonetheless, I decided to err on the side of caution to avoid ruining the relationship and him going, this guy just sucks. Like, screw this guy. But another piece of this that I was just thinking about as I was reflecting and watching this is all of the other calls that I showed you guys, there were no guarantees. I hate giving people guarantees because it sets things up in a very, very unusual way. I don't think there's any reason to give someone a guarantee when what you do works very, very well. Okay. And so in the other calls, as you can kind of hear me saying, what I was pretty much telling people is the only reason why this wouldn't work is if you don't work, because we're getting people coming through your door. We're even helping you close them. If you're unable to learn our process and we're able to get people through the door, whose fault is it? So therefore, how can I give you a guarantee if I can't guarantee that you're the type of person that's willing to take advice and feedback and implement it, right? And so back then I was doing guarantees, and again, it just sets the relationship up in a very, very weird way. This is ultimately a team effort. It's a collaboration, and you need to make sure that the individual you're helping knows that they have a part to play in the success of this as well. And so for that reason, I don't offer guarantees, because they then think, oh, this is a one-sided relationship. They're going to do everything for me. And that's just not how success works. It requires a team effort and a lot of work, right? And so from here, what I'm going to jump into is the follow-up call. And on the follow-up call, so here's the follow-up call. And the first part of this call, like I was kind of saying earlier, because I threw so much at him, really the first part of this call is him just asking me a ton of questions about marketing and ads, because he runs his own ads. And so he's very curious about that. And so that's really what I was going through with him, is just exactly how we run the ads, so he understands that and has clarity, because he was curious. And so I'm just going to jump to where I actually go to closing him on the follow-up call, because I booked a follow-up call for the next day because it was later in the day. I think I wasn't able to do like a same day close.
The membership goals, the new member goals, are going to be put to the back seat.
No. You'll sign more members up than you do running a membership promotion with this.
Okay. So obviously I'm certainly interested in it.
Okay, so he's basically just saying right there, like, look, I'm kind of sold, just because I've had to go through all of this stuff over with him again after I already kind of did on the last call. But now I'm just going to jump to where I actually close him and lock the deal down.
Like a $15,000, $20,000 program, you typically have someone in the morning, someone in the evening.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
One trainer in the morning, one trainer doing the evening stuff. Yeah, I get it. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. And really this isn't a question. I just got to grab my wallet. I'm assuming I can put, you had said 3,000, but I can separate that into.
Okay. And so he's going to get his wallet because he's sold. He's ready to get started. And so again, this is a really good example, just showing you how you really should pitch people as far as the offer is concerned on the front end, because it's so simple, it's so straightforward, it's something that no one's being sold, and it makes logical sense that it's so easy to close people. And then you're gonna get them great results to the point where you can upsell them or cross-sell them, whatever else it is that you can help them with as far as services are concerned. because they're primed at that point now because they trust you and they know you can actually help them. And so what I'll do from here is just go over to the actual account to show we made $502,300 from this specific customer. So those were the 10 calls, just a little bit over 1 million in deals closed from prospects who came in completely cold. If you want to learn how to do this yourself, how to get leads, run calls like this, and ultimately close high ticket AI deals from someone who's actually done it, there's a link below where you can learn more and see if it's a good fit for you. And if you enjoyed seeing these real calls, make sure you subscribe and check out this video here. It breaks down the $25 million system I actually pitch to the exact companies that you saw in this video where I closed a little over $1 million. I'll see you in the next one.